welcome. We note the fact that the MEC is not here. Can we just maybe do is an explanation that he indicates something to you because we didn't get any apology or something?
Chair, can I just ask for a minute just to also verify?
Okay.
But yesterday I did send a message to the office manager just to alert him about this meeting. I know we were having quite a number of meetings which were contradicting. So I'll just quickly ask where he is so that I can give accurate response.
Let's give 5 minutes break, members. Honourable Maker, what we'll do is if the HOD comes back, we'll start with the meeting. Okay. I think what we can do is let's get the HOD back, and then we can start, and then we will get the information from the MEC as we continue. So if we can just get the HOD back, tell him it's not necessary to continue with his phone call. Let's start with the department. Thank you. HOD.
Chairperson?
We've decided we will continue without the MEC.
Okay.
It is a presentation on the municipalities, so let's deal with it like that. So I think let's start with the affirmations and oaths to be administered. No, it's not. It's not necessary, yes. Of course, presentation only. So HOD, over to you. Let's get the presentation on the state of municipalities.
Okay. No, thank you very much. Chair, I just got a message that he started at a launch of ABSA Run Your City series, but he intended to arrive probably around 9:45 here. But that is the message that I got. So, Chair, I think we are ready as a department to provide an overview as per the communication that has been sent through to Provincial Treasurer. My name is Pakiso Lebone, Acting HOD for the Department of Treasury in the Free State. Chair, we have also sent through the presentation. I think the chairperson and honorable members are privy to that specific presentation. Without really wasting any time, Chair, slide number 2 is our presentation layout, wherein we will look at the objective, financial position, and then AFS and audit outcomes. And then we'll also look at issues relating to...
Continue, please continue.
Okay, issues relating to supply chain, governance structures, and some of the recommendations that we are putting forward. Now, slide number 3, Chairperson, as I've indicated, it's about the objective of the presentation, wherein we will be providing an overview of financial position, compliance status, and any material findings relating to municipal AFS to inform committee's deliberation precisely on the following municipalities. 1, Mangaung Metro Municipality, which is a metro and a non-delegated municipality. I'm happy that Cogta is here with us. We also have Harib District and then Kopanong as well as Mohokare. Chairperson, as a disclaimer, slide number 5. Slide number 5, we have something called MSCOA, which is a municipal standard chart of account. This is a chart that is grouped around how expenditure and revenue should be reported. So that is why they are called municipal standard charts of account. So in this, Chair, before we start, I need to put a disclaimer. We do have municipal standard chart of account wherein municipalities are expected, or it's a must that they report in line with this. But you will have noticed that some of the municipalities are not reporting in line with municipal standard chart of account, which then also makes it difficult for our own analysis. You'll see, Chairperson, as I proceed with the presentation, that some of municipalities, how they have reported. So it is not something that it is new. We have been requesting municipalities to report every transaction in the MSCOA. And when they report that transaction, it must also be recorded correctly. Let me make one practical example. We have expenditure CAPEX, which is maybe computer. You cannot record computer as catering. If you buy computer with the correct line item. Don't buy it against computer because it's gonna distort. So that is a disclaimer that I want to firstly make, that we are pushing that municipality must remember this also. It has a huge bearing when it comes to financial statements. The reason why they would say the financial statements are not correct and they're unreliable, it's because of how we have been reporting from inception up until the end. You can't correct the mistakes of 12 months if you are only left with a month and then you say, let me appoint consultant to correct the misclassifications. So that is what we are advocating as Provincial Treasury from beginning of the year. So I just thought that it's important. Now, in terms of a data string, Chair, we are just showing the department that have submitted. Mangaung has been consistent throughout. They have submitted. Litsimeng, Kopanong, Mohokare Chairperson, as you can see, we've got a legend there that says outstanding. So it is a requirement that municipalities must submit their information every month so that we can see how are they performing and report accordingly. And then we have a chairperson, as you can see. So the challenge in terms of the Harib, it's only Mohokare that has been outstanding. Chair, I think I've addressed issues there we have also indicated that the reason why Mohokari is not submitting, it's because of the system that has been locked due to a non-payment to the service provider. I have alluded to the challenges around the data credibility, Chairperson, and then lastly to say it is regarded as a financial misconduct if accounting officers or CFOs deliberately or negligently provides incorrect or misleading information to Mayor, Council, Auditor General, National Treasury, Provincial Treasury as well. So that is one issue that we want to with regard to MSCORE, the issue of compliance and correct reporting, which is basically defeating the purpose of correct reporting. Chair, next slide is about the budget funding status. We have our municipalities, Chairperson. As you can see, Mangaung, it has been having a funded budget, but in 2025-26, the adjustment budget there, it was unfunded, but moving forward, the budget is funded. And then, Litsimeng, Chairperson, there was 1 year, that is 2025, original budget was funded, but from there it was consistently unfunded. As you can, as for the rest of municipalities, Chairperson, with the exception of the district, they have been unfunded throughout. Harib district Chairperson, as you can see, in the original budget of 2025 was funded, but when we deal with the adjustment, it was not funded. And then we also indicated, Chairperson, that the expenditure there budget was not sustainable, as well as incorrect reporting on cash flow for recipient of grants. So that was the challenges around. So, but now we just thought that we must also outline what are the factors that are leading to unfunded budget. Firstly, the issues around realistic anticipated revenue. It's just one of the challenge that we are having. The other challenge that we are having, Chairperson, it's overstating of revenue. We look at the capacity of municipality, and then for them, they will then be saying, let's just overstate our revenue so that we can, our budget can be regarded as funded. But the reality is that we need to move gradually. There are targets that have been set in terms of the revenue, around 85 to 90. That is the target that have been set, even with regard to ESCOM debt relief. But if you are currently sitting at 40% revenue collection, you can't immediately jump to 85 and up until 95. So we have noted that others, they are just saying our revenue target will be this, but they don't put measures in place that will ensure that they will collect that. The other challenge, Chairperson, it's a cost-reflective tariffs. What we mean here, we look at the cost, for an example, of selling electricity and buying the electricity. So the cost should always be less than what you are going to sell. So, but when we deal with cost-reflective tariffs, you'll start to see that some of the tariffs, the expenditure exceeds the revenue. Selling of water, we must also look at it. How much are they, is it costing the municipality to buy water from water boards vis-a-vis the amount that they are putting? The issues of flat rate in some of municipalities, it also have impact. I'm not insinuating that municipalities should not have a flat rate, but we must be sure to an extent that we'll still be making profit. The issue of indigent register, it is also impacting on the side of the revenue. But that is one part of the budget. The other part of the budget is around the expenditure. Because when you deal with the budget, you always deal with the two parts. On the side of the expenditure, we have noted that there's always high expenditure, employee-related costs. In a normal way, they will say a bloated structure. That is one issue. The other element, Chair, it's also which we was presented recently, the outsourcing of some of the services. Typical example is around financial statements. We only have few municipalities that are doing financial statements internally. So that is why we have put reliance on consultants, not only on preparation of the financial statements, but also on issues relating to infrastructure, Chairperson. The other issue that we have also noticed, Chairperson, it's the under budgeting for debt impairment and depreciation. Some of the municipalities deliberately they do so, and obviously that would then lead to unauthorized expenditure. Chair, this is basically some of the contributing factors, Chairperson, leading to unfunded budget. These findings, Chair, I need to also indicate, we communicate when we engage with municipality to say, municipality A, here are your challenges. Please try to go and correct these. We have noted that you have under budgeted on your impairment, you have under budgeted on your depreciation, despite the fact that it's a non-cash item. Now, Chairperson, what we are also doing as a provincial treasury, when it comes to the budget of the municipalities, we also look at the credibility. Is this budget credible? But what is also important, we further look at sustainability moving forward. So these are some of the issues that we are also looking at as provincial treasury. Chair, the next slide, which is slide number 8, I'll try to move a little bit faster. The next slide, Chair, it's about the performance in terms of operating revenue, looking at the district. Mangaung. Oh, I was supposed to put it. Yeah. Okay, sorry for that. Mangaung, in terms of the operating revenue, when we look at it, Chairperson, we always split between exchange revenue and non-exchange revenue. In terms of your exchange revenue, we are referring to service charges such as electricity, water, wastewater, and then we'll then have a total there, and then interest and revenue generated. And then we also have your non-exchange revenue, property rates, surcharges, fines, penalties, interest that we have recovered, and other revenue generated. So I will, Chair, in the interest of time, focus only on column number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Just to say, Mangaung, it currently, the budget, the original budget was 11.6 billion, and then now with the adjustment, it's still 11.6, and then thus far, the collection is sitting at 85.4. And then Litsimeng, the adjusted 253 million, sitting at 87.1, and then Kopano, 466, the collection is about 52.6, and then Mohokare, you can already see 19.3 from the budget of 259. Lastly, Harip does not necessarily generate any revenue by virtue that it's a district municipality. Largely, it depends on the grant. 71.4 is the budget, and then collection is sitting at 84.9, Chairperson. Now, where we are in terms of the straight line, we should be sitting at 92% in terms of the revenue collection. But overall, the district is sitting at 59.6. But we are happy with Mangaung as well as Letsimeng, but and Harip. But like as I've indicated, for Harip it's transfers. It's not like the revenue that they generate in the main. So, but overall we are sitting at 54.9. Chairperson, I think we have, if I'm to indicate, we have indicated that Letsimeng, the challenges is around performance on service charges such as electricity, 64, and water, 34. This is where the issues of flat rate are also contributing. Kopanong, there's also element of incorrect reporting. And then Mohokari, transfers not recorded, that is equitable share, non-submission of data. If you recall, Mohokari is red throughout from the first slide. The operating expenditure, next slide, we are sitting at chairperson for the district 65.
Maybe before you continue, can we just go back to the previous slide? I just want to understand something. At the percentage of the budget, there is a total 54.9%. Is that for all the municipalities or only the municipalities relevant to this report?
Only municipalities relevant to
Good,
this.
thank you.
Yes. The next slide is operating expenditure. In terms of expenditure, Chair, again, in terms of the straight line, we are almost at the end of the year. But now we have split our expenditure. We've got operating and CAPEX. Operating, we are sitting at 65.7. Mangaung is at 87, Letsimeng 36, and then Kopanong, we've got 94%, and then Mohokari 25, and then Harip 70. Chairperson, as I've indicated, for Mangaung, the major expenditure relate to employee-related cost, which takes about 25, and then also electricity takes about 24.7%. Harip, as I've indicated, Chairperson, we have the poor performance. It's in the main for this relate to debt impairment that is not recorded, depreciation not recorded, employee-related cost and council remuneration. The municipality, Letsimeng, recorded it incorrectly. So it's also the score issue. And then the one for Kopanong, high amount was reported on the debt written off of 375 million, and then which was incorrect. So these findings, we are also communicating them to the department. CAPEX, Chairperson, which is largely where most of the grants and infrastructure is lying. Mangaung is sitting at 52%. Overall, the district is 13.3%. You can see Letsimeng 8.8, and then Kopanong 26. Mohokari, there's that issue of incorrect reporting, Chairperson. So I think in the main, some of the municipalities complained about late regazetting of grants from local district municipalities, that is Kopanong as well as Mohokari. So they complain about that, Chairperson. Then also the incorrect reporting, as I've indicated for Mohokari. The other issue that we are raising when it comes to projects, the planning. Projects are not registered before the start of the year or implementation, or the delay in terms of the supply chain processes, because we should be right at the beginning of the year, not be busy with the supply chain processes. We should actually be implementing, but there's always that challenge, not only in the municipalities, but even in the departments. Chair, I will move to slide number 12, the cash flows. In terms of the cash flow, there are three things that we are looking at. It's financing, operating, as well as operations, chairperson. So if you look at, I'll look at far right, on our far right, chairperson, where it says cash equivalent at the end of the financial year. So it's after we have added each and everything to say, in terms of your operations, where are you? In terms of investing and financing, where are you as a municipality? Then we net everything and then we look at the cash and cash equivalent. So we have opening balance there, as you could see, chairperson, beginning of the year, that the one that is highlighted in gray color. That is where the municipality started. But now after we net increases or decreases in terms of cash held, Mangaung is 12.9 billion, and then million, sorry. And then we have Litzimeng, 100, and then we also 100 million, and then we have Kopanong and Mohokar with the negative amounts, and then Harib 89. All in all, it's about 185. We have also, chairperson, highlighted some of the discrepancies that we have noted that has impact on the closing balance that has been reported. One, Litzimeng did not record any payments. So if you did not record any payment, it will be like you have money. So that is why when you look at it, it has a positive of about 100 million. But if you take out expenditure relating to employees and other operations and financing, if they do have, the picture would have been totally different. And then Kopanong did not record any receipts. Now, vice versa. You can't only record one side and then you don't record the payments. Mohokari, chairperson, the challenges around transfers not recorded, so meaning the receipts are understated, expenditure is also understated, chairperson. And then lastly, for Harib, the payments are understated by 2.5 million. The next slide is about the collection rates that I have alluded to. Ideally, the norm is around 95%, but if you look at the collection rate, Mohokari is 35.8. So the Mohokari cannot jump from 35 to 95. That is why we'll always have those challenges around unfunded budget. Kopanong, we have indicated the issue around reporting. Litzimeng 7.8, and then Mangaung is 66.1, chairperson. The next slide, chairperson, is about conditional grant spending, which is a serious concern. I know Honorable Chair Mekwe will always say this is opportunity cost because this money was meant for a specific purpose, for a particular financial year, and then we don't spend it. Mangaung, Chair, is not doing well in terms of the grants. They are sitting at 62.6. That is all conditional grants. Litzimeng, the challenge that we have around recorded spending as negative, and then Kopanong 31, Harib 16. So, chairperson, this is where we are. The only challenge that we have is if you fail to spend 1 billion from beginning of the year, you only spend 700. With the remaining months or a month, how would you spend 436? It's totally impossible. So these projections, we are also querying them because there's no way that you fail to spend the whole amount. You only spend 724 for 11 months, and then with 1 month, you are going to spend 432. That will then be a pure fiscal dumping. Chair, the other challenge is around debts. The debt, outstanding debt. In the main, we know the biggest challenge is around water board, electricity. But in this slide, we have demonstrated the outstanding debt in terms of the Mangaung. We have categorized it in terms of 0 to 30, 31 to 60, and then the one over 90 days. Chairperson, suffice to say, if you look at Mangaung on the far right, the total, the outstanding debt, meaning municipality is still to recoup this money from either ourselves as residents or anybody that they have sell or did a business with. So there you can see Mangaung, they've got outstanding debtors of 11.5. And then Letsimeng, 609 million. And then we have Kopanong with 681 and Harip 17, as well as Mohokare, chairperson. So we have also categorized this debt to say who is owing municipality. We know that national departments in a form of property rates and taxes are also owing. Provincial government, chairperson, it is also owing. Government, ourselves as residents are also owing government. So this is how we have categorized it. As you could see, chairperson, the biggest chunk there in terms of this debt that we have, specifically in terms of organs of the state, national takes about 32.3%, and then we have provincial 8.1, and then we also have others, which is 0.9, and then there you have it, a total of 838, which is a mere 41%. But chairperson, one thing that I wanted to highlight on top is just to look at the debt that is over 90 days. If you look at the percentages between 0 and 30 days, it's only 3.7%, which is equivalent to 74 million. And then you have the one that is over 90 days, which is way above a billion, 1.8 billion. Then all in all is 2 billion, chairperson. Chair, I think here we have already highlighted who is owing municipality. I'll skip the slide. Now, we always compare the two, the debtors and creditors, just to look at our current ratio, so that we can see if municipality can still continue in a short term. So when you go to creditors, you'd notice that Mangaung is still owing creditors also, 1.7 billion on your far right. And then we also Letsimeng, 376 million, Kopanong, 471, and then we also have Harip, 14 million. So, Chair, in the main, we need to look at these two slides together to say there are people that are owing municipality, but at the very same time, municipality is also owing or it's unable to fulfill its short-term obligations. Now, that's where the issue of the liquidity kicks in. Chair, we have indicated in our slides the bulk services that we are owing ESCOM. Mangaung is owing ESCOM, chairperson, Letsimeng, Kopanong, as well as Mohokare. And then also water board, slide number 20. We have also indicated the amount that we owe in terms of. The other issue, Chair, that we wanted to indicate from our own assessment as Provincial Treasury, we have something called triggers. If you look at section 138 as well as 140, wherein we are indicating, can you go to slide 21? Now, these are triggers that we use to determine if the going concern around municipality In this instance, we look at those section 138. If municipality has failed to make payments as and when due, municipality has defaulted on financial obligations, the actual current expenditure of municipality exceeds the sum of current revenue. That is why we also presented the cash flow position. Chair, and then we also look at municipality had an operating deficit in excess of 5% of revenue in the most recent years. We also look at municipalities more than 60 days late in submitting its annual financial statement to AGSA in terms of the requirements of section 126 of MFMA. And then the auditor has withheld an opinion or issued a disclaimer due to inadequacy in the financial statements. Any of the above conditions exist in municipality entity under the municipal sole control. So, Chairperson, in our assessment when we submitted the section 71 reports, we also have these triggers as I've indicated if you go to the next slide. So, this is what we have ticked in terms of these municipalities, Chairperson. You could see Mangaung has 3 triggers, and then the remaining municipalities have 4. We look at, like as I've indicated in terms of the previous slide. Here, as you can see, section 40, it says creditors, we look at our creditors vis-a-vis operating budget, wherein the creditors are greater than 2%. And then we also look at the creditors that are above 40% of operating budget. And then we also look at local government finance and financial management report, wherein there were municipalities which were regarded as municipalities that are in financial distress. Chair, what is it that we are doing as Provincial Treasury? Just on financial position, if you look at the next slide, we also provide assistance and guidance during the budget process. We engage municipalities, we communicate our findings, we also highlight the risk as well as the recommendations. Firstly, we will outline what is the root cause, and then what are the risks, and what is it that we are recommending to deal with your budget. Now, we also have a section 71, which is a monthly report that demonstrates early warning for municipality if there are challenges of under collection or over collection. And embedded in that report, it is also the ESCOM debt relief. We also provide assistance in terms of correcting data strings. This is to assist with regard to M-score and ensure that the correct classifications is being applied. Chair, I think I've also indicated the assistance that we provide to municipality on revenue value chain, and then we also support municipality on the reconciliation of valuation roles. We are also assisting municipalities with a grant such that they are able to ring-fence a grant in a separate account to ensure that they are spent according to the DORA conditions. Chair, I will move to the next slide, maybe with a faster rate now. The next slide, Chair, is about AFS submission trends, Chairperson. As you can see, Chairperson, for 2024-25, as province, we had 2 municipalities that did not submit on time. That was Nala as well as Maluti. We have already had meetings with these municipalities, all of them, and then there is a commitment that municipalities will submit their AFS on time, because this is a requirement in terms of the MFMA. Chairperson, the next slide, it was about the disclaimer. I think suffice to say, which is a common cause, we did not have any municipality that had a clean audit. The other issue, Chair, is that we are actually at a stagnant point. If you look at number of unqualified, qualification, as well as disclaimer, for 3 years, the numbers are more or less the same. Last year, we can single out the Dihlabeng, which moved from qualification to unqualified. Chairperson, this is where we are with regard to. Now, in terms of this audit, immediately after this, we have to have audit action plans, which must be monitored. So we are also assisting municipalities with the audit action plans where we are monitoring. I'm sure we will also demonstrate where we are. And ideally, Chairperson, we should be at, municipalities should be at 100% with regard to their audit action plans, because this is emanating from last year's audit. By now, we should be saying all issues which were raised by AGSA have been addressed. So I will leave that slide, Chairperson, but just to indicate that, one, we have a web-based system wherein municipalities must report or record their audit action plans. But what we have also noticed is that some of municipalities, just like finance, they will have their own spreadsheet somewhere there, record their own audit action plans. It is not transparent because we are moving with technology, and sometimes they will then dispute and say, but this is not where we are. But from our side as Provincial Treasury, we took the most recent report from, we call it FMCMM, the web-based audit action plan. We took it from the portal as it is, as reported by the municipality at that particular time. So, Chairperson, I needed to...
On that note, is there anything that should prohibit a municipality to be able to access and report on that system you just noted? Should there be any reason that they shouldn't be reporting there?
They shouldn't be any reason, Chairperson, because it's a system that has been developed by the National Treasury. So from where I'm sitting, unless colleagues have because they are physically working on it, but from what I know, there's nothing. It is not something that is dependent on the service provider, where we will say we owe service provider, therefore we can't record. This is a system or portal generated by National Treasury. You are not necessarily paying anything. So there shouldn't be any reason of municipality not recording, unless they will say they don't have somebody who would report. But by law, they are supposed to report so that we know exactly where are they. Chairperson, of course, here we also noticed, as I've indicated, the status on the audit action plan. One, the progress is not that good. As I've indicated, we should be saying we're 100%. Now, we have also noticed that there's a non-compliance with a circular that was issued, Circular 113 by the National Treasury, in terms of a municipality developing and approving audit action plans outside the FMCMM system. We have also noticed that there's also failure by unit managers and CFOs to approve proposed corrective actions on the FMCMM. So this system, Chairperson, it had the user, and then you also have somebody who will approve whatever, CFO, and up until the level of your internal audit within the department. It's a self-assessment tool, basically. So that is why we have highlighted those challenges. Some proposed remedial actions do not address the root cause and do not quantify the measures that are taken by the municipality. Also, poor record keepings continues to be a problem in municipalities like Mokare, Kopanong, which then exacerbate the poor audit outcome. Chairperson, now where are we with regard to audit action plan? You may skip the first 3 columns because we are just trying to say Mangaung for past 2 years got qualification, and then in terms of status on the audit action plan, 342 captured, 109, these were matters that were affecting audit report, and then 233 other matters. Now they have completed 9, and then 217 it's in progress, 116 not yet started. So, Chair, as you could see, they are really slow in this regard. We have also indicated progress, Chair, in terms of this audit action plan and comments to say there has been a slow implementation of audit action plan. The areas of concern is around recurring procurement as well as contract management, non-compliance, asset management, ICT as well. And then let's say qualification for is stagnant also. 163 findings reported in the management report. Only 54 findings have been captured on the system. So already there's that gap. You've got 163, you only record 54. And then there are also 35 matters affecting audit report. 3 completed, 21 in progress, 30 not yet started. So we have also highlighted the challenges around property, plant and equipment, asset incorrectly classified, revenue from exchange, chairperson. And then also looking at Litsimeng, there are also challenges around vacancies in senior management position, which also remains a serious challenge. Chairperson, lack of implementation of audit action plan would then result into repeated audit findings. Mokare, disclaimer, as you can see, stagnant. Chairperson, also Mokare, 416 findings, 374 have been captured. There's also 172 audit report. You can imagine if there's 172 that are reported in the audit report, not even management report. So 3 agreed findings addressed, 115 in progress, 253 not yet started. Only 3 is completed. So, Chair, there's a problem. Kopanong, 133 in the management report, 81 have been captured, and then there are 53 matters that are affecting audit report. 10 completed, 10 in progress, 61 not yet started. And then Harib, they've got unqualified. There are 29 issues which were raised in the management report. All 29 have been captured in the portal. There are 15 matters that were affecting audit report. Now, if you look at it, 20 agreed findings addressed, 5 completed, and then 4 in progress. So we can see that there's a move here, Chairperson. And then material irregularities, Chairperson, Kopanong, there have been issues around pension fund. We are also intervening with my colleagues on my left, as well as National Treasury with regard to pension fund. Chairperson, there are issues that they have addressed, but there are those that they did not. Pension fund contribution not paid over to pension fund, no appropriate action thus far. Pollution of water resource not prevented. Chairperson, this has been referred to the investigations. Litsimeng, ESCOM not paid within 30 days. Remedial action not implemented, further action in progress. So, but these are key issues that perhaps we need to also engage municipalities with regard to material irregularities. So So Mohokare also, chairperson, that is the status. And then we also have Mangaung. There are those that have resolved and those that have not yet resolved, chairperson. Chairperson, the next slide is slide 37. In terms of this slide, Chair, we are just outlining the action that we have taken with regard to the 100% submission of the AGSA. I need to indicate that in terms of the commitments, Thea, we have committed to AGSA through the Premier that 100% must be obtained in terms of the submission of the AFS. There was a meeting last week, a PCF. Premier issued letters to the mayors, wherein the mayors were requested to ensure that they submit AFS 100% on time. So I need to indicate that for submission of AFS, there's administrational issues that we are addressing, but also political, wherein we are involving our MEC, MEC Cogta, as well as the Premier, to ensure that all municipalities, and there are also structures in place wherein we are discussing this. So even at administrationally, using the structures that are the technical McLocker, we have also, we were very clear that we don't want any municipality to submit late. Chair, next slide. It's on the supply chain, chairperson. We look at various municipalities, chairperson. There are documents that we would use to assess municipalities. One will be procurement plan, to say, did they submit a procurement plan or not to provincial treasury? The other issue is around SCM and preferential procurement policy, whether they have that policy and then it was submitted and assessed. So as you can see, chairperson, on your left, those are the areas that we look at. And then also municipalities are fully utilizing the e-tender publication for their bids because they have to. So chairperson, these are the areas of non-compliance and compliance area by various municipalities. As you can see, Letsimeng on SCM and preferential procurement policy, they've not submitted, and then Mohokare submitted, Kopanon did not, Harip. So Harip, at least the only thing that they did not submit, it's a procurement plan. And then all others, chairperson, you can see that they accept Mohokare. Procurement was not submitted by Letsimeng and Kopano. And then on the municipal, the e-tender publication, all of them did not submit with the exception of Harip. But this is all about transparency. The next slide, chairperson, it's about the UIF and W expenditure by various municipalities. Chair, I need to stress that this is one of the categories that is used by the National Treasury when it comes to the release of the equitable share, whether there has been reduction regarding the UIF and W, or there has been actions that have been taken by a municipality with regard to consequence management. So this is the status, chairperson. We start with unauthorized, which in the main is the overspending of the budget. You can see Mangaung, chairperson. This is where it was in 22, 23, 23, 24, and then in 2024, 25. So sitting at 10, and then Letsimeng just over 1.4 billion, and then Kopanong 889, and then Mohokare 584 million, Harip it's about 34 million. So, but what is important to highlight with Harip, Chair, you can see that there has been reduction if you look at your unauthorized expenditure. Irregular expenditure, chairperson, also comparing it, we can see with regard to Mangaung, it is increasing from 3.4.
No, please, it's a question. Can we keep the clarity questions for afterwards? We're almost finished, so, okay.
Perhaps, Chairperson, I can just focus on the far right, where we have combined everything in that slide. We have looked at unauthorized for 2024-25, 23-24, and 22-23, same as irregular and fruitless. We have lump sum, we have actually added them at the far right. So if you look at Mangaung, in all categories, there has been increase in terms of their UIF and W. And then also Litsimeng, there has been increase from 1.7 billion to 2.4. And then Kopanong, we can see that there has been a reduction, 1.5, 1.7 and 1.4 when they close. And then Hokari, 666 million, and then it increases to 851. 90 to 93, so you can see that Harib, it has increased. So we will look at performance of each category. You can see, Chairperson, for an example, Harib, fruitless and wasteful, there has been reduction. If you look at irregular expenditure, it has increased. But when we look at unauthorized, it has decreased. But all in all, if we aggregate everything, you can see there has been a smaller increase, Chairperson. Chairperson, we know that this process is subjected to a particular committee, the impacts in municipalities. So there has been that view, Chairperson, that municipalities, impacts, and as well as DC board sometimes are not sitting regularly to process this. In some of municipalities, you may find that there are these committees are not there, but in some, as I've indicated, they are there, but they are not processing. And then also, Chairperson, if we look at it, we notice that some of municipalities, they don't have standard operating procedures in place to deal with this. And then, as I've indicated, issues around lack of consequence management, because after you have investigated, what do you then have to do? Because you need to say, in this case, we are not taking any action. Let me make one practical example. If municipality is incurring interest because it is unable to pay water boards, are you going to say, is this person or that? Because, or you'll then be saying it's municipal manager. But if somebody has done something wrong, which we can point to a specific person, we ought to take action. And even our decision should be clear to say, here, we are not taking action because of the nature of incident. As it is interest that has been charged, we cannot, because that is the discussion that we're also having with National Treasury, where they say, but here, there are no consequences. But we then say, let's disaggregate, let's look each and every case by its own merit. So, Chairperson, I think suffice to, let me rather pause here, Chairperson, but what is also important that I want to highlight, it's around governance structures. I think for us, it's very key to look if the municipality has a functional internal audit, whether the function has risk assessment, whether the risk has been established. So if you look at slide 44, you'll notice that Kopano seem not to have a functional internal audit. And remember, you use your own internal audit to detect these deficiencies before you can even be audited. So for us, it is important that you must have internal audit, you must have a risk audit, you must also have audit committees, chairperson. So we have a challenge with Kopano, functional internal audit as a municipality. But all of them, they have established audit committees, and then risk assessment conducted, Letsimeng, seemed to be a challenge because I think they did not have, Memory Zibuko will add, I don't think they had a person that was supposed to deal with the risk assessment. Recently, we sent our colleague to go and assist with regard to the risk.
Before you continue, I've noted that Mangaung does not appear on this governance structure list. Why did you leave them out?
Chairperson, I think in the main it was the issue of it being delegated because we normally assess the 22 municipalities. Mangaung, it is assessed by national. So we largely depend or request some of information from National Treasury when it comes to Mangaung. But where we are able to access information on the portal for Mangaung, we always request Chairperson. Chairperson, I think I would have to pause here. I know there's one slide that I wanted to talk to in terms of the support that we are providing to municipality, so that at least when we leave this room, it is clear what is it that the Treasury is doing to assist municipality. Chairperson, there are quite a number of things, but I know there would be two central questions that will be asked. The impact, what is the impact that you are making? And the other issue is that we are able to bite enforcement. This is two issues that we are also grappling with because we know that you will go, I know for past, was it 3 weeks or so, Jane? I've never seen her in the office for past 3 weeks. And I was told that she's out in the municipality to capacitate municipalities with supply chain related issues. So these are some of the things that we do, Chairperson. We capacitate municipalities with BIT committees training. We also assist them with the deviations. Remember, deviations sometimes is not something that is wrong, but you must have grounds. Why are we deviating? And it must also go through the process. So we need to also assist, we are also assisting them with that. Irregular expenditure, contract management, and then we also have a structure called Provincial and District SCM Forum, wherein the reforms, all the changes regarding supply chain would be communicated. Circular instruction notes, and then we also have people that are employed by National Treasury to municipalities, just on technical support. National Treasury, we call them Municipal Financial Improvement Plans, MFIP, and which are there to assist municipalities. These people, we also have TAs with regard, there's something called PINK. There are few municipalities that have been highlighted to piloted to us to be assisted with procurement and infrastructure. That is your and knowledge management, PINK. So I think it's Setoto, Tsolopele, Metsimaholo, and Mokaka. So there are people that are sitting there just to assist them with procurement, infrastructure, and knowledge management by National Treasury. We also, Chairperson, sits in some of the audit steering committee of municipality, wherein we will also advise when we look the audit action plans. We also, Chairperson, look at them. I think if you look at the previous slide, we have also outline what is it that we are doing on the budgets and revenue. So this was around supply chain. But equally so, when it comes to internal audit and risk chairperson, just like internal auditor, just like AGSA, we will issue an engagement letter to municipality. We will raise findings and we'll prepare a report to them and say, these are the findings. But what is happening, Chair, is that some of municipality may not take our recommendations or may not implement them as we would have loved to. The issue around enforcement and the impact kicks in. Chair, let me then pause here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, HOD, and thank you for the presentation. I think that wasn't quite necessary so we can understand what's going on or what's not going on in municipalities. I think you summed it up in one sentence: we have problems. I think that summarizes everything, is we have problems. Members, clarity-seeking questions, engagement. Honourable Mackay, Honourable Pretorius. Clarity-seeking questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, let me first welcome the report and the presentation. It is quite comprehensive, and there have been some of the questions that I've set out have already been answered within them. So just one or two. Firstly, let me go to the financial reporting and data integrity. What steps are being taken to improve the credibility of MSCOA? The data submissions, given the compliance, it does not guarantee data accuracy. And I mention this because in most cases, the municipalities seem to have a financial department, but they don't actually do the work. They source it out to somebody else, which means that it's actually a third party that's inputting the information. And we all played a game at school when we were younger, where you whisper something in someone's ear, and by the time it gets to the other side of the room, it's a completely different message. And I think this is part and parcel of the incorrect recording, receipts not being placed, information not being given in, because in most municipalities, these outsourced suppliers or providers are provided a pile of documents at the end of the month or just before the audit outcome. So the record keeping prior to that is not there, it's a shoebox. And this is one of the main issues. There must be a manner in which Provincial Treasury can stop the outsourcing. First of all, it's a waste of money. Second of all, it's not improving any municipality's systems. It's becoming more of a nightmare. So if you can explain that to me, or assist me with if you've got a resolution. And then can you clarify the reason behind the persistent unfunded budgets, especially in Letsimeng, Kopanong, Makara, and what corrective actions being placed? The revenue collection is based at 54.9%, which, if you look at that's basically, if you take away the two municipalities that are above the 50%, it would drop dramatically. So it looks like an encouraging figure, but it is actually not, because there's two municipalities basically saving it, and that's a major problem. So the realistic picture is that there's only two functioning or semi-functioning municipalities as far as attempts are being made. I'd rather call it that. Okay? Because and then that brings me to the significant discrepancies in the cash flow reporting, such as Letsimeng not recording payments and Kopanong not recording receipts. That is a major, I can almost say, bordering on fraud, because if you cannot prove where you've spent the money or that you haven't recorded it, then it shouldn't have left the bank in the first place. So that's almost theft. Without, I know your systems are different, but in a straightforward, if I had to describe theft, it would be a simple manner of saying, you've spent money, you've taken money that you cannot prove what you've done with it, so that means that you haven't done it correctly, and that's theft. So that is a major issue. then what are the root causes for the slow or incomplete implementation of the ordnance action plans? It's all good and well that you've said, yes, we've required them, they all have to give them in, and that you are now helping the municipalities assist them set up the action plans. But it still doesn't help with the implementation of the action plans, and it still also doesn't tell me why it takes forever to do it. There seems to be a problem with some municipalities, and forgive the expression, but it seems we should just take the key, lock it, and throw it away and start again. Because these municipalities, financial areas are just pointless. The infrastructure areas is pointless. The supply chain management, it seems, I'd love to know what they're actually doing there on a daily basis, because none of the things that actually have to be accounted for, they're doing. I mean, I'd love to know what they actually, be a fly on the wall and actually see what they do when they come in the morning. I'm not moaning at you. It's just so frustrating, and I'm sure it's frustrating for you as well. And then the last one, sorry, there's two more. What is being done to fulfill, to ensure the full utilization of the e-tender publication system? Because that'll also resolve quite a few matters if the system is being used properly for bid advertising. Which brings me to conditional grants. Now, conditional grants is, I agree with my fellow honourable member, Tabu Meku, that says it's opportunity misspent or not wasted. The problem is most of these municipalities are complaining to say that they cannot collect revenue. The residents are saying, what must I pay for? I'm not getting anything, so why am I paying for anything? At the same time, they've got the conditional grants where they can actually service these things and they're not spending it. So what has been done to assist them with, they've all, as you've mentioned, they've all ring-fenced it. Well, that's lovely. You've ring-fenced it so that you can't use it for anything else, but you're not using it for its allocated position either, for its allocated purpose either. So it might as well not have been given to you. So the point is, we need to know, and it's quite often that I hear from insiders or people that work at the municipalities that it's not a question of that they don't want to use it. They don't know how. They don't know how to apply for the grant properly. So there seems to be a massive problem with the application of the grants and therefore the implementation of it. And then the outstanding debt. What is being done to recoup the outstanding debt? There is a major, major problem with thousands and billions of rands outstanding, and especially from national departments. From individual apartments, I know that many municipalities have adopted a 50% reduction or discounted rate type thing, which has been approved by Provincial Treasury, if I'm not mistaken, and Provincial Treasury assists them to implement it. But the problem is that there's, and I'll mention Letsi Meng, for example, Masiliano, for example, I know it's not on this one, but they have got they don't have a broken billing system. They don't have a billing system. The billing system is so incorrect that residents have been begging. Residents have contacted me personally, begging for the CFOs to sort out their accounts so they can pay them, because they've got 4 or 5 different accounts for one property. So the system is completely broken. If Treasury can assist municipalities with getting a proper billing system and showing someone how to use it, that would go a long way. And then also cut national and provincial departments that aren't paying. If they're not paying, it should be cut. The last question I have, and this is really the last one, Mr. Chair, under unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure, is the figures that you've given here, are they cumulative from the years, or is it a year-on-year cost? Because if it is a year-on-year cost, it seems that the municipalities are going, oh, well, it's just something you slot into a column and they're not doing anything about it. And even if it's cumulative, they're not doing anything about it. To get to 10 billion, I mean, that's nuts. I mean, 10 million is a lot of money. 10 billion, sorry. Yes, and that was me. Oh, Pink, a suggestion. Can Pink not be deployed to every single municipality? Because every single municipality has that problem. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Honourable Leach, I interrupted you earlier with your clarity-seeking questions. I think it was on slide 40.
Thank
If I'm
you,
not mistaken.
Honourable Chair. I'm covered by my colleague on that. It was regarding the cumulative. It is, however, shocking then that Mangaung has managed to, within the last 2 years, increase it with 3 billion rand. It's very alarming, and that they're not doing anything about that. In terms of that, we are getting reports. Some of the municipalities whose equitable share has been withheld have already had council meetings, and others are scheduled for later on, and they are applying to increase their overdrafts, which is alarming. And what is Provincial Treasury and National Treasury going to do with regards to this? And which bank in their right minds are going to lend this amount of money? I'm just thinking of, I know Mansopa has applied for, I think, 10 million rand increase in their overdraft. How are they going to pay it back? The reasoning behind it is now the equitable share has been withheld for reason. They did not comply, and now they're just going to the bank and lending money to get them out of trouble. You cannot solve the problem by increasing the problem, if I can put it that way. So what are we going to do about this, and how is this going to affect our economy in total? Because now we've got municipalities borrowing from the banks, and they won't be able to pay it back. And also, what is the interest rate that they will have to pay back, and will they even be able to service that payment? So that's just a question in that regard. And then emphasis on the pension funds of employees that are not being paid over. It is frightening. There was an article and an interview on SABC with regards to that, and how officials have worked their whole lives at municipalities, and they are now finally at retirement age, and now they can't because the pension funds aren't being paid over. So what can we do to ensure that this is in fact done? And also then medical aids, for that matter. In some instances, some of the employees get to hospital and then they hear that their medical aid has not been paid, and they are shown away. Thank you.
I want to talk about the issue of COE and COE expenditure in municipalities, and we talk about this a lot, the cost of employees and officials. But I do know that the National Treasury has given a guideline, or issued guidelines in this regard. So what is reasonable cost of employment for a municipality? Because we know 80% is not good. Les really put on 80% is not good. That makes them special. But what is the guideline for cost of employment for municipalities when they budget that? And then we had this discussion last year with municipalities on impacts not meeting and not sitting, and almost all of them said, no, we're not capacitated enough. We don't have the officials and the staff and the personnel and the researchers, etc., to be able to do that. Is there truth in that they are not capacitated, or can Treasury the system in that regard? Here you've deployed basically officials to municipalities. Is there a way where municipalities can be assisted in order for impacts to be capacitated? Is that possible? Thank you. Two more questions, then
Sorry,
we
Mr.
finish.
Chair, I just want to add on to your impact thing. The other thing is there a manner in which we can insist that municipalities put the chairpersons, for example, in an apolitical position? Because in many cases, the chairpersons are appointed by the mayors, which makes it a political appointment, and then makes it very difficult for that person to actually investigate the people that actually appointed them in a fair and transparent manner.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you for the presentation by Treasury. Chair, yes, I want to join a cause with you in terms of impact. I think after the LG elections of November, early in next year, all those impact chairs and impact committees must be capacitated, and that Treasury should actually see between themselves and Cogta if they can't send all impacts across the province on training within the first six months of the new councils being formed, so that they know what their mandates are and that they are sufficiently capacitated. Even if they've got to reach each other halfway between municipalities, Cogta, Treasury, it's clear that impacts are not functioning, and it's one of the greatest contributors to this non-investigation and accountability in the province. Chairperson, then just my only question then is in terms of the outstanding debtors, I do note Muakare is on page 15 noted in red with an asterisk, and there it's indicated that National Treasury owes Muakare 651 million. That is an exorbitant amount, 651,373. Can we get an indication, perhaps just which departments are owing Muakari that amount of money? Because that we as a committee can also find out and make recommendations about how do we get this funding back to the municipality. And then in terms of Kopanong, there is 158 million being owed by the provincial government to Kopanong. That is also on page 15. If we could just get if there is a breakdown of that, who is owing. I would believe it most probably would be for rates and taxes, but if you just know, especially for Muakare, 651 million, which national departments are owing them? Yes, Chair, and the rest of the questions, yeah, whilst Treasury was speaking, I know at times myself and even the chairperson were laughing, but if we're not laughing, we will be crying. It's actually very serious. All of these matters are so serious. When we go and oversight and we see the lived realities in those municipalities, it is terrible. It is. These finances are a clear indication of what we see on the roads, in the towns, in the townships of all of these municipalities. And we have to sort out these finances. We are going into a new term of government in December, and I really hope that across the Free State, these municipalities can pick up their financial governance, and that us as a provincial legislature also continue with our pressure to ensure, and Treasury, Cogta in the province, all stakeholders, make sure that our local governments actually start doing what they are mandated for in terms of the Constitution. Thank you, Chair.
HRD.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I'm sorry, I was just also responding to the audit committee for one department. Chair, I would, given some of the questions that are technical in nature, with your permission, because I'm not alone, I would request, Chairperson, that the colleagues should also respond to some of really technical questions. Maybe let me start with the first question around the financial reporting in terms of the steps that we have taken as Provincial Treasury. Chairperson, the moment we realize that the information reported is not correct, our first line of defense is to formally write to the MM and indicate areas where there are challenges. The other thing that we are also doing, Chairperson, specifically with MSCOA, we have a dedicated person called Brian Shepard. So he's also a TA from National Treasury. So for those municipalities where there are challenges, we'll then sit with them and indicate that these are the areas where you're not doing well with regard to MSCOA reporting. And we would also try to train them in terms of how they should carry out that specific function, Chairperson, in terms of proper reporting of information. Apart from that, Chairperson, I would agree with you when we were talking about the record keeping. There are few municipalities that we have flagged in terms of not keeping good record. And the root cause in some of these municipalities, it's because of non-payment of the system. But Chairperson, the issue of outsourcing, perhaps we may want to look at it differently. In my personal view, Chairperson, when we appoint somebody to assist us with the financial statements, we should bear in mind that this person, the first thing that he must do, these are government info, this is the government information. We should have a clear SLA or MOU in terms of how we are going to transact and how the records are going to be kept. But the other key issue with regard to outsourcing, it's about skills transfer. We should, in our agreement, include the issue of skills transfer, because the other thing around the outsourcing, it should not be forever. We should have a period wherein, as and when we appoint people, we actually improve in terms of the skills for these ones that are there. Because the key question that we are always asking is that you've got a CFO, you've got a financial manager, what is it that they are doing when you have these people? Why are we not transferring the skill? So for me, it can be regarded as a waste of money if it is not used properly. But if we use it as a project, it would really add much needed value, Chairperson. Chairperson, there were specific questions that you asked about unfunded budget for Letsemeng. I would request Mayor Debbie to report to those specific questions, including some of the discrepancies in reporting. Chairperson, you also ask a question to say what is the root cause of municipality not implementing the audit action plans? From where I'm sitting, Chairperson, you look at resources. Do we have people that are supposed to do this? Yes. Are these people being trained? Yes. Do you have system? Yes. So all things that you need to have, they are there. But it's pure issue of them not wanting to do it and knowing that there's no consequence management. Because if we would say there's no system, these people were never trained about FMCMM and they were never trained about inputting this information, we would then be saying the root cause is because there's one thing or one element that is lacking. So in most of the municipality, if you tick all, it's because of they know that nobody will take any action against them. That is from where I'm sitting, Chairperson. The issue of full utilization of e-tender system, Mayor Jane will respond to that. She's our supply chain specialist. The billing system, Chairperson, I think from our side as provincial treasury, as part of revenue enhancement, we do have approximately 10 million, wherein we are requesting municipalities to give us, if it was a business, I would say a business proposal, but they are giving us a plan in terms of how they will enhance their revenue. So we assess that plan with a mind that there must be return on investment, because some will then be saying, I'm going to do smart meter, and then you look at amount that is to be spent, and you also look at the revenue that is to be recouped, then you realize that there won't be any retention, and what will then be the benefit? So we assess that, and then if we are convinced that there would be return on investment, we can do so. For an example, we have assisted Metsima Holo with regard to the issues relating to the billing system. So from the very same pool of 10 million, I think it was around 3 million that we allocated to them. And then there was also a question on conditional grants, the utilization of practically post spending. Chair, one of the issues, it's about the supply chain processes that are not being followed. But the other thing, though we have ring-fenced that this money for grant must be dedicated to a particular account, we must not rule the fact that they can take it and use it for any other thing. But from our side, we are saying when you have a grant, you use a dedicated account so that you don't mix the two. But there's nothing prohibiting them when things are bad to take from the very same grant. And then once you have taken the money, it then means you'll have to scale down in terms of the implementation, and it will then affect your cash flow, because now if you are using money that is meant for grant for your operations, you are going to have a problem with suppliers that you are not going to be paid. So it is two ways, Chairperson. The UIFNW, Chair, you are correct, it's a cumulative figure. It's not year on year, year on year figure. The pink, Chairperson, it is our view as two provinces, Free State as well as Mpumalanga, to say, let's implement pink throughout. But firstly, they wanted to get the best practices from these municipalities. I know, Chair, looking at these municipalities and their audit finding, there has been a lot of reduction, primarily on SCM finding, because they are provided with SCM toolkit. They are also provided with toolkits for infrastructure. And lastly, they will then have a knowledge management in the whole process. There was also a question on COE in terms of the norm. Chair, I believe the norm it's around 40%, but if I'm not correct, I would retract that. But the ideal norm for compensation of employees, it's about 40%, so that we unlock money for service delivery as well as infrastructure. But National can also confirm that because in the main, they also deal with the norms and standards, but it's 40%. Chair, on the application of the overdraft, I was just looking at our role in terms of Section 46 of the MFMA. I think there's a difference, Honorable Leach, Chair. There are overdrafts that do not come through us, especially the smaller amounts. But if a municipality wants to really borrow, not to increase overdraft, it will come through us. And from our side, knowing exactly the financial position, we are not going to allow that. So I think the answer in the main in terms of our role, it's around Section 46 of the MFMA, but there are those that do not come at all, because they will then be saying, it's just temporary, it's just for a few days. When we receive equitable share, we will deal with it. So it's something that they can do on their own. But ours, in the main, it's around Section 46, where there is a long-term borrowing. Chairperson MPEC, I fully agree with you. They are sitting, but sometimes they are not really investigating. But what is it that we have done? I'll start it from National. We call National Treasury to come and capacitate. They started firstly with Free State and Eastern Cape chairpersons of the MPECs. Now, coming to province, ourselves, Cogta, as well as Salga, we always sit and train the MPECs. And whenever there's a new ones, we ensure that we offer such capacity building. Chairperson, let me allow colleagues to respond to specific questions. I think there were questions for Kopanong, etc. So I would allow them to address those individual questions, starting with Debbie, right at the back.
Thank you, HOD. Good morning, colleagues. Starting with the data integrity and also the MSCOA, we know that MSCOA requires municipalities to now, they must budget, transact, and report within their financial systems. So if we find that municipalities, the data credibility issues is a lot to do with municipalities that's not working within their main financial system. So they are still waiting for the end of the month to capture invoices, etc. That is why the main issue is coming in with regards to that. And also just to indicate that from Provincial Treasury side, we analyze the monthly reports submitted by municipalities, the data strings, and we also provide feedback to the municipalities indicating where we see some of the discrepancies, requiring them to actually correct it. And there's also quarterly sign-off reports that the MM and CFO must sign off on a quarterly basis, indicating that they agree with the figures reported. That, however, is either they sign off on the wrong figures or they do not sign off, but it remains non-compliance. Then with regards to the persistent unfunded budgets and the reasons thereof, in the main, it will be because of the tariffs that are not cost reflective, and it impacts on the revenue collection of a municipality. If the tariffs, like the HOD has previously indicated, if the tariffs are not cost reflective, it means that we are working on a deficit and we will never be able to pay our creditors for what we owe them. Then also low collection rates remains an issue. Sorry.
Sorry, Chair.
Yes.
I just want clarity on that. Are they being assisted with the tariffs to calculate their tariffs? Because obviously, if it's incorrectly, like you've just indicated, if you're working on a deficit, you'll never work on the profit systems, which, if it was a private company, you close the door and you throw away the key. So the question that I'm asking is, are they getting assistance in working out their tariffs, or can someone work out their tariffs for them?
Yes, currently we are our revenue management unit with Mr. Mogele there behind you. The unit is assisting municipalities with cost-reflective tariffs. We have a tool that we go to municipalities and assess whether the or the tariffs are cost-reflective. I know also when municipalities submit to NERSA for the increases in bulk or the tariff increases at NERSA, there was a court order that also requested municipalities to do a cost of supply study that must be supporting the application. However, we all know that some of the municipalities will have increases that will be unsustainable to the economy. So it must be a phased-in process as well. But the idea is to move towards it. But yes, we do support the municipalities with regards to determining what should be the tariff for the cost. Then also leading part of or addressing the unfunded budget is also the high distribution losses or technical losses from water and electricity specifically. Sorry. You will know that some of the audit reports will indicate that municipalities have water losses of 70%, which is really unsustainable, and that means that the revenue will be even less. So it means that they have less services to bill, meaning that they have less revenue to collect, which means that it is just an evil cycle, and also the high expenditure. So those are the main issues that contributes to the unfunded budgets. We will also see with regards to specifically Garib district municipality. It's a district municipality. They are solely responsible for your equitable share allocation, and we find that the equitable share is already exceeding the salary bill, meaning that budget will be unfunded until we address the expenditure issues. Then also there was a specific question with regards to the outstanding debtors for Mohokare municipality from the organs of state debt. Mokare was in red because they have not submitted the data strings for the last couple of months. So for our consolidation, it was just an error on our side. We just had to put a legend there on the slide. But from our side, we will use the previous reported information we have for them. With regards to the 600 million that they report outstanding from organs of state debt, that is, or they say, actually their whole debt, the debtors data string is reported incorrectly. They don't have any debt reported under households. Everything is under organs of state debt. And the department that they say they owes them 600 million or 580 million is National Department of Human Settlements, which is clearly incorrect. This has also been brought to their attention numerous times. However, we are struggling to, for the municipality to correct that. Thank you, Chairperson. I think that was all that I was supposed to comment on. Thank you.
Are all the questions then answered? Honourable Pretorius, can we deal with that question first and then? Please respond. Please respond.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Jane Finger. I'm the Director responsible for Municipal SCM. I'm going to respond on the matter that was raised by the Honourable on the e-tender portal. Just to indicate that there's nothing, it's not compulsory for MFM, for municipalities to use the e-tender portal at this stage. It's not like in the PFMA, because there's an SCM Regulation 22 that still allows them to use public invites in newspapers and website. However, we have raised this matter with National Treasury to see if they can repeal the SCM Regulation 2. But what we do as part of our workshops, we still train them on the e-tender portal. We facilitate the registrations together with NT and PT to make sure that they are trained, and we encourage them to use the e-tender portal. Hopefully, when the new SCM regulations will be addressed, this regulation will not be part of the future regulations. On the matter of the pink municipalities, just to add on what the HOD presented, we have currently started with 4 stakeholder municipalities that the HOD mentioned, plus 4 districts. But this program is extending up until 2029. So we will, they have indicated that we will roll this out to all the Free State municipalities in terms of the pink project. Just to also add on the MPEC issue, just to tell the Honourable Member that what the MPEC is saying that they are not trained is not a true reflection, because as PT, Cogta and Salga, we have a stakeholder forum that actually support MPECs. We've trained all the top 12 MPECs on UI, the top 12 UIF and W contributors. We also have a quarterly MPEC chair forum where all the MPECs in the Free State come quarterly, where we train, we discuss, and we discuss challenges and we capacitate them. And National Treasury also most recently rolled out Circular 68, that is now the amendment on the UIF and W, in terms of the circular to all MPEC chair people. They also attended this session. So, but going forward with after the elections, I think SALGA and the national departments are running with a program where all councillors, including MPECs, will be trained. Thank you, Chair.
Honourable McCann, then I want to wrap it up because we still need to.
Just on the last comment on the impact, is that a mandatory requirement for them to attend those sessions?
Yes, it is. It is, especially I think Advocate Nkateko can also comment on that next to me from the National Cogta. Thank you.
Honourable Pretorius, and then it's the last round.
Thank you, Chair. Now, Chair, thank you for the answer from Treasury regarding Muakari not being able, well, or saying that 650 million is owed by the national government, but clearly it's not the case. Perhaps just on Kopanong, that 150 that's mentioned there that's being owed by provincial government to Kopanong, if you could just give an indication by whom in provincial government is that owned, or is it a similar issue of saying it's being owed, but actually there's no fact to it?
Can someone advise?
Through you, Chair. Yes, the 150 million reported by Kopanong municipality is for Department of Agriculture, 29 million. Education is 1.5 million. Provincial Housing and Local Government Department is 54 million. And other departments is 71 million. That makes up the 156 million reported. I must also say that in our province, Provincial Public Works is basically paying all the property rates, and they are responsible for all the payments for provincial department or provincially owned properties. So again, reporting 29 million by the Department of Agriculture is not really credible, and there's lots of communication or working being done between Department of Public Works with the municipalities also to ensure that this debt is reconciled and sorted out on the data strings. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, members. Treasury, thank you very much. I was just informed that there were recommendations made during the provincial week, the National Council of Provinces, and resolutions that was done by the NCOP. Can we maybe get an indication, although this is the legislature, but where are we with those resolutions and the implementation of those resolutions? And is it possible maybe just to get a report on that by next week? Let's make it, I don't know, let's make it Monday, the 3rd of August. If we can just get a report on the implementation of those NCOP resolutions. I think you are aware of which resolutions. Thank you very much. I think that brings us to the end of our discussion with Treasury. Maybe just HOD, last word from you.
No, Chairperson, thank you very much. We are aware, maybe first to respond, we are aware the report has been prepared. It is a report between ourselves, Office of the Premier, as well as Cogta. But what we have also find out in the report, I don't know if I can say some of the questions or recommendations, they seem not to really make sense in terms of how we operate. I'll make one practical example, Chairperson. There's one that talks about the implementation of interventions, and then it also put whether the Premier has directed Treasury to implement interventions. We did respond, but when we were responding to the questions, we outlined the process that must be followed and the responsibilities in terms of who can invoke those sections, because it's purely your provincial executive council. Chair, in terms of today's process, I think we really want to thank the chairperson in the committee in terms of how we have been engaged. But one of the key issues, Chairperson, we believe using this structure, we can really get our municipalities right, because you are indeed asking relevant questions, which also prepare us in terms of how we think and how we actually operate as a department. So we are really grateful for this opportunity, Chairperson. Thank you.
No, thank you very much. I don't know whether you or somebody from your department will remain here while we continue with the departments, with the municipalities rather. But thank you for your engagements, and then the rest of your team is excused, so we can get the Department of Cogta in. Zinthi, will you assist us with the Department of Cogta, please? Members, just while we are on the or waiting for the Department of Cogta, I've been informed that the South African Local Government Association is not present, which is unfortunate, because I think we would have liked to hear from them how they have assisted municipalities. So we will not be dealing with a presentation from them. And then, as you see, or as I mentioned earlier, Human Rights Commission will be presenting at a later stage. And then I think every one of us had a look at the Cogta presentation. I have guided the HOD to just quickly explain on the matters of oversight reports being late because we are pressed for time. And then we should go straight to the progress made in implementing the Auditor General's recommendations. There is KPIs that is being discussed. I think we need to, or we can actually skip them and then go straight to the Auditor General recommendations. So that's how I guided Cogta. HOD, good morning. Good morning to your team.
Good morning, Chair.
We are happy to see you again. Welcome again. Good, as they say in the movies, so we meet again. So you're welcome to present to us all the issues that we have requested you to report on. But like I said earlier to you, and I did mention it to the committee, I think we should zoom into the oversight reports that were late. Municipalities that did not submit the oversight reports. And then from there, let's go straight to the implementation of the progress reports. Progress made in implementing the recommendations by the Auditor General. I think it's slide 32 on your presentation. So please continue. We are running a little bit late, but please continue. Thank you.
No, thank you, Chair. Chair, with your indulgence, I'm going to request that the DDG responsible for local government, Mayor Dlamini, should take us through. We will zoom specifically into the issues that the committee want us to deal with, Chair.
We are not doing oaths or affirmations today, so you don't have to stand.
Oh,
Thank you very much.
I was a bit confused. No, thank you very much. I think we appreciate it. Maybe as she zooms straight into that, the one thing that I might just want to maybe share with the committee is that we think that we have slightly turned the corner. We are not there when it comes to, look, there is something that is embedded in municipalities, and that is a culture of non-submission of compliance report. It's embedded. But we will show through the presentation just how we have, when it comes to performance information, where we have tried to help institutionalize reporting. But we'll deal with that. I was just simply saying the truth of the matter is that we are dealing with a seriously embedded culture of non-compliance to laws and legislation. Thank you.
Can we get the slide on the screen, please?
Thank you, Chair. We may then move with the directive that is given. Let's move to, maybe Chair, let's then start, instead of starting with slide number 4, let's start with slide number 6 that talks to non-submission. Then we can then talk to what support are we giving irrespective of the non-submission. And in the slide that shows the non-submission, we indicate there, that's slide number, that's slide number, okay, let me deal with this slide on the screen, Chair. In this slide, we indicate that municipalities did submit and the submission rate was very good. However, we also have indicated that Kopanong, the council resolution is outstanding. But this morning, I met with the MM, and we have since been favored with that council resolution that has adopted the annual report. Then we are left with Nala and Mohokari, which has not submitted their annual reports. We can then go back to the slides that talks to support, which is slide number 4. Let's start there. Chair, we have run the provincial workshop on how to prepare the annual reports and how to even assess or write the report after that, by the report that just to be submitted that is done by MPEC. So we ran the workshop on the 10th and the 16th of October. We also are supporting municipalities on Secular 88. We also ran workshops in that regard. And this is to institutionalize performance management in that sector and make sure that municipalities are able to comply. Municipal managers and administration officials were workshopped also on the draft municipal annual report and oversight report on the 22nd of January 2026. Chairperson, we may then move to the next slide because I'm just going to, so apologies, something disturbed me, Chairperson. I'm just going to focus on this slide on the progress made, because this is the work that we have done. In this slide, we also indicate that, move to the next slide, please. In this slide, we indicate that MPEC chairpersons were also workshopped on the 18th of February in this financial year. And the purpose there was to assist them to be able to assess the annual report and table the oversight report to council. And also we have provincial meeting convened on the 18th of March to assess municipality state of readiness for tabling the final draft in terms of section 129 of the MFMA. We can move to the next slide. This slide I have already indicated. Let's then move to Chairperson. I would be done in terms of the direction that you gave with regard to the support and the non-submission. Let's then move to, that would be slide number 32. That talks to the progress made in implementing AGSA.
Can I quickly interrupt you? On slide 8, it says the following municipalities. Oh no, that's a wait. Okay, no, please continue on page 32 then. Sorry, slide 10. Outstanding oversight reports, and I see there Mangaung, Kopanong, Letsimeng, Mohokare on slide 10. So these municipalities, their oversight reports are late as we speak.
As we speak, they have not submitted the oversight report.
Okay.
They did submit the annual report.
Yes.
However, the oversight report has not been tabled to council. And we have since written through the MEC the non-compliance letters to those municipalities to indicate that they have not complied and extended support if they need support from us.
Okay, let's go to slide 32 then.
Chair, I was sitting outside when Treasury was presenting, and some of the things that we were supposed to present, they have already presented, and our information correct, so we may want to skip that slide. I'm no longer seeing the presentation on the board, but the slide that I'm going to skip is audit action plans that indicate the number of findings. Treasury has already presented that. And also then, the slides that you are skipping. Yes, I'm going to skip this slide. Treasury has presented that slide, Chair. Let's go to the next slide. Even this one, Treasury has presented. Let's go to the next one. The UIF and W expenditure, Chairperson, if you look, we have only focused on the municipalities that the committee has called, which is Harib district and its municipalities. The red colors there on the extreme column, the red shows that there's a decrease. A decrease would then mean there's an improvement, and that improvement would then also means that to an extent the impact is working, because you can only decrease your UIFW when you either condone or write off, and that would have gone through the impact. But if you look at Letsimeng, Chairperson, which is a bit of concerning, their unauthorized expenditure has grown drastically by 196 million. We still have to engage with them and find out what exactly had happened there. However, you look at Kopanong in terms of fruitless and wasteful expenditure, it has decreased drastically by 393 million, and that's mainly, Chairperson, due to the interest that was written off by Val Central after the service level agreement was signed. And you go to Mohokare, Chairperson, even in Mohokare there, you realized that the impact seemed to be working properly there, because the irregular expenditure has decreased by 3 million, fruitless and wasteful expenditure by 56 million. However, unauthorized has also increased heavily, so by 65 million. This is also a concern for us that we'll have to deal with. Next slide. Next slide, we indicate there that the impact in Harib performed investigations, but recommendations were not tabled to council. Letsimeng and Kopanong, we're saying there's no investigations that were done, and in Mohokare, we are saying impact performed investigation, but recommendations were not tabled to council. And this gives us a Chairperson a bit of a concern that if the recommendations, or if there's no investigations, but you see all those reductions in terms of your UIFW, then it means somewhere, somehow, somebody's not doing the work, or the resolution, council resolutions are not there, or they are there, but they were not submitted to us, because these figures we are talking about are audited figures. So you can only reduce your UIFW if MPEC set and the resolutions were submitted to, and council took resolution, and that resolution then becomes part of your audit file when you get to be audited, so that AG is 100% aware that council has considered this and has approved it. But what happened in this slide is a question that municipalities might have not been cooperating with us in terms of giving those reports and also giving the council resolutions. Hence, we will report in this manner. We can go to the next slide. In the next slide, we talk about the support and intervention measures, and we indicated that together with the Provincial Treasury and SALGA, we propose the monitoring and support and reporting items for 2023 as follows. We're gonna support them on revenue collection analysis, valuation role implementation, credit control measures, indigent management, meter readings and verification, non-revenue water and electricity losses, customer service, policy review, tariff, debt relief program, and annual revenue assessment tool. These are the things that we are going to, or the support that we are going to give to municipality in the current financial year together with SALGA and Provincial Treasury. With that being said, Chair, I think we can end here, because I think the chairperson did not say we must talk to the status of FRP, because that was going to be the next presentation.
Let's continue with that. Let's look at the financial recovery plans. Although we are not dealing with the 4 of them currently, but because Mangaung is there, so let's continue with the financial recovery plans. It's always good to understand what's going on there. So please continue.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. In the province, Chair, we have 4 municipalities that are under FRP. And maybe the confusion would say, why 4? 4 is under FRP, but other municipalities are under 139 but are not implementing the FRP. Your Masilonyana, your Nketoane, and your Kopano, they are not implementing FRP. These are the only municipalities that are implementing FRP. And Chair, I must put a disclaimer up front that FRP is actually the responsibility of Treasury. National Treasury is the one that developed. They are the ones that monitors. They are the ones who even are chairing the war rooms that deals with the monitoring. We can move to the next slide. We indicate, Chair, that Mafube remains under rescue phase with slow improvement. There is some improvement, but it's coming very slowly. And the reasons for that is financial viability. The municipality is still not financially viable. They have unfunded budget. They have low revenue collection, an average of 22% for the year under review, not able to pay salaries in time, creditors too high at 1.5 billion, of which, of the 1.5 billion, the Department of Water and Sanitation is owed 652 million, ESCOM is owed 429 million, and employee benefits is owed 264 million. And they have a qualified audit report, audit opinion, sorry for that, Chairperson. So clearly, when you look at the creditors, it shows that there's issues in that municipality, and with that revenue collection at 22%, which is not even nearer to the norm of 95%, there's no way that they will be financially viable. And then other issues that also contribute to them still being under rescue phase on service delivery. Can we move to the next slide? On governance issues, Chair, there is an unstable and volatile labor relations issue there in Masilonya, in Mafube, due to the employee that participated in an unprotected strike, and that resulted in the municipality suspending 7 shop stewards. And currently, they are still on suspension pending the disciplinary process. And because of the unprotected strike, and there was also a no work, no pay, and those who participated in that strike, monies were being deducted from their salaries as no work, no pay. And also there is an issue of an HR officer who was dismissed due to a fraud case. And there's no improvement on the following areas also: the risk management, contract management, promulgation of bylaws. Then that's due to capacity and financial difficulties. And on bylaws, Chairperson, and that's despite that, as HOD indicated yesterday, that we did request, we did extend support to municipality, that there's no need for them not to have bylaws when we can assist. We were even willing as Cogta to pay for the promulgation. On institutional capacity, the municipality does not have the MM, the CFO, and the technical director, and Cogta has since seconded the 3 officials there. And there's also an issue in terms of the review of organizational structure and HR policies that are still outstanding. Unstable labor relations caused by, among others, I've already talked to this, the current disciplinary process instituted against the shop stewards. We can move to the next slide. On issues of service delivery, Chair, we're reporting that there's a road network that spans 289 kilometers, which is mostly in poor conditions. And there's also lack of adequate yellow fleet to can even deal with the conditions of those roads. And water and sanitation, the wastewater treatment works in Cornelia and Tueleng does not comply with the set standards, thus needs upgrading. There is a current increase in the bucket system, especially in Tueleng, Cornelia, and Villiers. And for Namahadi, a project in Extension 9 for installation of toilets is planned to commence later in this year. We can move to the next slide. With regard to Tukuluho, Chair, we indicate that the municipality is doing well with regard to the governance pillar, as all its governance committees are functional. It is also doing well with regard to the institutional capacity, as it has filled all its senior management, as well as critical junior vacancies. And the policies have been reviewed and approved by council. However, the municipality remains in rescue phase with noticeable improvement, as I have indicated, with regard to governance and institutional capacity. And the main reasons for them remaining on the rescue phase is financial viability. The municipality is still not financially viable. They have unfunded budget, low revenue collection. They owe SALA, which is a pension fund, 24 million. However, they do have an arrangement with SALA. Hence, the amount has reduced to 24 million. The municipality does not service its debt with water, the Department of Water and Sanitation, as there is an issue that needs to be dealt with regarding the accounts. Hence, we can't even talk to how much is the municipality owing water and sanitation because of that account that is being queried. The municipality do have received a qualified audit opinion. With regard to service delivery in Tokologo, there's issues of water, inconsistent water supply in Herzogsville and Dallasville due to aging infrastructure and vandalism and theft. Boshoff is 100% dependent on boreholes. However, the supply is somehow stable. Refuse removal Not 100% of refuse removal is collected in all towns due to lack of refuse collector tractors. The current refuse collection tractors are not in good conditions, thus collection schedule is not adhered to. With regard to sewer, the municipality has a backlog of 313 bucket system and VIP in Herzogsville and Delisville. There are minor sewer spillage that do occur time and again. However, the municipality is able to address that as and when they are reported. We can move to the next slide. Roads and stormwater, general road maintenance is a challenge due to unavailability of funds. We have already indicated that the municipality has unfunded budget share. So maintenance is one of those items that suffers. And fleet, the municipality has old dilapidated yellow fleet, which makes provision of basic service a challenge. With regard to electricity, the municipality is still unable to pay the EXCOM current account. The report of the minister has not yet been released on mediation process. However, the municipality is going to embark on the DAA process of partnership with ESCOM, and council has already approved that partnership. The issue with the mediation chair, the Minister of Electricity did visit the municipality and avail a team. There's a team that works with the team from ESCOM that works with the municipality to try to deal with the concern that the municipality is having. The municipality were querying also its account with ESCOM. We can then move to the next slide, which is Machabeng. There's no improvement at all, Chairperson, in Machabeng, so they are still stuck in rescue phase. And the main reasons really there is the municipality does not cooperate with EXCOREP, does not attend the war room meetings as and when they are called by Treasury, and they have unfunded a non-compliant budget, contravention of employment moratorium. There's a moratorium on filling of vacancies. The municipality continued and filled vacancies without getting approval of the EXCOREP as expected. There's an ISIU investigation that took place. The municipality doesn't want to avail the report to the EXCOREP. And there's also an illegal EPWP unit there that was in the media that was illegally started and is still not being terminated. There's non-adherence to reporting framework and unlawful appointment of acting municipal managers. This issue, Chairperson, because they have not been having the municipal manager in the longest of time, every time they appoint the municipal manager, they need to get the concurrence from the MEC, or they need to ask the MEC to second a municipal manager. But they change acting municipal managers without even informing the MEC. And in Mangaung, Chairperson, Mangaung is under 1397, subsection 7. And that is the responsibility of national. Hence, they are under cabinet representative. Therefore, the implementation of the FRP there is monitored by National Treasury and DCOC. And however, the municipality, irrespective, remain under rescue phase. And I thank you, Chairperson.
And so the plot thickens. Members' questions, remarks, clarity-seeking questions. Honourable Mackay, Honourable Foko, one round. Honourable Leach.
Thank you, Chairperson. I did get a lot of my questions answered yesterday, but these are ones that are related to today and ones that I didn't quite get squeezed in yesterday. On governance and public participation, what are the root causes behind the widespread failure of ward councillors to convene mandatory ward committee and public feedback meetings? Because that's essential to getting what, after all, governance is bottom up. So it's supposed to come from, we're in a democracy, it's supposed to come from the residents. What are the problems within the municipality? They submit their information to the IDPs, et cetera, and that feeds back to the municipality, and that has to be instructed and put on. But there seems to be a problem with the mandatory ward committee meetings and what the actual ward committee's purposes are. As well as the lack of verifiable administrative evidence being addressed to ensure the compliance and audit readiness. I don't know why Mangaung has continually done this. I don't know how you can help them, but hopefully it can be. And then service delivery and financial management. What are the main obstacles to maintain and update indigent registers? Indigenous registers in all municipalities are a major problem. They're not updated. In other words, they're not getting their sufficient equitable share to cover their indigent register or their indigenous mandate to cover their indigent compliance issues. So they can't, they're paying out, in other words, if you want to put it in simple terms, they're paying out a lot more money than what they're receiving to be able to service the indigent structures. There must be a simpler way and a stricter adherence from province put on municipalities to keep their indigent registers updated. And then I'm going to leave you've sort of answered the Eskom and Water Board debt. But what does bother me is with the impact investigations. You say that the fruitless and wasteless expenditure moves up and down according to because of the UIF expenditure and the fact that impact is operating. Yesterday we were told that impacts aren't functioning in all municipalities. Today you say all municipalities impacts are functioning. So I'm a bit confused that over 24 hours, in 24 hours did things change, and what happened in those 24 hours for things to change. And then I see the support and intervention measures. That's fantastic. I'm really excited about the fact that you're going to put these support and intervention things. But the problem is, it doesn't help if it's just implemented in some talk show. Because half the people don't pitch, and when they do pitch, it never gets implemented. So I'd like to have some idea of how you're going to monitor the progress or the actual impact. As you said, as Treasury said, one question we always ask is, what is the impact of this? So how would you measure the impact of this to turn these things around? And then the disaster questions that I didn't get in yesterday, which are quite essential. What immediate actions are being taken to address the closure of the Provincial Disaster Management Centre and the lack of compliant infrastructure in distressed centres? We've had a specific, as mentioned yesterday as well, we had a specific disaster management meeting, but we're still failing to understand, or I am failing to understand, how we're going to fix this, because it's wonderful having discussions about it, but we still haven't got solutions. We need to know how the province is going to address the widespread legislature of non-compliance and the leadership gaps and in the fire services, especially in the municipality that have no chief fire officers. And also the amount of fire brigade people. I mean, within Mangaung, we know for a fact that they less than 40% capacity. So, and the machines are old. So they've got to go out and they've got to service from here all the way down to Wetsdorp or to Soutpan. It's a major problem. By the time they get there, the house is done. So those are the questions I'd like to pose. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chair. Most of my questions have been asked by honourable member. But Chair, let me carry on. The first one, again, Chair, is about the submission of the report. Chair, we are waiting for those reports for a long time ago, for a very long time. Now, let me go to this one, Chair. The suspension of the employees with pay, that is my concern, Chair, because I just want to understand, maybe the department that make that presentation can make me to understand the lifespan, Chair, of the suspension, because people have been suspended for more than 3 years now with pay. Who's supposed to take care of that payment to those employees? Because they are not even appearing before the disciplinary committee. That is my concern, Chair. Thank you very much.
Honourable Leach, if I'm not mistaken.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Just a comment in terms of Mangaung. It's quite interesting. They remain under rescue from National, but still they did not comply in order to get their equitable share. Just an interesting comment there. Then in terms of Machabeng, I would like to know where are we going with this municipality? We've been meeting and getting reports, and we're not getting anywhere. So what's the plan? What's the time frame? What can we expect there? And then just in terms of municipal roads, I know in certain municipalities, the district municipalities assisted with some of the roads, and vice versa, where the districts couldn't, the municipalities did. But the roads, especially in our rural towns, are in a dilapidated state. What is the plan there to assist municipalities with that? Thank you.
I think also something to be answered is the whole issue of the indigent management. How's it going to be different? Because this has been going on for years. And this is part of the financial problems of municipalities, because we don't know exactly who's supposed to be paying. So how's it going to be different with the indigent management? I just want to understand the workshop held with impacts. Is it something new, or has this been done for quite a while? Because if it's something new, my question is why only now? We've been having this problem for quite a while, but maybe you can just give us clarity. And then on Mafube, HOD, I remember last year somewhere, or earlier this year, the department assisted with financial, with the purchasing of a financial system in Mafube. I think it was 4 million or 8 million, small amount. But has that improved Mafube's financial systems? Because we know for a fact, for quite a while, and most probably still, that municipality cannot issue statements. Did things change after that financial system that was purchased by your department? Thank you. Let's get the replies.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, maybe starting with what you are raising with Mafube. In actual fact, the investment that we are putting as provincial government, both Cogta as well as Treasure, would have given funding not just for the system, but at some point we're also trying to ensure that we are paying even for the system rental. We provided resources to ensure that they deliver accounts. What we did was to make use actually of the CWPs that are deployed there. We then said for each ward, we will make available 15 warm bodies to be soldiers on the ground to help them deliver those. We have committed almost 12 million now with a fleet intended to address things such as their conditions of roads. But we also have resources that are being put there by Department of Water and Sanitation, like the presentation earlier on was saying. But some of the problems in Mafube, and I would want to say this, are systemic. Mafube owes 257 million of pension funds. And if you look at the equitable share that Mafube gets, most probably in their lifetime, they're not going to be able to repay that amount of money. Unless there is concerted, and I've said this even to National Treasury, to say, unless there are concerted joint efforts, and I'm not calling for an irresponsible bailout, but I'm saying we probably need to get to a situation where a particular percentage of their equitable share is being ring-fenced towards your pension funds. But you also have a situation that as things currently stand, the only viable source of revenue that Mafube would have had, which is electricity, is not in their control since 2011 because of the rural maintenance contract. And I've explained that we went to court. We respect courts of laws. The court has unfortunately ruled against the department because we are making an application for the review of the contract. And we are simply saying that this contract is not worth the paper it's written on the basis that there's no benefit accruing to the municipality. As things stand now, Mafube owes ESCOM 434 million. Despite the fact that they've had this contract from 2011, and it's supposed to be a contract that subsists for 25 years. We're in the process of, we are waiting reasons for the judgment, because judgment was given, but we do not have reasons, because part of what we would want to do is really to see how a contract entered, in our view, without complying with the basics in terms of your public participation, national treasury registration, all of that, how it can still stand, notwithstanding the fact that it has gone on. So that is one other thing that still needs to be dealt with. But because this leads to instability, when SAMU or IMATU, when they feel aggrieved and then they decide that they will close the offices, it's an irresponsible, and we must call it out for what it is. It is an irresponsible act that results in members of the community being deprived of services. But it also undermines whatever efforts are there to try and improve on the revenue collection of Mafube. But I'm just simply saying that there's a lot that we are trying to put in. At some point, the input does not necessarily match the output. But it's an ongoing exercise that we must deal with. The same applies, Chair, to the issue you're raising about capacity building of MPAC chairpersons. It's not something new. SALGA does that. Provincial Treasury does that. We are doing that. I think even on the 12th of August, one of the things that we are embarking upon, we have actually invited professional bodies, including having engaged with the University of the Free State. We are saying on the 12th, all MPAC chairpersons, CFOs, municipal managers, we are calling them into a webinar or a seminar of some sort. It's a last push to say to municipalities, one of the things we would want to do, you are going to submit your preliminary AFSs to Treasury on the 14th, and as you do that, it shouldn't just be malicious compliance. Last year we had 3 municipalities. In actual fact, it's 2 plus an entity that did not submit on the 31st. We would want that narrative to be gone. We want everybody to submit on the 31st, but we will take them through some of the, we will be having the AGSA being part of that engagement. So it is an ongoing process to try and improve on the quality of municipalities. Honorable Speaker, I think there's an issue that has been raised about non-submission of oversight reports. Yes, we've got 8 municipalities that did not, that have not submitted to date the oversight reports from Mangaung, Kopanong, Litseme, Mohokare, Nala, Malutiapofu, Nketwane, and what. We have issued non-compliance letters through the MEC. But earlier on when I spoke here, I was saying one of the things that we are dealing with at municipalities is an embedded culture of non-compliance. So there's a paradigm shift that we will need to go through. It also deals with the question, Honorable member, that you asked about governance and public participation, is the responsibility of each ward councillor to ensure that he or she conducts those ward meetings, but it is the responsibility of the speaker, because you see, reports that comes through ward councillors and ward committees must actually serve before council. And the speaker is responsible to ensure that these reports are actually being submitted. Chair.
Okay, thanks. HOD, thank you for this, but it's in a manner of speaking, I would like to know how the province is going to deal with this, because there seems to be a systemic consequence management problem. There is no consequences. There's nothing that happens to anybody if they don't comply. It's simply, it's not even a slap on the wrist, it just goes on the way, just goes away.
Honourable Member, I was just stating to you what are the facts and what needs to happen. In terms of the level of consequence management that needs to happen, it's something else, including the responsibility probably of the provincial legislature in your oversight responsibilities. But at the very least that the MEC could do would be in instances where whether the conduct of councillors does not amount to contravention of the code of conduct, you know, and triggers of 139s and so forth. And at some point, when one looks at the number of municipalities where there have been non-compliance, look, some of these things must come as a very last resort, because we are enjoined by Section 41 of the Constitution. In whatever we do, we try, the law, the Constitution says, and the IGR framework also says we should engage. So we continue engaging. And as a last resort, where these engagements have failed, we resort to 139. And 139, because it becomes an intervention of last resort, it's sometimes regarded as coming too late. And part of what then happens with your 139 interventions is an interpretation to think that it's a silver bullet, it's a panacea. And sometimes people think that it comes with resources, and it's not necessarily true. So inherently, it's there in the Constitution, but it has its own shortcomings. There's the issue about the disaster management. Yes, I think we were here last week when we appeared, when there was, I think, that research engagement, but we also indicated even yesterday. The truth of the matter is that when the Disaster Management Center was closed in 2022, the Department of Labor would have made specific findings. We have made funding available to the implementing department, which is health. But because it deals with the entirety of their EMS that they also needed to refurbish, there are some limitations of funding on their part that they must deal with. But I personally went there, engaged with the project manager, as I said, and we have made adequate resources as expected from our side. They have appointed a service provider, but there are those issues about additional work that, because it is our scope of work, it's part of the overall work that needs to be done there. So it's not as if we can on our own go rogue and implement. And these are part of the frustrations we have. And same as what we said about policies and the Department of Public Works. But you see, honorable members, the issue about capacity constraints that we are talking about at the level of municipalities, chief fire officers that still needs to be appointed at some municipalities, yes. It might well be a compliance issue to say that they do not have chief fire officers. But what needs to be addressed are the basics in terms of resource in these municipalities. Some of these municipalities, and we can take an honest audit and find that the fire services in most municipalities are almost zero. And that is why you can employ chief fire officers. It doesn't mean that the chief fire officer, when there's fire, he will deal with the fire. And that's why in the meantime we said, let's get the basics right. We got all municipalities to register in terms of the law. We paid for their membership to belong to your fire associations. We entered into some MOUs with these fire associations to could say, in the event of fire, this is what we would want you to help as they build capacity. A month ago, the MEC would have provided, it might be a limited support, but we have to start somewhere. We gave them these vehicles in each of the districts, which were saying, your skid vehicles, which were saying, let at least there be some form of equipment that needs to respond to these fires. And then we would have entered into an arrangement with some NPOs to be able to do real-time interventions. But it is really going to be an exercise in building up adequate capacity within municipalities to deal with disasters and not just chief fire officers. The issue about the MPECs being functional vis-a-vis effectiveness. It's one thing to have an MPEC and for the MPEC to be having meetings, but I think the issue is about the effectiveness of those MPECs. Are they able to engage with the UIFs that are there and be able to make meaningful recommendations to council? And I think that's what the DDG was trying to talk about, to say maybe we are not getting some enough information, but we do not dispute the fact that they are there, chairpersons of MPECs. In February, we convened, working with the Treasury as well as the AGSA. We would have had some workshops with them, but I think even SALGA does something on an ongoing basis. But up and until we get to a situation where we have turned the corner, we can't say that the training is enough. Chair, I think the only one that I might have left is the indigent registers, but part of what still needs to be dealt with is municipalities having to have what we call cost-reflective tariffs. Because one of the challenges that we were picking in some of the municipalities is that they would be making tariffs and providing subsidies which are meant for indigents, but they would be cutting across. So it is important that they actually maintain an indigent register, and the people who are on the indigent register are indeed people who qualify to be on the indigent register, so that they don't subsidize even the likes of me who can afford to pay. But it's also an exercise that we're engaging with provincial treasury. Provincial treasury is able to go into these indigent registers of municipalities and pick up those who are on PESA. But we need something much broader than that, so that it becomes a live indigent register. Thank you, Chair. Maybe if there might be others that I've skipped, I will request that I should be enlightened about that one. There's the issue of roads, and you know, districts conduct what is called roads management systems, which means the conditions of all roads across the province. Districts have done that. They've given those results to all municipalities. Now, municipalities, when they do their IDPs, and when it comes to roads, part of what municipalities are to do is to make use of that REMS report as a baseline document, in planning to say this is where a road should be, so that they don't just plan to have a paving somewhere else that would not actually be addressing a road that is an access road, an economic artillery, and so forth. So, from their own MIG, they must then be able to could say, how do we prioritize? If our priority is water and sanitation, is understandable. But maybe before we go to, at the risk of being seen to be anti-sport, maybe before we have a sport facility, you might well say, don't we have some needs to actually deal with some roads? But also ring fence your 10% that is meant to deal with some issues of maintenance and refurbishment. We have tried also partnerships with the Department of community service roads and transport to assist. An example was in Mafube. We have also taken an unprecedented step as provincial government, Cogta, where we're saying we want to intervene in these roads. We are going to acquire material ourselves, because sometimes we give money to municipalities, it doesn't do what it is supposed to do. So we have actually taken the unprecedented steps of acquiring some road patching materials and so forth, intended for identified municipalities, just as means and ways of wanting to deal with the issue of roads. But we're saying maybe there's a need for a partnership between fleet management and municipalities. But when I raised the issue with fleet management was saying the majority of these municipalities are still owing us for vehicles that normally are used by, so they were saying, even before you start telling us to assist, let's resolve the historical debt. So it's not an easy thing, but I'm just being truthful. Thank you, Chair.
Actually, there's something that I didn't know, and that's that we have officials from National Cogta here today. Now, can I ask you to maybe just present them to the committee so we know and acknowledge them as well, because I didn't do that. So my apologies to them, but can you just introduce them, please?
No, thank you, Chair. Chair, next to me, it's Advocate Mpangani. She is actually the acting chief director in National DCOG, but she's responsible for the Free State. She has been part of the Free State landscape for quite some time. So she's the one next to me. I'm told that we also have DDG chain. He should be somewhere at the back there. But this is Gateko. DDG, for the benefit of...
He's standing, we can see him.
Yes, no, thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Members, I didn't say last round, but any questions?
Chair, just to my apologies for interjecting, Chair. I'm told that there is actually more than two, so I might not have seen others.
Are we missing someone?
Yeah, I will just request that they please introduce themselves. No, thanks, Chair. I think we are done. Thank you very much for the indulgence.
Have I gone through all the protocols? Have I observed all the protocols now? I want to ask this question, and maybe to the Auditor General. Every year in our, Section 71 reports, we hear about the issue of MSCOA compliance and municipalities not adhering to this compliance, not being compliant. From the auditors or the auditor's general view, how does that affect the whole audit process? Does it assist or not?
So when we receive the financial statements and we conduct that, so we raise our findings. Where it is non-compliant, it will result in qualification areas. But it does not necessarily hamper the audit process. I think it just goes over back to the municipalities.
No, thank you for that. Actually, just a reminder, there is resolutions taken by the National Council of Provinces during their provincial week visit here by the Free State delegation, and resolutions taken. I know that the provincial government, through the Premier, is busy with that, but can we maybe just get an indication when will we receive Cogta's reply on those recommendations? And then also the Human Rights Commission recommendations we made towards, amongst others, Cogta.
No, thank you, Chair. Chair, Firstly, I think the Premier did meet with the permanent NCOP members, and the agreement was that a consolidated Free State report will be submitted. It was duly submitted on the 24th of July through the Office of the Premier. So that has been done, Chair. It is not just Cogta and Office of the Premier, it's the provincial government consolidated report. It talks to all the resolutions raised. The one about the Human Rights Commission report, it's an ongoing exercise, and I'm sure the Human Rights Commission should have either presented here or. But truth be told, look, the investigations would have been conducted in November 2024. And then in February 2025, municipalities were given reports. We convened all municipalities in the Free State. We said to them, submit before deadline to the Human Rights Commission, give us proof of your submission. But when these reports go to council, you need to implement the remedial actions raised and on the findings and give portfolio of evidence. Municipalities would have, by and large, reported in terms of them having tabled them before council. But it's only 2 municipalities that would have given to the Human Rights Commission substantiated reports. I think we had a report last week that came from Setsoto, and I engaged with the provincial head of the Human Rights Commission. The second, well, whatever they did, they just recently went to council, but they have not given a substantive report. But we called technical, both political, technical, McLoggers, where we agreed with municipalities that in order for us to have a proper oversight, as and when you submit to the Human Rights Commission, copy us as well. But sadly, like I say, the percentage in terms of compliance, particularly on remedial actions, is not as good as it should be, Honorable Chair. But we will make available that report that we had, because it was also done in conjunction with the Human Rights Commission.
Honorable Mackay, last remark, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Because noting that National Cogta is here, I'd like to ask the department, the provincial department, you mentioned that you would be, without asking for a bailout for municipalities such as Mafube, maybe there is a mechanism or a tool, I don't sit in your department, so I'm not sure, where you could apply for national to assist in alleviating the debt of municipalities such as Mafube, Machabeng, because even if you sell in Machabeng and Kopanong to a certain extent, because even if you sell those towns, all private enterprises, everything included with the household, everything, you will never be able to cover the debt that they've got. So it's not going to get more, just the interest alone that occurs on a monthly basis or a yearly basis on that outstanding debt is more than what they could possibly recover in that specific year. And that's just their interest. So it'll just get worse and worse and worse. There must be a mechanism where if they comply to certain conditions, then National would be able to say, right, if you've done this and you've done this and you consistently keep up with it, isn't there a way that you could then say, right, they've obliged to the conditions, could National possibly bail them out? Because until that debt is removed, those municipalities will never function properly.
Chair, if honestly there was a will, and I'm saying this consciously, that I might well be making a career limiting move. Treasury came up with what we call Circular 124. Now, if a municipality that is admitted to this debt relief scheme It has 14 conditionalities, but maybe one of the most serious one is the one that says commit to paying your current account and then have an arrangement on how you deal with a payment plan with areas. But if you can consistently just comply, for 12 months you have a third of the debt written off. Now, I'm saying Machabeng, or let's take Maluti Apofung with 8 billion that it owes to ESCOM. And there's a DAA arrangement in place. If we were to get to a situation where at the very least they make payment of what they consume currently every month and for 12 months, it means on that plus minus 9 billion, 3 billion will be written off. And it would continue to the second year and so forth. So that in itself is an incentive in wanting to try and reduce the debt. Kopanong is an example. Kopanong owed ESCOM Val Central 760 million. They did the basics right. They signed a payment plan and they agreed into saying that we will be servicing our debt. They went to consumers and said, look, we will have an arrangement where don't put this money into your private separate account, but to ensure that it gets to be paid where it's supposed to go, you can do that. Out of that 760 million that they were owing, more than 640 was written off. So that's why I'm saying it's also about it's about leadership, it's about commitment, and it's about doing the basics. And if Machabeng could do what Kopanong has done, we would not be talking about the 7 billion plus that they owe to Val Central. Now, Val Central says the cost of just doing business with Machabeng is 62 million monthly. And Machabeng says, at the very most, be happy that we give you 30 million. I mean, something has to give in here. Thank you.
Thank you, HOD. I think, and we did want to get the closing remarks by the MEC, but he had to hang up. He's online. But I think MEC, yes, it's election year, but I don't think any of us sitting here wants to see that local government continues on this path. I think all of us want to see municipalities start working so that we can get stability in this province, either financial stability, economic stability, social stability. If our municipalities work, the Free State will work. And if we can only get municipalities, if we solve municipalities' problems, we solve 90% of the province's problems. That's the short and long of it. So I think all of us want to see municipalities start working, be successful. You are welcome to join us for, yes, join us. MEC, is that you?
Yes, Chair. And good afternoon. I have been here for quite some time.
Okay. I think all of us want to see.
I have followed the discussions, including the questions. There are quite a few issues that, firstly, let me appreciate and thank the honorable members for the engagement, including the questions that they have raised. I think the issue of the MPEX functionality has been put into context, Chair, in the same vein that we reported it yesterday. The second issue, Chair, deals with the issue of Mafube, which the issue of the municipalities is a running item at the level of the EXCO. And in Mafube, you only don't have to limit your take to the case as it relates to the rural maintenance. There's also elements of people where money is being paid into private accounts, and that money is not making its way into the municipality. It also deals with the responsibilities of the citizenry to pay. The administration that is there under the acting MM even if you check on the AG's reports, there are a number of things that are turning around in that institution. And it's a team led by a lady that requires our support. In terms of the yellow fleet that we spoke about to reinforce them, that is now with the government garage, and we are monitoring it to make sure that it comes as soon as possible. It's a matter that I, as the MEC, monitors on a weekly basis in terms of its progress, Chair. There was also an issue raised about Machabeng. And the report is quite clear that you are dealing with a municipality that has gone rogue, or either the mayor himself has gone rogue, because we have written to himself, to the mayor on a number of occasions, on the cooperation and comply with the financial recovery plan, including the team that is there. All the departments, without purporting to speak on behalf of the Treasury, but it's a joint team where the administration is not attending to the meetings, where the political leadership in that institution is really, doing something that they are not expected to do. Now, it's not like we're powerless. We do have instruments in law that we're applying, including the fact that this matter is an agenda item for the upcoming EXCO, which will include possible taking legal action to really deal and force the municipality to comply, because it is not up to the interpretation. It is not a question of whether they've got a choice or not. And there seems to be a number of issues where the mayor thinks he can do as he wishes. And compliance even with the issues of the agreement that was reached with the Val Central, we're part of through the IGR processes, where there's been no compliance, including the issue of the appointment of the senior managers, in particular the acting MM. So we will be acting on those particular issues. It's not that we are powerless, but within the spirit and the context of IGR, we really tried a number of avenues to get to have the municipality to turn around. Now, we acknowledge that there are challenges. Municipalities are challenged in the province, but you also must highlight that there are signs that we're beginning to turn the corner around, where municipalities are beginning to do the right things. And we hope that in the next couple of months, the situation will change. Of course, this is based on the incoming municipal councillors, whom we think will really lift on the positive that is currently, coming up, and as well as deal with areas where there's reluctance to correct what is wrong. Like I said yesterday, the department is really heavily involved, providing support to various municipalities to make sure that the stabilized and service delivery can continue. And in the main, these are historical problems that are very heavy, and where you deal with a culture of reluctance and resistance to bring about that required change. But like I said, we are not hopeless. We are not, helpless. We are making moves. Of course, being careful to the fact that we've got to follow the prescriptions of the law, with the understanding that when you deal with local government, it's highly regulated. Whatever steps and moves you take is important. Chair, as I conclude, this informed our attitude on the issues of the National Treasury, why we felt that the move is correct. It forces accountability, and no amount of excuse for service delivery will be enough to get us to move away from this particular aspect. It includes, Chair, looking at the possibilities of forcing both the elected and the appointed leadership, as in the municipal managers as well as the CFOs, to account as to how did we end up with a situation where Treasury withhold the equitable share, when the action plan required them to take steps that would have avoided this situation, when the action plan was clear and prescriptive in terms of which areas they need to be dealing with. So that aspect, Chair, is what is on our table, and we're dealing with it. So with those very few words, thank you very much, Chair, and thanks really for giving us the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, MEC. With those words, I think we are finished then. Department, you are welcome. All guests are welcome to join us for lunch. We will resume at 2 o'clock, not 3 o'clock as stated on the on the program, because we can start earlier with Mangoom. They said they are available. So we will start at 2 o'clock. And I just want to know, HOD, is there someone going to stay from your department for the session with the municipality, with the municipalities? Will someone be here as well?
There will be 2 officials that will be here. Thank you.
Good. This brings us to the end of this session then. Thank you very much.
So I just wanted to apologize for the delay. I was just helped at downstairs. We are starting with municipalities. We had briefings from different institutions in the morning. The first municipality that would be
Thank you, Chair. Chair, just before you start, there was an announcement earlier made that the Mayor of Letsimeng had apologized, would not be able to attend the committee hearing, and we have just received one from the Mayor of Mangaung. The committee then resolved to not see Letsimeng because they needed the mayor to be present. And if the precedent was set on the principle that the mayor needs to account that Letsimeng cannot be seen today and will be then seen at a different occasion, the same should account for Mangaung. The committee then resolved to not see Letsimeng because
I may not be privy to the decision. I was not there. Yeah, I just wanted to check maybe on the advice of the technical staff, the schedule. Are we going to have the opportunity to bring them? I'm just thinking, because remember they won't be here after November.
No, Chair, it is true that we took that decision, but whilst we were on the break, your co-chair and myself, we were taken into confidence. Partly what you are saying, but also the program of the legislature being very tight given the political program in the country, which I think we need to be sensitive towards, I think us as members who are part of this committee, it is evident that other members consistently have not been coming to the committee work. So we may want to revisit that decision because it was a political decision. It had nothing to do with the law or any technical reasons. It was us who said, given the gravity of the challenges in municipalities, would want these mayors to be present. But I think that we can, Chair, request you to open it and then we engage and consider in the light of this advice and guidance. Thanks.
Thanks. In fact, that's when I talked about that time. It's based on the political program from political parties that I know that some political parties have already said they're not going to allow members to go outside the country from now up until elections. So part of it may also be further instructions from political parties to say that scale any other program and focus on elections. And what are we going to do? I was just thinking about that. Maybe if we can just get an advice someday. I don't know whether are you amenable to.
Chair, if I may, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. You can't allow the one and not allow the other. So if a decision was taken on the one, in all fairness and transparency, everybody should be treated equally and fairly. So if we are not going to allow Letsimeng, we cannot allow Mangaung. They must come back at a different time when the mayor is available.
So if we say, let Letsimeng come and Mangaung come. No. Honorable Meko, let's have it being a discussion. Maybe let's get an advice in terms of the program, the Chairman. Possibilities of having this session, or should you come before? Yeah?
Chairperson, I think we must just first excuse the municipality before we discuss it, and then.
Oh yes. I'm sorry. I just become oblivious to their presence.
Good evening to the team of Mangaung. City Manager, welcome to our meeting. We had a discussion about the apology of the mayor, but we decided to continue with you, so we can also get to the space where we engage on the issues highlighted by the Auditor General, amongst others. So you are welcome. If you can maybe just give us an indication who will be making presentations and answering questions, so we can do the necessary oaths and affirmations.
Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, honorable members. I will be making the presentation. I must just apologize for the Executive Mayor. He has been called to an urgent meeting in Joburg. But the entire team here, I think we can just introduce ourselves. The entire team will be responding to questions as they come. We'll start with the CFO here. We'll introduce ourselves.
Let's start with you. You can administer. We can administer the oath, and then we go on.
Okay.
With the rest.
Chair, is it just the MM?
It appears that everyone's going to make presentations, so you can do.
Okay, I'll then start on your end. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
May you please stand for me?
Okay.
Will you be taking an oath or an affirmation?
I'll be taking an oath.
And do you consider this oath binding on your conscience?
Yes, I do.
Please state your full names for the record.
My name is Lomore. I'm the City Manager, Mangaung.
Do you swear what you're about to tell the committee is the truth and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you, Ntate Moe. Afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Will you be taking an oath or an affirmation?
I'll be taking an oath.
And do you consider this oath binding on your conscience?
Yes, I do.
Please state your full names for the record.
My name is Zuziwe Tekisho.
Do you swear what you're about to tell the committee is the truth and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you, Mayor Tekisho.
Thank you.
Sir?
Afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Will you be taking an oath or an affirmation?
An oath?
And do you consider this oath binding on your conscience?
I do.
Please state your full names for the record.
My name is James Blair.
Do you swear what you're about to tell the committee is the truth and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
MM, is that it? Or
That's it. Good.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Pusilitsu. MM, we're going to allow you 15 minutes for your presentation because we want to have enough time. We actually still have 4 more municipalities after you. 1 and 2, we want to have enough time for members to engage on your presentations and other matters. So over to you. There you go.
Thanks very much. As you are correctly stating, we did send about a 116-page presentation. So I'll talk just to salient points on the summarized version of the presentation. Our AFS were reviewed and endorsed by National Treasury. Maybe I'm talking now to the AFS preparation process plan. The process was adopted by our executive management team. The CFO is the one that is executing our plans and plays a control and an oversight on our EFS. So we can say also that there is quality improvements. Only 3 corrections were made in 2025 in comparison to 13 corrections made in 2024. The EFS are fairly present the financial position and performance of the city. So all our qualifications are not on financials but possible misstatements based on control issues in other directorates, if I may just state it that way. In terms of our financial performance share for SF June 2026, our revenues are around 10 billion. but we have spent about 11 billion with a deficit of about 380 million. So in terms of cash in the bank, we've got about 1.4 billion as cash in the bank for the city. It's an overview of conditional grants as well. The neighborhood development grant 2024-25 is about 1.7 billion. The actual, the adjustment was about 2 billion. 2 million, sorry. Public transport infrastructure is about 13, but the adjusted is about 78 as well in that level. The USDG is about 456 million, so we have kept it at 456 at adjustment level. ISU PG or informal settlement grant at about 183 from the actuals and about 223 on the adjustment. Disaster grant at about 11 million and the same amount for adjusted amounts. Infrastructure human settlement grant 11 million at actual, about 33 million at adjustment, and provincial human settlement grant at about 1.8 million, so it remained the same. We have also made just a comparison between on-city sustainability. Mangaung spends in comparison to Buffalo City and Nelson Mandela Bay, who are spending between themselves 25% and 17%. We are spending about 50% as basis for cash to salary. So our salary bill is extremely high. Maybe let me just run. In terms of receivables, we are comparing 5 years period. In 2020, in terms of our debtors, we had about 6 billion. But now in 2025, it has doubled. It's about 12 billion. So Mangaung is owed mostly by residents. In 2025, at about 8 billion, in comparison to 2020, which was about 3 billion. So we have high debt from residents. I might also touch on government. In 2020, it was about 1.7. Now it's about 2.2. So the debt keeps on rising, but what we are getting as a city, as you will see as the presentation goes, is far lesser. Our collection rate, calculated based on year-on-year growth in debtors gross, in June 2020 it was 77%. Our collection rate in June 2025 is 70%. You'll see there is a lot of variance in between. 2021, for instance, it was 80%, 2023 at 72%. So it varies, but it also is part of the growing unemployment in the country generally. And I would say that the declining industrialization in our city in particular. Ratio of expenditure by type against total OPEX. So in 2023, about 2.2 billion for employee-related costs, but in 24-25 is about 2.6 billion. So other values are explained in the tables as per what we have submitted to yourself. Then in terms of our material irregularities, is about 26 MIs. One has been converted into a certificate of debt. So in terms of progress that we are making, 7 of them taking appropriate actions, 3 on recommendations, 3 on remedial actions responded to, awaiting AGSA assessment report. The matter of COD has been referred for legal review. 12 on referral to other Chapter 9 institutions. Audit qualifications is 5. Revenue, which is now we are at 90% progress in resolving it. Bulk purchases 35%. Commitments 80%. Impairments 20%. We are a bit sluggish in terms of overtime because of a variety of reasons, including the labor-related issues. The audit action plan, as reflected, audit qualifications, you can check above. UIFW, MPEC and FDB at work. Target is 7 billion to be investigated by 31 August 2026. Then in progress have been cleared new risk extent of contract extensions in June. So we have set a framework through which we are going to resolve some of these issues. Impairment is being dealt with, report expected 21 August, in time before finalization and signing of all EFS. Then progress on audit action plan. Policy has been developed, pending council approval. Shift system has been introduced to cap overtime expenditure. As I reflected, there has been to and fro between us and labor on the issues of overtime. But we have kept overtime hours now to about 30 hours. I think when we came in, it was at around varying between 100, 120 hours. So we have put it at 30 hours. That's where we also still expect people to make submissions. We are not just doing a blanket approval of 30 hours. So in terms of impairment of assets, qualification, conditional assessment is conducted. We approved a standard impairment of assets policy. This was a clause in the assets management policy. We designed a template to log all incidents on PPE. This will enable analysis to determine if impairment has been triggered. We have intentionally increased the allocation of budget towards maintenance. It was less than 2%. We have moved towards 6% now as the metro. So depending on the availability of resources, we'll keep on improving that. Water losses, we are doing processes or projects in relation to water balancing. We have resolved non-billing issues that were accounted for as non-revenue water. Universal formula approved by WRC. Clear definition of non-revenue and unaccounted for water. So in terms of services charges qualification, we have introduced a flat rate billing for areas that are unmetered and those uneconomical to read, to reduce the issue of estimated billing. I think it was one of the big problems. A process of registering townships to ensure existence of townships for billing purposes, capturing of OTPs to create accounts for billing purposes, metering of unmetered areas, issue of certificates of services by service delivery departments to ensure billing when services are available. We have introduced a system-based indigent applications verification through 12 CAATS procedures and approval. Delegations now assigned to CM, whilst debt write-off remains with council. Then on the qualification of commitments, alignment of registered, maintained separately by SCM and contract sections, migration of contracts registered to e-document management system, OBIT to ensure single database to tender awards, contract management and contractor performance assessment. Management representation to clarify panels, race-based contracts and how this translates into commitments. Then in terms of the SDB overview, we have broken it into the 5 preceding years as well. You know that in 2021, the city could only achieve 35% of its objectives. 22, it was set around 52%, 23 at 58%, 24 at 61%, and 25 at 58%. So there's been market improvement over the last 5 years in terms of the SDBIP targets. Then in terms of service delivery, there is multiple infrastructure failures, but that doesn't mean that we are not paying any attention, particularly in relation to infrastructure. According to National Treasury, it was noticeable that in 2024, that the municipalities will be hit by a deficit on the operating budgets of 24-25 financial year because their total operating expenditure was increasing at a rate that is higher than their revenue projections. So this situation has persisted even in 25-26. It is also very apparent that financial crisis can lead to a breach of either financial obligations or service delivery obligations. It is further understood that the emphasis in FMA is on financial obligations. This emphasis is logical in an act that deals with financial management. the burden of establishing a breach of service delivery obligations would usually be harder to meet for following reasons, as both a legal and technical matter, establishing exactly what the...
City Manager, 3 minutes. Thank you.
Okay. I'm running, Chair. Okay, so just in essence, we are saying that service delivery, when you have budget deficits, the likelihood is that will also impact on service delivery broadly. And that means that there are other rights, such as your environmental rights, that will also be impacted in the process. So we are showing pictures here of some of service delivery failures, including issues in relation to vandalism. We have serious levels of vandalism of our service delivery infrastructure, both for Mangaung as well as St. Like people are stealing almost everything. We've got serious challenges on our roads. 70% of our network is in very poor condition. We have tried to apply for budget facility for infrastructure in that regard, because our own funding is not even a third of what we would require to repair the roads, or let alone to build new roads. But there's been work that we are doing as the city with what we have, and we have listed here some of the new infrastructure that we have started to create. Let me talk to the financial recovery plan. Is under review currently with National. We have moved, Chair, if I may say, we're at around 62% with financial recovery plan, and what has been now reviewed takes us out of the first stage of financial recovery, but we are still stuck there. We want to move into stabilization and ultimately progress better with the reviewed FRP. In terms of assessment, on governance, 40% achieved. On institutional, 79% achieved. On financial, 86% achieved. And on service delivery, about 53%. That's the assessment by National Treasury. I want to run quicker now, Chair. There are turnarounds that have been introduced in our interface with National. On financial management, addressing policy and SOP gaps, institutionalized cash flow management and building reserves. We developed a detailed policy of creditors' payments, so we are now certainly within that 30 days that we are supposed to be on, except if there are major issues. We have developed policy on prevention and identification of UIFW, budget monitoring. So first time OPEX, not overspending. We have improved SCM turnaround. Challenges remain execution of procurement plan or meeting deadlines. Institutional review of delegations of powers, we have established an ombudsman office. I think you would have noted that there are items that goes frequently to council in relation to how we want to make the ombudsman function. Functional APC and risk committee, active FDB. We have developed contracts management policy, which we hope it will be approved by 30 October. Full adoption of M-Score, which is part of bigger strategy of digitization, automation, and integration. So the review of RP is aligned and actionable with high level. Thank you very much.
Thank you, City Manager. Thank you for the presentation. Let's go over to discussions. I see no hands, so we finish. No, I'm kidding. Honourable Foko, Honourable Pretorius, Honourable Mackay, Honourable Leach. Okay, let's start going down from Honourable Foko all the way down to Honourable Meku.
Thank you very much. Let me welcome the presentation that is before us by Mangaung Local Metro Municipality Chair. My first question, Chair, to municipality is that in their presentation, Chair, they talked about the high salary bill. I just want to understand, maybe bring me on your boat so that I must understand. Is it that because of the actings, because there are more actings on the high positions that are in your institution, from your GMs to, I think, senior managers? So how are you going to deal with that matter? And then the other one is overtime that you were referring to in your presentation, that there are engagement between yourself and the labor movement that is there, about 30 hours overtime. So how are you going to handle that one? Thank you very much, Chair.
Chairperson, thank you. With your permission, I would like to first let my colleague, Honourable Mackay and Honourable Pretorius go first, if that's in order.
Thank you, Chair. Get that thing closer.
In American politics, they say, I yield to my colleague to the left.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I have several questions, so I hope we don't have just one round, because otherwise you're going to hear my voice for the next 20 minutes. I'll start with the not so obvious ones, but are very important. I think you'd agree with me that this municipality is in a financial crisis. It says so in your presentation. And the crisis is normally, if you look at most crises, is because of there's a lack of progress or fixtures from previous historical. You claim UIF as one of the reasons, various other reasons. But the problem is there seems to be an alignment problem. And when I say alignment problem, with senior management as well as salaries, which you mentioned yourself, you've got a high salary cost. But yet, from 2023 to now, your HODs, including yourself, have got an increase on salary of more than 545,000 Rand per year. With a municipality in financial crisis, I battle to understand that. You yourself said there's inequalities and etc., but I mean the difference between your pay and somebody that works for you is a huge difference. So I can't understand where 545,000 Rand per HOD and yourself included justifies. I'd like to hear that justified. And then regarding the disciplinary requests that have been put in place, because obviously there's problems within the management line. Why were those requests to the Institute disciplinary proceedings against Dr. T.K. Tuhunda, the HO Community Service, and Mr. Itumeleng Revelation Matsobeng, the HOD of Infrastructure and Engineering, not tabled before Council? Who took that decision to withhold them from the Council? What legal basis or legal opinion, if any, justified that decision? Please, can you provide us a copy of such legal opinions? And then have these disciplinary requests been withdrawn, deferred, or ignored? And if so, by whom and for what reason? Furthermore, does the executive mayor, speaker, city manager, and any official accept preventing council from considering these matters undermines council's statutory oversight responsibilities? Then moving on to the declaration of interest. When last was the declaration of interests actually investigated? Are all Section 56, 57 managers and designated officials required to submit annual declarations of financial interest? And how many of these officials were required to do so during the last financial year? How many complied to the prescribed deadlines, and how many failed to submit the declarations, and what disciplinary actions were taken against those who failed against? Then to go down to, obviously that includes your conflict of interest, so you can sort that out, and verification, investigations, and enforcements. If the officials did not comply, and where they did not comply, that all seeks to speaking to your management style. And then it's rumored that the municipality is going to propose a 350 million Rand overdraft or loan in the ensuing council meeting, citing non-receipt of the equitable share. There has been an announcement from Treasury since that equitable share will be given to those municipalities that have complied and will be complying. So I would like to know, first of all, are you one of those municipalities that are complying? Because we haven't got a list from Treasury yet. And if you are complying, will you still be making the application for the loan or for the increased overdraft? And if you do the application for the overdraft, how is the municipality in this financial crisis going to service that loan or debt or overdraft? Because you're battling to do it, you're battling to even service your current liabilities and your current debts. So how are you going to do that? You're pushing yourself, you're digging a hole deeper and deeper. There's an old English saying, it says you can't dig your way out of a hole, because that's what you're doing, in my opinion. Okay, and then the last one for now, Mr. Chair, hopefully we do get another round. The last one for now, you have answered the overtime. The interest and the penalties, the Free-State's waste and expenditure includes millions in interest and penalties and interest, including 5.2 million to the Vaal Central Water and 4.2 to Sala Pension Fund. Why are those basically statutory and contractual obligations not being met on time to avoid these costs? Thank you for now, Mr. Chair.
Let's do it like this. Let's take this answers for now, first round of answers, so we don't lose all the questions. So let's do it like that. Then I'm going to allow Honourable Pretorius and Honourable Leach and Honourable Meku the next round, and then thereafter we will do the second round. So let's get the first set of replies.
Thank you so much, Honourables, for the opportunity to present the responses. The CM will, of course, round up on the responses we will be providing. I would like to start with the last questions and move up with the questions that had been asked. The last question that came is on the fruitless and wasteful expenditure with regards to the interest payments to Vaal Central and Sala. And I wish to state that indeed, when looking at our registers, we do have the interest charges. Mangaung has an arrear account with Vaal Central, which started at 603 million as at February 2024, which we entered into a repayment plan with them of 35 million every 4 months, which the city has been fulfilling. The interest on Vaal Central is on an accrual basis. It's not interest paid. It is interest charged as a result of the arrear account that we have with them. You would realize that in the financial statements for 30 June 2025, Vaal Central gave the city a write-off of 275 million of accumulated interest since that agreement was entered into. And we are expecting a write-off of the interest accumulated from 1 July 2025 to 30 June 2026, as in terms of the agreement with them. If we are fulfilling our obligation of paying the monthly account with Vaal Central and stick to the commitment of paying the 35 million on the old data that already cited of 603 million that we started the repayment plan with, they are keen to write off the interest. Therefore, it came as a result of the fact that, as we indicated, the city experienced financial distress from 2017, and it continued to a point where there was a provincial intervention that escalated into the cabinet intervention that is still in place. And luckily for us, we're able to stop those challenges and agree on the settlement. In as far as Sala is concerned, also, Honourables, this matter is an old matter. In 2017, the commission responsible for the pension funds indicated that there were deficits across the board of pension funds, where they agreed then to increase the contributions of the employer and the employees to make up for that deficit. We found a challenge in Mangaung that, despite the fact that the announcement was made in 2017 to change the contributions from the 1st of April of 2018, there was a delay in the implementation of the changes in the contributions by the city. Then, as we're doing the recons, it came out that the adjustments was never done for a period of 5 years. That led to the interest that was charged by Salam. And that interest was paid February of 2025. And because it was an actual flow of cash in the form of interest that could have been prevented if we implemented the changes on time, that has now been reported in the UIFW register of the city, and it has been referred already to the Financial Disciplinary Board for investigation to look at the people that are responsible for the failure to adjust the premiums in time to avoid that interest. So indeed, our register is big, but we are coming from 875 in that register, which as the 30 June 2025, I think it was sitting with a balance of 175. We have accumulated as a result of these arrears on Val Central, but we are busy finalizing. But as I indicated, we are hoping to get the write-off from Val Central. We are trying our level best. I think if you're looking at our detailed presentation, we have gone to task to detail in terms of all the measures that had been put in place to ensure that we pay the accounts on time and prevent the interest in these major accounts. But I'm happy to state to this committee that Mangaung doesn't owe Val Central, except for the arrears that we are busy servicing with the 35 million. We are paying our accounts on time by the 7th. In actual fact, as I'm sitting here, we have an invoice that is due on the 7th of August from Val Central that will be serviced. And in terms of the pension funds, your UIF or your salary deductions, we really don't owe any third parties in that regard, and we are no longer incurring those interest charges. Then I'm going to go to the next question on overdraft and the equitable share and whether the city has complied with the requirements from National Treasury. I will start with the correspondence from Treasury, and I won't be long in responding to this. Mangaung sat with two demands from Treasury. Number one, it is consequence management. Number two, it is the failure to reduce the UIFW register, which indeed we responded to Treasury as we've been responding on all the letters that they have issued to the city. The correspondence that we have gave us 3 deadlines, which was the 30 June, the 31 July, and the October, to come up with a plan that will deal with the 2 things, which is consequence management and the reduction of the UFW. From the presentation of the CM, we have a detailed action plan and a program of MPEC in terms of investigating the 12.9 billion of UFW reported. Now, we had to do, Mangaung was due to receive 530 million of equitable share on the 7th of July, which was not transferred. We did an analysis of the impact of the holding back of that equitable share in the cash flow projections of the city, and we realized that the city, if the equitable share doesn't get transferred by end of July, by end of August, September, I think the worst case scenario in terms of the compliance demands from National Treasury, we projected that the early release would be from the 31st of October, meaning that from the plan of MPEC and the plan of the FDB, the city would fulfill the requirements of Treasury, especially the consequence management, only at that time as due to the investigations that needed to be complied with. But we already indicated here that the city had a balance of 1.4 billion cash in reserves, and when we did the cash flow projections, we realized that the city will only run out of cash around November if the collection rate doesn't improve, because in June our collection rate also substantially dropped from the average of 80 in the preceding 2 months of the 25-26, and the collection was actually about 63% for June as we're determining it, 63% the average collection for June, which was the lowest in the 12 months of 25-26, and we believe that it has to do with the fact that Treasury announced the withholding of the equitable share, and people really pulled back as well on raising some issues that they may have at the level of household and business with the action of Treasury. But we then, as we're looking at the cash flow projections, we proposed to the Finance Committee that we don't want to see the city plunging into zero cash. Let's rather make provision. The Mangaung doesn't have any bank overdraft in the current arrangement with our banker. and it became necessary, as we're looking at MFMA Section 45, that you can have an overdraft facility just to, as a rainy day reserve for utilization, but I already presented to this committee, the likelihood of that overdraft being utilized earlier than 1 November 2026 was not there, because the 1.4 billion and the average collection rate that I reduced to 60% just to ensure that we don't become over-optimistic, we're still going to come through. We are still pleading with the council tomorrow that let the bank account of the city have the overdraft facility for in case, but we know that it won't be utilized. The question came from the Finance Committee to say, if the equitable share doesn't get released and you use that overdraft facility, how are you going to service it? And the answer was quite easy, that we are not projecting cash flow deficit based on the cash flow statement as per the approved budget. But if we don't get the release of the equitable share from November, we're going to have challenges. So the answer to the question was, if equitable share then gets released in November as we projected, then we will be closing that overdraft facility by the equitable share that is part of the cash flow projection. So it's basically where you are putting a facility with the intention of satisfying or meeting the obligation of that facility by the equitable share that is part of your cash flow. So we're opening that window that if there's a trouble, then you can use the overdraft. If the equitable share gets released, then the overdraft must be paid up by the transfer that would have received. But we believe that with the correspondence we received today from Treasury, the equitable share will be released tomorrow to Mangaung of 530 million. But as I'm saying, my honorable, that it doesn't break anything for council to approve the facility. The recommendation of the Finance Committee was actually going further to say if that overdraft facility will be utilized, the CM and the CFO must inform the executive mayor and also allude to how it will be paid up, because it will come up with interest charges as it is a credit facility. But we want to have it as part of the bank, the contract we have with the bank, but clearly it won't be utilized because the risk of equitable share being withheld longer than the 30 days, which is now being released tomorrow, the utilization is not going to be a challenge. Then I would like to get into the, maybe on the compliances. The plan that we have, honorables, was clearly indicating that Mangaung was not going to comply with the condition of consequence management by 31 July. It was only going to start with the progress of consequence management once the MPEC first report reaches council. Now, in the schedule of MPEC, from the total of 12.9 billion of UFW, 8.9 billion is unauthorized expenditure. And from that 8.9 billion of unauthorized, 5.4 billion is non-cash items. And in looking at MFMA Circular 68, it guides clearly that non-cash items do not have consequences, because you can't hold people responsible, because it's got to do with the budget that must be dealt with to ensure that you don't under budget for depreciation and the impairment. You must fully budget so that your tariff must be reflective of the cost of providing that service, including the loss of value of the infrastructure. So a huge amount of that 8.9 is non-cash items. We also have about 1.2 billion, if I round it off, it is 1.3 billion of 2019 and 2020. That is emanating from the bid committees in Mangaung that were not duly constituted. We had a BAC that didn't have an SCM practitioner. When looking at Section 29 of SCM regulations, it outlines the members of the BAC, and we had that challenge. All the awards made by the bid education committee were then declared as irregular by Auditor General. Now, those are the two reports that are going to council, and again, there will be no consequences to whomever is responsible for the appointment of the bid committees, because there was a clarification provided by National Treasury with regards to, in a case where you've got staff shortages and people serving in multiple other committees, how the city should deal with that. So you can see just from the two reports that are going to MPEC on the 4th of August, yes, you'll realize that we are dealing already with about 6.7 billion of the 12.9, which is taking us closer. Treasury wants about 60% must be dealt with, and we start with the consequences. Then immediately, once those 2 items that are big are taken out of the register and recommended to council for write-off, we are starting with the irregular, where indeed there will be consequences for those that did not follow supply chain and any other underlying reasons for the 3.4 billion of irregular expenditure that was incurred by the city. So we anticipated in any way that we won't get our equitable share by 31 July. The earliest that we projected was 1st September, because we would have done that work. But we thank the fact that at least National Treasury understands the implications, and that they decided now to release. On the declaration of interest, I'm not going to respond to that. I think the CM will cover us. Then I will look into the financial crisis that you are referring to. I think Mangaung, more than it has a financial crisis, we've got financial governance issues, because the money is there. We don't have issues of cash flow and inability to pay creditors and suppliers. The problem that we're having is governance, where there's a lot of financial ill discipline across the directorates of the city that had led to all these unauthorized expenditures that I'm speaking about. So yes, and the alignment issues, but as the CM's presentation was outlining, we have analyzed where the problem is coming from. And we believe that in the case where there is lack of clarity in terms of the processes, then you find all these issues manifesting themselves. So we invested a lot of time in 25 to develop procedures and policies. I think Finance Committee just in the council meeting of 29 June, there were 4 policies that were part of that agenda to address and close the gaps that were identified. But I'm safe to say, looking at the payment culture and the payment terms, we are really paying within the 30 days that we have, because, and we always say, myself and the CM, that we don't have a problem of cash. HODs must commit within the budgets, and they must submit complete documents to make payment easy. Then my last one will be on salary bill. This is a very difficult space to navigate. You're looking at the AG's report, and you're looking at the angle they are coming in. When you, in your guidelines for this meeting, we requested us to do the trend analysis. In the trend analysis, it shows that Mangaung is within the range in terms of the employee cost as a percentage of your total OPEX. We are hovering between 24%, never at 30%, and you know the minimum is 25% to 33%. We are even below that minimum. The problem we have as a city is when you're looking at the cash that comes in against the cash that we pay in the form of salaries, which is now translating to that 50%, meaning from the monies that we're collecting, 50% of that goes to the payment of the salaries. But it is not translating that our salary bill is quite high. Yes, when you're looking at it in detail, especially your UIFW, you'll find that what causes the employee budget to be overspent in Mangaung, it is the acting allowance that the Honorable has spoken about. I think half of the city is acting, literally. When I'm looking at the acting allowances, we've got about 1,200 people that are in acting capacity. And we are dealing with this issue of organogram at the level of the EMT to find ways of resolving it to ensure that we've got an ideal organogram. Mangaung is supposed to have an organogram of between 3,500 and 4,200 number of employees based on the population and the services that we are rendering. But the city is sitting, the organogram is proposing an 8,900 number of people working for the city. And hence we had a revised organogram that was approved by council, which is currently sitting at about 4,200. But we still have a high vacancy rate, even at the total staff complement of 4,200, which is now leading to this continued acting. But if you're looking at the notice board of Mangaung in terms of the advertising of positions, we are really trying our level best to fill, especially your critical positions and in areas where you need professionals, like in the engineering sector and in the finance directorate. You'll recall last year I presented to this committee that we are using consultants to prepare financials, and we've approved an exit plan for Mangaung to have its own team that prepares the financials. So all those things are taken care of. So those will be the responses that I'm providing. I think I have given much that I can. Over time, the CM will cover. I've left that, and the issues of maybe on the salary bill, I think there was a question raised on HOD's salaries that increased by 544,000 last year. That increase was not an increase per se. when the HODs were appointed, they were placed on the minimum notch. And upon providing the proof of the years of service, if you're looking at the upper limits, it would state that if you've been in an executive position for over 7 years, you can be in the maximum. So it came as a result of the adjustment after we provided our records of work experience. Then an item was presented to council to say the CFO must be on maximum because she has 18 years experience as the CFO in local government. That adjustment came from that. But in as far as I can respond, maybe the CM will then add to that. Thank you.
Before you continue, what is the cost of employment, total cost of employment to the budget?
2.9 billion,
Percentage-wise?
24%.
24%.
There's a slide there that deals with the trend analysis.
Thank you. Sorry, please continue.
No, thanks. If I may, maybe just add in terms of what the CFO has raised with regard to salaries of executive managers. I'll make an example, Honorable McKay. HOD Technical Services as a general manager was earning about 1.9 million, 1.8, 1.9. I'm just making an example. He gets offered a position of HOD, which is 1.4 million. So you can see already that those accounting to him are already earning above him. And how does he accept an offer that is below what he was getting, yet he's taking a much senior position? Maybe just to give it a context, the salaries at which the HODs were put at are salaries that previous HODs were earning. But what was on the offer, as the CFO reflected, the minimal, actually some of the managers would even have earned higher than the HODs, let alone the general managers. So on accepting their appointment letters, of course, they were given a chance to counter what was offered. And countering what was offered, I think the CFO explained that they had to give reasons in line with the regulations why they should not be at that mini levels. We should actually counter the principle of equal work, equal pay for equal work. So I'm just saying to you that the current HODs were not put at higher salary level, including the city manager, than what the previous people who were holding positions were in. They were just put there. And I can safely say that amongst the metros, Mangaung is paying the lowest in terms of their executive management. I think it's something that can be confirmed. We did not go beyond. There are levels that Cogta has proposed as well in terms of the metros, in terms of their income as metros. So we are basically as a level 7 metro earning at that level. We are not earning above that. So it's not an increase. It's you get an offer. It's just that the item was tabled later in council. But almost every HOD countered what was offered to say, how do I leave a post that pays 1.8 for a post that pays 1.4 when it's supposed to be a promotional position without really delving deep into these issues? It wouldn't have made sense for anyone. In fact, some of the HODs were saying, I will decline this position. How do I earn less than what I was earning as a general manager? So the council had to come to that conclusion to say, let's do equal pay for equal work. I also wanted to touch on the issue of overtime. We have introduced the shift system. When new leaders of labor came in place, they disputed the agreements that we had with the previous leadership. So that really put us in a seriously difficult position But we can safely say now that in our engagements with labor, we are swiftly moving into the situation of shift system for Mangaung. We are just in a process now to add more general workers, because that's the main issue that was withholding us, because when you implement the shift system, you've got to have numbers. We'll not have sufficient numbers, but the numbers that we are having, that we are now going to try and implement by August, will augment the numbers that we currently have, and it will cut into the overtime. Yes, we have cut overtime drastically, but here and there we have to deviate because of the challenges, but we don't deviate extremely. At most, we can add 10 more hours in terms of the 30 that we have approved. So we are slowly cutting into that. But part that the CFO perhaps didn't touch on, we've got a top-heavy structure that we are working on. The new organogram cuts, I think, about 7 general managers. So we are cutting the chiefs so that we can have more resources directed to the lower levels. But what we are also picking, which is the main issue in relation to salaries, is a legacy issue where people were motivating to get paid at a higher level. The manager, I'll just make an example. The manager is supposed to be remunerated at level 4, but you find majority of managers are remunerated at level 3. And those who are supposed to be, it's like that. There's been a chain type of salary approvals, but as we implement the new structure, we are also looking at offering people what they are supposed to be getting, not what they previously were getting. So you find that it's top heavy, with people at the top earning seriously higher, the managers in particular, some of them earning at the levels that I've explained of general managers. So we are dealing with that. It's a legacy issue. You are not going to chase someone out of his job of level 3, but when that person leaves, then you know the next person that you employ must be employed at the correct level, which is level 4. Let me just, sorry. I think that talks to the whole issue of alignment. Last 2 weeks also we held our own strategic session where we were talking about the issues of alignment. Just talking general to the issues of the budget vis-a-vis the outputs that we have as a metro. We are now starting to align the outputs to individuals and to strategies and to the budget. We identify that sometimes we have warm bodies where there is not even any form of allocations. So as we do the alignments and the placements, we are also looking into that, where warm bodies will be expected to perform optimally. Where there are gaps, people, I think there is a consideration of a placement policy in line with the adopted structure to ensure that everyone that works works maximally at the municipality. I think the CFO touched on the issues of disciplinary processes. A whole lot of consequence management will depend on the issues of disciplinary processes. The weakness in Mangaung, if I may say to this committee, we have serious backlogs in terms of disciplinary cases. There are people that have been suspended for quite some time. So I've put together a team from different departments now to say, you are going to work as prosecutors, you are going to work as presiding officers to deal with the backlog. So it's about the normal discipline, is also about how we made the financial disciplinary board also to function effectively. As the administration, we have also been pushing. I think the CFO spoke about the back-to-back meetings that are going to be held by also the MPEC. So we are pushing the issue of consequence management. We are putting the issue of discipline. We have already alleged to many senior managers, and I must say we have also alleged to those that were serving the city during intervention period. We have written to National Treasury and Cogta to say, during the time when your officials were working for the municipality, here are the transgressions that have happened. So you would note that our processes stems back from 2016. It's not just processes of the current administration. So we are dealing with that backlog. We have already alleged, we have given to the disciplinary board, we have given to MPEC what we think needs further handling. So there is a whole lot that is unfolding as part of what the CFO explained, which is part of us now meeting the requirements of Treasury. So we are pushing structures even where we don't have sufficient control. But we push the executive mayor so that he can push the other structures that the administration cannot push. The matter of 2 HODs have been referred to the motions and petitions subcommittee, but we have also referred to the higher political structures to say here is motions that have been submitted will be guided by yourselves. Myself as the city manager can only push up to that level and then await other processes. But we'll give attention to this 2 motions, but I know they've been discussed at the motions and petitions subcommittee. Perhaps that's the information I may need to find. Where did these 2 motions end up? In terms of declaration of interest, I know I've been submitting, but I kindly request this committee to give me a chance to consolidate who has been submitting and who has not been submitting in terms of senior managers. So in terms of actings, Honorable Foko, I think the CFO touched on it. There is a balancing act. From a layman's perspective, someone will say, you have people acting in positions, but we are not filling these positions. But at technical level, we know that cost to company when you are acting is far lesser than when we confirm the positions as permanent. We now carry everything that has to do with the position, whereas when you are acting, we just give you an acting allowance. You still carry the work in terms of your substantive position. But I think we have advertised several positions. We'll be advertising several other positions, because what we are also saying is that whereas we are busy paying people actings and overtimes, some of these resources need to be directed to filling of the position. So we have cut some of the actings. There is an outcry from some corners. Some people are even saying, I'm not going to do this other job. So there is a give and take in the process. You collapse the institution, or you collapse the acting at some instances. At some instances, we'd say that rather let's collapse the acting, and we'll see how we survive as an institution. Thanks very much.
Honourable Pretorius, Honourable Leach, Honourable Maker, would you also like a bite?
Yes, Chairperson, thank you very much. I think
Sorry, just Honourable Maker, you too.
You noted the panel.
Okay.
And I don't know why you changed it, Honorable Lichi and them.
Okay,
I'm
Honourable
still at the
Pretorius,
panel
please
and I'm
continue.
still there.
Thank you, Chairperson. Yes, I've been, I think, greatly covered by the CM as well as the CFO. My biggest concern is just in terms what the CFO also said, that a lot of the issues in terms of the financial management and consequence management must take place at the unit level in each department. What has the management done in terms of performance agreements, signing performance agreements, performance management, KPIs of the HODs and the senior managers? Because I do believe if there is strict adherence and enforcement at unit level, each department, that one can actually fix the finances and also fix this issue regarding performance. Yes. And then secondly, the vacancy rates that are so high. I think in water, it's 78% vacancy rate, and in waste and sanitation, there's a 61%. And I think one can see that when you go onto the streets and the suburbs of Mangaung, you can see that massive vacancy rate of 80% in the water department, and waste and sanitation at 61%. What is the plan with filling of those I've noted some of it that there will be less chiefs and more Indians, for a lack of a better word. But what is the plan? I note there's now going to, with the new organogram, going to go to 4,200. Then the spending on repairs and maintenance of critical infrastructure, that's still low at 3.5%. There has been a bit of an increase. But what is the city going to do to actually get to a point where we are spending 6 or 7 or the 8% that National Treasury says we must be spending on our bulk infrastructure? What's the plan in place to see progressively we are moving from 3.5 to that 8%? Then I'm concerned about the low collection rate in June, and I'm very concerned because I do note Mangaung has increased the rates and taxes, increased that alongside the valuations. So the valuations came into effect on 1 July, so increase, as well as rates and taxes have been increased. So I'm concerned that many residents, well, residents are feeling it. There's been a double taxation, basically. I think Mangaung should have taken an approach to say, in the year that we up our valuation roll, we don't also up the eiendomsbelasting on the erven. And I'm concerned that that might be the reason. I'm not sure what the collection rate is looking now in July, but I'm concerned if that trend continues, if it's fallen down to 60% from 80, with this basic double taxation, July is going to look the same, that people are so overburdened that they can't pay, or even more so disgruntled. And then lastly, on the provincial government debt, what is provincial government owing to the city of Mangaung? And what is your current arrangement? I know at some stage the office of the Premier, our Tambo House, was regularly cut off. What are the working relations now with the Department of DPWI, Public Works and Infrastructure in the province? Is there an agreement in place? Is money being paid? What are we looking at in terms of that outstanding provincial government debt? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'm still not satisfied with the explanation with the overdraft and the equitable share. If you are indeed receiving the equitable share by tomorrow or by the end of the week, why are you still going ahead with the overdraft? I think it is very dangerous. I think it's a big risk that you are taking. If you do take the overdraft, what is the interest rate that you will have to pay it back on? Are you able to service it, the interest as well as the capital that you will have to pay back? Also, in terms of your cash flow, you indicated that you've got 1.4 billion rand, but that includes your conditional grants. So conditional grants, you won't be able to use that for your day-to-day expenses, and at some point you will have to pay it back. And if you don't use it for what it is supposed, you won't get that grant again next year. So it just doesn't make sense that you would take this risk if you know that the overdraft, that you will take the risk of the overdraft if you know that the equitable share will indeed be paid over. And then also in terms of consequence management, you indicate now that a lot of the expenses was due to a budget that's not funded. Now, I remember that we've been communicating that to Mangaung for several years, that your budget is not funded. And now you sit with this dilemma, but on the other hand, your city manager indicates that the departments, that there is irregularities and that there is indeed a lack of consequence in terms of finances. So you say that you've got the money and that the problem is the management of the money, but the money that you've got includes conditional grants, which is allocated for something specific. It's just, the math doesn't make sense. Thank you.
Department, municipality. Okay, good. Now I know you wanted to.
You are forgetting me, and I don't know why. Chair, from the beginning, when we were battling with issues about
municipalities in the province of the Free State. By the way, and Torach, we have been regarded as the worst-run province in the country as a result of the issues arising largely from the municipalities. And when the metro sits here and present and respond to issues in the manner that you did, I think it gives inspiration. And I'll tell you the reason is that, you know, there must be a distinction between a small municipality like Kopanong and others being in front of us and attempting to articulate issues out of the problem. What is the point I'm driving? That if your responses is anything to go by, indeed you are demonstrating that we are undertaking a conversation today with the Metro, and I'm very excited. Look, you are not going to be measured as such because you don't have challenges, but I think number one, honesty. Number two, appreciating your reality and having a plan is what measures capacity and leadership. And I think that needs that is to be appreciated. Look, the issue of the equitable share withdrawal is a big challenge. We need to premise from a reality that says, look, we have a problem. But we equally have to commit. I mean, I appreciate your commitment that by November you are so confident that you shall have been able to deal with the issues as raised by Treasury, including a contingency. You can't appreciate a problem and not have a contingency, because what we don't desire and what we can't desire is the collapse of the municipality or service delivery to our people. And that's our obsession as a committee of oversight of the legislature. How are all these decisions going to impact to our people? So all of these, I think your plan is welcome and highly comprehensive, you know, let alone the risk which are raised about the overdraft and everything else quite well. 2-3 issues for me. The financial recovery by National Treasury City Manager. Where are we with regard to that? I know that at some point we entertained sentiments that it overstayed with very little impact. Where are we with regard to that as part and parcel of your plan to deal with issues in such a way that you don't degenerate into a crisis that has been painted here? And I'm very happy, CFO, that you dealt with that, or you guys don't think we're at the point that it's a crisis situation. That's number one. Number two, simple. Do you owe Auditor General? If you owe Auditor General, how much is it? Why are you not paying Auditor General? I think by your indications that you are not in the state of crisis in terms of your finances. My last question was going to be on the overtime. I think the city manager dealt with it, that equally, whilst there's a challenge, there's a plan to deal with it. So, because, look, there must be movement to demonstrate our commitment to solve problems when they are raised. And I remember that the last time AG raised this issue about the overtime in Mangaung was a crisis issue. And it is to be appreciated that decisions have been taken, and there's a hope that we will indeed find a solution to that. The last one, AG wrote this, what do you call this thing, the demand what? Yes, the certificate of debt. What are the issues there? And how are you guys dealing with it? Thank you, Chair.
City Manager, I would like to know, because it's good that Centric is here as well. Who's paying for the street lights every month? Is it the municipality or is it Centric? And the reason I'm asking this is, if they are paying the street lights currently, then we're looking at a situation where the let's not call it debt, but we're not seeing a true reflection of the true finances of this municipality. Because we see there is a loan from Mangaung to Centec, but who's paying for? Because why is Centec expected to pay street lights to be on? So you can just give us guidance on that. Thank you.
I'll start. Thank you. Thank you so much, members, again, for the questions. I will make my input, then the CM and Centlec will come in on the matter that relates to them. I think on the performance agreement and the lower levels signing the same agreements, currently in Mangaung, only the HODs sign performance agreements, and we are assessed on a quarterly basis by the committee that is chaired by the city manager. But there is an intention to cascade performance evaluation to lower levels, and that is in progress, and I think we should be able to introduce that system from the 1st of January 2027, seeing that there is a process that is unfolding of acquiring a system for us to properly manage the deliverables that are expected from those individuals, especially the GM and the manager level. And I think I've spoken to the fact that we are evaluated and the reports are presented to council. Your midterm assessment and year-end assessment gets presented to council. Then on the vacancy rate, I think it's a thorny issue, especially when you're sitting with the HODs that are responsible for service delivery, and we are looking at these numbers that you were quoting of the vacancies. And the plan is there. We said number one, is the organogram that we have ideal, and can it be afforded by the citizens and the budget of the city, and hence the revised organogram came in. As much as I indicated that we still have a high vacancy rate in the new organogram, when you're looking at the filled vacancies against the vacancies that are in the organogram, we are also saying as a city, when we're measuring vacancy, we need to be clearer and talk to vacant funded vacancies, because once you put in one basket vacancies based on the organogram, it becomes a challenge. And it also creates an expectation to the HODs to say, I can justify my poor performance to the fact that the vacancy rate is too low, is too high. And we want to instill a situation where we're saying, do the best with the resources that you have and ensure that service delivery doesn't fail. But we don't want to deny the fact that the vacancy rate in service delivery departments is quite high. One of the biggest areas with high vacancy rate, like indicated, it's water, it's sanitation, is public safety. Public safety is sitting with 78% vacancies when you compare their organogram, especially in the division of law enforcement and in the division of traffic officers. They are highly vacant. But at the level of the EMT and at the Section 80 and Mayoral Committee, those matters are in the agenda, and we are finding ways of resolving them. Already, members, remember, we're sitting with the crisis that when you're looking at the cash we are paying on salaries against the cash that we're collecting, increasing that cost will be detrimental to the functioning overall of the municipality and our ability to meet our obligations as they come through. Then on the repairs and maintenance, I think when we're presenting in the Finance Committee, because we had to present a budget turnaround plan to say, how do we then make the best of the 11.6 billion, which is the total budget of the city, and ensure that the reason why the city exists, which is create infrastructure for service delivery, and ensure that that service delivery is taken care of to continue providing the services to the people. We are moving from below 2%. The 26-27 budget, as approved by council, it is now sitting at 6%. Now you can see from one year to the other year, it has grown by 4%. And yes, we are targeting that for 27-28, we should be on the mark of 8%. Now, the challenge that we're grappling with is the issue of the collection rate. And I think we have stratified our total population of the customers. We are highly residential as the city. And that residential component is sitting with 60% dependency on grants, meaning people that are paying their accounts on time is 40% of the total population of your residential customers that are currently contributing over 70% of the arrear debt that you have, with an indigent register that is projected to be 165,000 of the 283,000 households that we are servicing. So you can see from those numbers that you will definitely have a collection rate issue because we are servicing very poor people and people that are grant dependent. So the provision that we are making in the projected revenues, we are making provision for bad debts of about 25 to 30%. Now, with the collection rate having dropped to 63% in June, of which our budget assumptions for 26-27 is sitting at 75%, already there you've got a gap of 15%. The whole plan is, if we can get our collection rate right and we reduce on the provision, it's going to be automatic to increase on your maintenance side, because that difference on what you usually provide for and what is now made available in the cash flow, then it will solve, the formula will solve itself. So in a nutshell, we are saying we are still grappling with the collection due to the customer base we're serving, which is highly indigent, and those that are working in households that are headed by one person. If you look at the NC, the commissioner responsible for credit in the country, the National Credit Regulator, the reports are alarming, which indicates that households are spending over 80% of their income on basic issues, which are not including the municipal services. People are living on debt, and we are continuing to service that debt. It therefore impacts on the successfulness of any collection policy we have. We just launched an Operation Patala. It is not paying off, and I think it's got to do with the timing as well of introducing this thing. So in a nutshell, members, we are saying if we can get our collection rate higher and we can sustain it at a minimum of 83%, it will be automatic to increase on the side of the maintenance, because your provision will reduce from 25 to 30% to between 15 and 17% at the most. That is the formula we are working on, and hence we had to change how we deal with indigent registration, because once you deal with that as well from the side of Treasury on the equitable share to fund that cost of providing the free basic services, it will assist us a great deal. Then on the taxes, and I think whereas I'm seated here, I was reading a letter that is coming from one of the residents who is quite aggrieved with the valuation roll that has just been published. Members of the committee, Mangaung was quite aware of the implications of a new valuation roll on an individual. And hence, in terms of the tariff increases, property rates saw a 5% decrease from the cent in the rand rate of 24-25 to the cent in the rand rate for 25-26. We have gone down by 5%. That is number one, because you can't have an increase in the cent in the rand rate and an increase in the valuation in the same year. The jeopardy becomes quite massive on the individuals. Now, we have one category that has been highly affected. We haven't, as a city, performing multi-use valuation. All your southern side or your plots in Mangaung, on the outskirts of the city, we had properties there that were zoned as agricultural. But when we went to do the valuation, we found that they are actually multi-use. There is component of residential or business that is not agriculture. Those people are highly affected, and some are claiming 400% increase, because now overall, let's say the plot is 5 hectares. Now from that 5 hectares, I'm taking 800 square meters and I'm putting it on residential. Now the agricultural rate is 0.25 of the residential, and the residential is a full rate, it's a base. Now if a person is paying a quarter of what a residential person is paying, and now 800 square meters of that land is going to be rated as residential, you are going to move from paying 188 rands per month on rates on agricultural properties to paying 140 on the portion that is agriculture and paying 4,000 on the portion that is now residential. That is where the problem is, and we are working with them. In actual fact, we had a meeting now with SABC this morning, and I said to them, communicating to, responding to the queries as they come doesn't solve the problem. We'll rather go public and explain to people the multi-use, which is a category in terms of Section 8 of the MPRA. That is what is happening out there, and quite seriously, we projected this, and as early as October last year, we presented an item to Finance Committee to say the ward committees or ward councillors must start engaging with their constituencies that this is going to come. We did the assumptions on how this is going to work and how they will be affected, and we thought that they will be ready when that eventuality comes. But I think we'll get out of the state of shock. They will understand, because indeed it is unfair to a residential person paying a full might of the cent in the rent rate, and a person who is claiming a whole plot to be agriculture and not realize that there is a component of residential that they must pay the tax according to the use of that land. That is the challenge that we're working on. So in summary, the cent in the rent rate gone down by 5%, but the rates, the valuation themselves, they increased by anything between 14% to 40%. We actually have an area in Rocklands that was never rated, and it's 15,000 properties that are currently on the supplementary valuation roll so that they can start being taxed. It was an error that when we did the aerial photographs, we realized that there is this part that was not in the valuation roll. So we are dealing with these things, and that's why we took that conscious decision that the rates cannot go up if we are introducing a new valuation roll. On the provincial debt and collection, provincial debt is about 2.2 billion. And we received a proposal which we are going to reject with everything that we have. The province is proposing a 5-year repayment plan, which is not going to assist in extinguishing the total debt that is owed. But we will be engaging with the public works. They are the ones that are proposing on behalf of the province. But looking at it and the state of debt and their consumption within that 5 years, it is not convincing that they will clear this debt timeously. If we can push other businesses to pay within 90 days or a reasonable period that debt, that is what we're going to be pushing for. But I must state that at least the department came to the city together with the MEC. We worked on the recons, we agreed on the total debt, and hence they came with the proposal. But looking at the numbers that they're proposing, it is quite, we want to renegotiate with them and see how best they can deal. But in that plan, they do have months where they are proposing to pay a high amount of 100 million. I think around February, they are saying we're going to pay you. There's 500,000, but this time we can give you 100 million. Then we go down to an average of 500. But then it doesn't really extinguish the debt at the rate that we were expecting. But it is a matter that is under conversation. Safe to say that there is a proposal on the table that has been received. Then on the overdraft facility and the interest, members, remember, an overdraft facility is a mere facility that is available. Until you use it, then you start committing, and the interest will be payable. This one, as the Honorable stated it, it is a contingency plan. You will never know what will ever happen. And remember, in terms of the banking, you can have a facility. If you use the facility, then you're going to pay the interest charges. And hence we are saying, from the projections we've made, we are not going to use that facility. For reason number one, the equitable share will be released. But we know that if we need to execute the plan as proposed and adopted, that will be adopted by council tomorrow, and not fall back on that plan, so that we don't put at risk the equitable share allocation of December. Because the minister was quite clear that we are releasing now. These things is not going to run away from you. It is merely pushing, transferring when the eventuality will happen. December, it is quite clear. If you are still sitting in the same position, no consequences has been taken place in Mangaung, and the reduction has not is not being seen in the financial statements, the December equitable share will be at the same risk of being withheld. And the allocation for December, I think, is about 430 million. Now, in our cash flow statement, we're projecting utilization of equitable share in the amount of 116 million rands per month to finance the 20,000 of indigents that we have. And if we can't, we don't have the resources to finance the cost of providing that service, that's where the risk comes in. And I appreciate the point that the member has made to say, in your 1.4 billion, it is including the conditional grants, yes, and those conditional grants are ring-fenced. When I did the projections, we did the projections on a net of conditional grants. We're working on 1 billion and 90. That is the baseline to say we are starting the new year with 1 billion and 90 rands. We are looking at our average monthly spending, which is about 349 million rands per month. And we are looking at the collection rate. And based on that, over the 4 months period, we were going to deplete our resources by end of October, where the cash in the bank was going to be below 250 million. And being the shortfall, and hence this contingency became necessary. But it is normal that when you are an institution as big as Mangaung, that you need to have all these facilities that you can access to, so that when that day comes, you can just access, as long as you've got a payment plan or you have identified the financial resources to pay that debt, then it's still okay. And hence we are saying, if we ever utilize, we'll utilize the facility as a result of the equitable share that would have been withheld. But the moment that equitable share gets released, it will definitely go to that facility and pay up that debt with immediate effect. We'll therefore suffer the interest, but we're going to be quite careful on how we're utilizing it. Even at the council, the MMC for Finance was asking me, do you want us to pursue the overdraft tomorrow in the council meeting? I said, by all means necessary, we need it. But if council doesn't approve it, it's still okay. It means that I must just keep my eyes in the bank balance and make sure that what comes in as an expense is not exceeding what we can afford as a municipality. We'll therefore have to go back and say, how do we cap your expenditure? We can even enforce cost containment and reduce our monthly spending to either 80% of what you are allocated per line item. But I mean, we have policies that allows for everything, but we thought that this is gonna be necessary. Funded and unfunded budget. I'm not gonna be long on this one, but the point I'm gonna make is that when you're looking at the evolution in the financial management space, especially with the introduction of the GRAP standards, it changed the accounting reporting in local government. We've been on fund accounting up to 2005. When they introduced your GRAP 17, which now brought in your depreciation and all these kind of things, even the guidances from your accounting standards board, ASB, they were quite clear to say, have a plan on how you're going to introduce the full might of depreciation in your tariffs and in your budget. And of course, we lagged behind as a city where we've been under-providing, saying the implications of unbundling the assets from the fund accounting to GRAP compliant reporting and projecting your depreciation in accordance with the asset management guidelines, we are faced with that situation. But members of this committee, we can promise you, last year alone, on the adjustment budget, we adjusted depreciation by 300 million. The facts are there in the adjustment budget. So we are slowly ensuring that let's present the full might so that when you do the cost recover or the cost, the tariff determination, all these factors are put into perspective. And again, when we did the budget for 26-27, we had to look at the depreciation for the past year in the audited financial statements and use that as the baseline. That will be my response, but the fact is, you are right. It is not the budget is underfunded. It's the approach that the city has taken to say, ideally we want a funded budget, and we are going to prioritize the cash-related items over the non-cash items, and then we'll phase in the full might of depreciation and asset impairment over a period of time. And this is exactly what you are seeing in the budget of the city. On the FRP, I think the city manager has provided answers here, and we are stating it that it is under review. The current FRP, just under your rescue phase, we had 275 activities, ranging from complex to simple. And hence you saw we stayed too long under the rescue phase. And hence in the war room with Treasury, we said, look, some of the recommendations we have here are not well thought or easy to implement, because remember, the new senior management wasn't part of the formulation of those activities. Now we are given an opportunity to say, now you are here, develop this thing. But I can state to you that the city overall is still under rescue phase. We still have to deal with basic issues, especially on UIFW and revenue management and on service delivery, the consistency in providing services to the community. We are still at that phase, but it is under review. I think that sooner, around November, we should be tabling to council the new revised FRP that will still place Mangaung under rescue phase, but at least with activities that are more directed to the challenges that led to the collapse of finances and service delivery in the city. Any areas with AGSA? No. But I must state to this committee, I think Mangaung's bill to AG is the highest in the country. The total cost of audit for Mangaung is 32 million. When you're looking at the cost of audit fees in other cities, they're still hovering between 12 million, 15 million. And we've been trying to understand what is driving the cost of this auditing higher than any other metros with higher budget. Okay, they're raising the issues of the sluggishness from the city in terms of the responses, especially on your performance reporting, but the bill is too high, but it's paid. We never in arrears. The account is paid within 30 days. And the street light, I think, the point I would like to make from the side of the parent is that the city has an agreement with Centlec in terms of the service delivery, and they understand the obligations. At year end, we always do the intercompany transactions of which street lighting as a cost to the city is dealt with through those reconciliation, and probably they will expand more. But I just wanted to give a sense that it is accounted for in the intercompany transactions, and the net effect is that what is happening on their side and what is due to the city gets netted off, and it would seem as if they are carrying the cost of street lighting. But when you're looking at the recons that are done, there is that netting of what is due by them to us and what is due by us to them gets netted off at that level, and hence our financials are reconciling. But I don't want to take the detail, they can allude to it. CM, I'll hand over to you.
Chair, may I kindly request that HOD Masubeng, who's the HOD for technical service, be sworn in so that he can explain the issue of the certificate of debt as issued by AG. If I may just make that request, Chair.
I will do the oath or the affirmation. Is it HOD? Could you please stand, please? Could you please indicate your name and surname and details of your occupation with the municipality? Just indicate what your name and surname is and what is your title at the municipality.
Thank you very much, Chair. My name is Revelation Masubeng. I'm the HOD of Technical Services in Mangaung.
Thank you. And do you swear, would you like to do an oath or an affirmation?
An oath, Chair.
And do you swear that what you are about to tell this committee is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you. And then we can deal with that questions as well, responses.
Oh, thank you very much, Chairperson, for the opportunity. I'll be covering the question of the certificate of debt, which was issued in relation to construction project that was under the IPT, and details thereof was that the certificate of debt was issued in relation to an extension of time that was provided to the contractor. There were findings and COAFs, communication of audit findings, a chairperson that came from the AG as we assessed the history of this. And of course, Julie, so the Office of the City Manager did engage with technical services as that's the space where now the GCC contract of 2010, which was the GCC governing that project, people that would understand it better would be coming and emanating from Technical Services Department. Now, what transpired there, Chairperson, on our engagement with AG, and of course understanding the clauses that were applied, was a difference, but this is how then the city had approached it. Chairperson, under clause 10 of the GCC, which covers the contractor's claim, it is very specific that under 10.1, the contractor's claim must be submitted 28 days after the occurrence of anything that is distracting progress from site. And if this is continual, under clause 10.1 itself, in subclauses it says if this obstruction is continual, then the contractor must then continually within 28 days that are consecutive to each other communicate that this is continuing. And then there would be a clause underneath that one to say in 10.1.2 that you extend the period for the claim. This one now, it's a bit different from 10.1, and I'll say which one benefits the other in a different sense. Under 10.1.2, it states that the period at which the contractor can claim is extended, and they further explain it and say the contractor can then put in a claim with the 28 days that is applicable from the date that the contractor becomes reasonably aware of the impact of those obstructions. Meaning at any period within the project, 28 days from when they are reasonably aware, they can put in a claim. And then now what transpired here is that when these continual obstructions, which were the community uprisings that were happening on the project, including system delays where they were applying for a way leave from Centlec, were continual, he did not put in the 10.1 28 days. Instead, by the time the professional service provider, which is the engineer of the project, when he informed him that your contract is coming to an end, then that's when he became aware, and within 28 days from that day when the consultant wrote to him, the engineer of the project, he then put in the extension of time, meaning that as per clause 10.1.2, he was falling within compliance. Further to that, why then would you, what does it benefit you with if you are to comply with 10.1 better than 10.1.2? It's that 10.1.3 says, if you are to put in this 28 days consecutively, you have a right then to even say, I'm claiming for my standing time. Because I've been informing you of obstruction and I was not working on site, you can then put in the extension of time. The standing time rather, and say my machinery was waiting on site. However, if you put it only as per 10.1.2, you cannot then claim for any standing time on site, but rather then would consider everything paid within that period. Then that's where we close it, and there was no claim of any standing time that was ever paid. So by the time the consultant made him aware, 28 days was applicable as per 10.1.2, they put in an extension of time, but they are not now eligible to any standing time, and that was not paid. Now, once this was approved as an extension of time, what kicks in now became clause 5.1.12, which says and governs now the extension of time. Clause 5.12.3 says, if an extension of time is granted, meaning now there would be an additional time you are working, P's and G's, provisionals and generals of that time, especially the time-related ones, to continue paying a rent where applicable, water bill where applicable, electricity bill, to ensure that you complete the works, those must be added on. So you cannot claim anything retrospectively if you then complied with 10.1.2, but then you can claim upon an extension of time being granted. Should they have then complied with 10.1.1, they could have claimed anything retrospectively, such as standing time. So the AG got this reasoning of the investigation the city manager had initiated, and of course invited the city manager to an oral presentation, which of course we managed to give the oral presentation thereof. However, it was still insisted that this was not supposed then to have considered in that sense, despite our reporting and presentation. And of course, when we were doing the oral presentation and in all these meetings we were reading these clauses verbatim without adding any other thing of understanding as they would read chairperson. Nonetheless, they have issued the certificate of debt, and I do believe that the city manager then is doing what he is, of course, legally would be required to do at this stage to get that reviewed, because it is written in short paragraphs. It's nothing long, straight to the point. We read it. However, we did notice that as we were engaging with them, they didn't have necessarily a specialist of the general conditions of contract for construction on their side, and they had considered and exhausted rather 10.1.1 only, and never saw 10.1.2 and subsequent clauses and they were not even aware that 5.12.3 informs when the time is extended that you can start then paying forth, but not retrospective. I submit, Chairperson. Thank you.
No, thanks, Chair. I think all in all what the HOD has represented is a true fact of the matter. And if I may say it, I am reviewing this matter. And as I indicated, and as we indicated as well, these are legacy issues. I think it happened some 5 years ago. But unfortunately, as the accounting officer, to some extent, I must take accountability. But I'm saying the level at which the AG was interfacing on this matter was unreasonable, and it was indeed unfair. On my side, that is why I'm reviewing this, and I think there are prospects of the certificate being set aside. I'm not putting any horse before the cart. I'm not putting any cart before the horse, but just that we have already served with the attorneys to both the AG as well as the municipality the intention to put this on review. Thanks very much on this one. I think there's still Sandlake. I don't know if you are covered.
City Manager, I want to advise against too much information on this matter because without going into the details, on the 24th of April, the Auditor General notified you of his decision to take remedial action in terms of the PAA, and then the Auditor General received and duly assessed your responses. Then, as was stated, we went to the advisory committee, and as the rest is history. But you did notify the Auditor General as well. My question is, who's going to pay for the legal fees? Is it the municipality? Who's paying for that?
The practice in terms of, I think it's section 109, the municipality, because I was doing this in the line of duty, and it's not on me as a person, Chair, if I may say so. It's an institutional matter. So the city will be paying for this leg of the finances. But as you have said, let us not talk too much on it. At the right time, we'll be able to provide answers on this, Chair. Thanks.
Members, I don't want to stop the discussion, but I want to remind that we still have 4 municipalities. So I would advise against too many engagements now, because we want to get to the other municipalities as well. But Honourable Pretorius, Honourable Mackay.
Thank you, Chairperson. My only question is regarding bulk water metering. The water that Mangaung is purchasing from or receiving from File Central, do we have our own bulk water meters on all of those pipelines coming? When Mangaung receives a bill from File Central, can Mangaung control it on their own side to say, this is the amount that was received from the pipes? I know at some stage there was only one bulk meter, to my understanding, and there was plans to install 4 or 5 so that Mangaung can control itself what it's purchasing from File Central. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, just 2 comments. The first one being on the if your revenue rises, if this happens. There's a song by Roger Whittaker that says, and I don't believe in if anymore. So maybe just take that into consideration. But at the same time, there's Operation Batala. The reason why it doesn't work, and this is a personal opinion, is because it's like the little story about the wolf. Runs out and says, there's a wolf in the town, there's nothing, you know the story, everybody does. Operation Batala has been done too many times. So what residents are doing now is they're waiting for the next time Operation Batala comes into action and then pay their bill. So the ones that pay normally will not pay, they'll rather just accumulate it for 6 months and get a 10 or 20% discount. Makes more sense. The question, however, I have is we all know about the spatial inequalities. and it's a major problem within Mangaung Metro. It's been severely all over the news, and not picking on one particular area. These spatial inequalities in the areas that are under risk, there's not money being used. It's not the money from the informal settlement grants, the USG, the MIG, are not being utilized properly. They're not being utilized fully, and you're losing money every year, because as you know, those conditional grants are use it, lose it. If you don't use it, you lose it. You can't carry it over to the next year. You cannot, you can carry maybe over a certain percentage of it. So those grants, although being ring-fenced, for those areas are not being used for those areas, which means we're losing major time and we're losing money to be able to fix those things. And the planning, according to Splumer, is not being done correctly, which ends up costing the city 5 times more than what it should. And that comes back down to your IDP, etc., which means that your infrastructure that's going to go in, you're putting in new, where you should be maintaining old, because you know the law is 5%, 5 to the full percent. So if you're actually maintaining, spending more of you're only spending 2% of your maintenance budget, 2% of your budget on maintenance. It's far too low. You can't do that. If you have to maintain, you're spending 4% of your budget, between 4 and 10% of your budget on newly put in things from the start. Obviously now, because of most of your infrastructure has dilapidated and gone, you now have to replace new. So it's costing the city a hell of a lot more money, and the displacement, going back to the informal settlements, the displacement of the people, having to try and navigate difficult circumstances raises the cost 5 times more. And then most of the time, and this is my biggest concern, is it seems to have become a systemic habit of the municipality to have a stop-start approach. They start with a project, it goes to a certain point and then stops, which results in people having to come back at a later stage once it's vandalized, same money being spent for the same thing, but this time around 5 times more expensive. Very good examples of the pig farms in Tabanchu, which I think has been in the IDP since the beginning of time. I think Noah put it there. So it's been there forever, and it's been redone and spent and overspent and overspent. Even farm X27, the last time you were here, you said it was 90% complete. I seen 0% has been spent on it, so it's been stopped. So from 90% it's been stopped, so any work that has gone into that farm by now has been last year, July. So it's a year, I can guarantee it's probably been vandalized. So you're going to have to redo it all again. So that's my problem. The city must stop wasting money by starting, finish, get rid of your backlog projects, get them finished, get them done, so that you don't waste money continuously. Thank you.
Thank you. Over to you, municipality. You don't have any response to? Okay. I think we would like to wrap up the interaction with municipality at that point. But I would just wish to say that it may appear that we really have a good performance, but in essence we have challenges of corporate governance, city manager from the institution itself, which to me does not also justify the level of remuneration that is given, especially to senior management, because poor performance that you see on the ground starts with senior management. But if you sit in a boardroom like this and not know what is obtaining on the ground, you will then say there's really, really high performance. Indicative of that is what we have here with the performance on the implementation of the audit outcome, I mean the implementation of audit action plan. It simply says that the beginning of the current audit, it starts at a situation where only 9 items have been completed from 342. It simply means there's no improvement in terms of the audit. That's what we must expect. Now, it talks to the issue of performance assessment of senior managers. What is it that they give back to municipality? It's something that city manager must really look at. But that was just to wrap up the interaction with the municipality. That as you go back, you really have to look at the cooperative governance, the performance of senior managers to ensure that the institution itself improves in terms of performance overall. And one of the issues that has not been touched on is on the valuation role on areas like Pelesir and Lorry Park. That situation of the settlement, informal settlement or whatever it's being called next to Lorry Park, affects negatively the value of the properties in Lorry Park and Pelesir. We can talk politics, but in terms of economics, it's different. It's the reality. And as the valuation role takes up the rates of those areas, it impacts negatively on the residents of those areas because in essence, their properties would have been devalued heavily by that settlement and would never have a valuation role that will take down the value of those properties and take down the property rates in those areas. So those are some of the issues that you'd expect that as you make an assessment overall of valuation role of the overall municipality, you also look at those realities to say these are the challenges that we have out of what is obtaining on the ground. With that, honorable members, I would like to thank the city manager, the CFO, and the team in general, and really wish them well and chase them out. Thank you.
The committee.
Can you just give you 5 minutes, members, to refresh and we take another municipality. We have a long way.
I think they've called them. I think Zintley is calling them in. Okay. Good evening, Mayor. Welcome to this meeting. Thank you for being here, and our apologies for letting you wait so long. But yes, we are engaging, and it's taking time to finish with the municipalities. If I can just ask you to just well, you can do a quick introduction if you want. I'm going to allow the municipality only 15 minutes to present. So you have 15 minutes to do that. And then as you do your opening remarks, also indicate who the municipal manager is and the officials who are supposed to get the oaths administered, so we can do that as well. But over to you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much, Chair. Sorry, Chair. Good afternoon, Chair in the House. My name is Councillor Irene Mehlumakulu. I'm the Executive Mayor. With me, Chair, I have the Speaker of the municipality, Councillor Shasha, and then on my far right, I have the Chairperson of MPEC, Councillor Patwani, and then I have the CFO, Mr. Tamasana, and the Municipal Manager, Memoletsani. The Municipal Manager will be the one responding, Chair, so I think she'll be the one taking an oath. Thank you, Chair.
Ms. Ramotebo, you can continue with the oath.
Thank you, Chairperson. Memoletsani, good afternoon. Please stand. Thank you. Please switch on your mic. Memoletsani, will you be taking an oath or an affirmation?
I'll be taking an oath.
Please speak into the mic.
I'll be taking an oath.
And do you consider this oath binding on your conscience?
Yes.
Please state your full names for the record.
Lebohang Yvonne Moletsane.
Do you swear what you're about to tell the committee is the truth and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you, Memoletsani. Are you sure I should not administer to the CFO as well?
May you please do that.
Right then, thank you. Good afternoon, sir. Please stand for me. Will you be taking an oath or an affirmation?
An oath.
And do you consider this oath binding on your conscience?
Yes, I do.
Please state your full names for the record.
Mpho Matthew Tamasani.
Do you swear what you're about to tell the committee is the truth and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me
The
God.
right hand.
So help me God.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Municipal Manager. You can continue. 15 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I wanted to fly to the presentation. Just got this. Can you assist me with that? Okay. No, thank you. This is the presentation layout. It will be talking to the AFS, Audit Action Plan, UIF and WE, MPEG recommendations, and the preparations, also the letter talking to Treasury. In terms of the previous 2024-25 audit, we had 29 findings. Slide mode. Thank you. In terms of okay, in terms of the audit report, we had 29 findings as a municipality, and the audit action plan was developed for all 29 of them. So we said in terms of them being included in the audit action plan, we are at 100%. Implementation status of the audit action plan, the findings that already addressed now is 21, which equals to 71.2%, and then those that are completed is 5, and then in progress is 3, meaning that some of them will be addressed as we are submitting the AFSs. So the total action plan implemented is 29. When you look at the audit action plan, we are saying in terms of what the AG has highlighted, the issues were quality of annual financial statements, and then the corrective action that we took as a municipality is we started to compile quarterly interim financial statements for Q1, Q2, and Q3, and we are doing a dry run as the municipality to prepare for the final one. This is in line with the council-approved consultancy reduction strategy that was submitted before. In terms of the unspent conditional grant not backed by cash, we said we are going to, what is happening now, we are reinforcing the conditional grants. Issue of consequence management, which is non-compliance with section 32, subsection 2B of the MFMA. MPEG has cleared the backlog except for 2025 unauthorized expenditure. There was also an issue of payments to suppliers not made within 30 days. We are saying there's an invoice tracker that we implemented as a municipality. Under monthly budget statement, where the AG said no explanation of variances, from October 2025 moving forward, variances were identified and explained on the monthly C schedule of the budget statement, which is your section 71 report. Under the audit action plan, there was an issue saying remedial action not fully implemented. We are holding AAP meetings that are sitting every week, and with the last one, we're at 93% of the remedial actions that have been approved by the internal audit unit. In terms of the adjustment budget not made public within 10 days after council approval, we've developed a calendar and schedules for IT teams so that they can upload it on their website. Under understanding of the audit committee, there was an issue of internal control deficiency and non-compliance. So MFMA Circular 65 and 127 both were adopted by council. Assets with zero useful lives not reassessed at the end of each reporting period. We are seeking continuous assistance for technical support from Provincial Treasury, and they are coming on board. In terms of the expansion or variation is justifiable and not indicative circumvention of SCM process. We are saying annual review of supply chain management policy and preferential procurement regulations policy submitted and approved by Provincial Treasury, of which it was one of the issues that led us to a lot of unauthorized expenditure. And then we talk about skills and capacity, where it was raised that there's no personal development plans. We are saying now we've developed PDPs and they are now at 90%. There was an issue saying internal audit function, which deals with compliance and internal control deficiency. The internal control has amended the 25-26 audit plan to attend to that. The quality of financial statements, which was also raised, we said what we're doing now is that as we've started to compile quarterly interim financial statements as reported first for the 3 quarters, which is a dry run, and then that was also in line with the AFS. I think it's repeating because it's similar. And then under internal control efficiency, there was an issue around the EPWP attendance register. How we correct that is by daily verification of registers before end of shift, attendance signed and supervisor's presence only. So make supervisors sign mandatory before payroll processing. So that's the conclusion, is the summary of what I've just presented. Here is a table for UIF and W, where it's from 2022, 2023, and 2023, 24, 24, 25, and 25, 26. We can see the amounts there for unauthorized. 2022 was 6 million, the next date was 12, and it went back down to 8 million. For this current year, they are still under investigation. Irregular, it was 1.2, and then in 2023-24, it went up to 4.1, and then 2024-25, it reduced to 115. For this financial year, it was 44,797. The reason for this one, as I stated, we had a problem with the SCM policy, where we are still using the triple BEE as a criteria for. So it was scrapped off in 2022. So it was only implemented after July, because we received the green light from Treasury in July. So moving forward, we did not have any irregular expenditure. And under fruitless and wasteful, there's the movement, and then there was an issue of the senior management salary overpayment. In 2023, it was 412, 2023-24, 179, but it was the last contract, and then for 24-25, there was 0. In terms of progress, recoveries in process, as the matter has been referred to, the council instructed that there should be a repayment, a recovery, so the matter is with the lawyers now. So we can say cumulative unauthorized balance at date was 41,413,750. This trajectory requires council intervention and structural budget reform. And then the 25-26 monthly figures are cumulative year to date and are not additive. Here is amounts by disposition, where we are saying for there's a 20 million, 18, where a write-off or regularization is recommended to council. So we are saying for 2022-23 and 23-24 now resolved by council. This is the fruitless and wasteful write-off pending. And then there's an amount of 5.46 million referred to the disciplinary board, which comprises of irregular for 22-23 and 23-24, plus 2 small fruitless and wasteful cancellation items, which were the cancellations for accommodation. And then 5.85 million is a recovery in process. That is the amount of the senior management overpayment. And then 9.12 million is under investigation, which is the 24-25 unauthorized, irregular, and fruitless and wasteful matters. From the MPEC, this was what was recommended to say, when there's a regularization as the default, the action that needs to be made is to recover as rules 32. And then where there is cumulative year-to-date reporting, there should be monthly movement reporting. And then if there's no official identified for transgressions, a liable person must be held per vote. And then where there's an issue of under-budgeted votes, municipality must try to have a realistic budgeting, of which is still a concern. And then if officials are submitting reports to tick a box, there should be consequence management and DC referral, which is the disciplinary committee. This is just to show progress in relation to the new AFSs that will be coming for 25-26, to say the first draft was submitted on the 12th of July 2026, second draft 24th, and then the third draft will be received on the 5th of August. So the fourth one on the 14th, that will be also submitted to Provincial Treasury and Cogta, and we are making an undertaking to say we'll be able to submit on the 31st. This one talks to maybe to give reasons why our funds were withheld by National Treasury. It was because our budget was unfunded, and as much as we tried to submit one, it came back to say we did not make provision for capital projects and other related matters. So we must acknowledge that the budget is unfunded. So we had to write that letter. And then also the executive mayor to make an undertaking that council will never adopt an unfunded budget, and both the original and the adjustment budget, because I think we had an unfunded adjustment budget last year. So municipality must also make an undertaking that the development funding plan will be implemented, and we did take it to council. It was adopted by council. So the response was submitted to Treasury on the 9th of July because the letters came back at 3 times. So we received our equitable shares on the 23rd of July. Thank you.
Thank you, Municipal Manager. I was just informed that we did not receive this presentation by the date we requested. But it was distributed now, but just keep in mind that we did not receive this, and it's unfortunate. But be that as it may, members, questions? Honourable Pretorius, Honourable Mackay.
Chairperson, thank you very much, and thank you for the presentation. I only have one question, Chair. It's regarding these overpayments that were made to some of the senior managers. How far is the Garib district with recouping those overpayments that were made to those senior officials? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I've got a bit of an issue with the supply chain management. The deviation amounts, why were they not handled in not because there were deviations, as pointed out earlier, it doesn't necessarily mean that they were incorrect or wrong or wrongdoing, but they weren't handled in the right manner. My question is that it's 2 million, 2.4 million. Why wasn't that procedure handled correctly? And can the accounting officer provide a detailed justification as to why it was impractical to follow up a competitive bidding system for that specific project? And then how many other deviations are there in the circum? Is it a systemic thing? Is it a once-off issue with a one project? Or is there more that accumulate this amount? And then what assurance can the accounting officer provide that it won't happen again? So that we can sort that problem out. And then the last one is the municipality is facing several legal claims. With the Employment Equity Act claiming for salary partiality of 150,000, a bench and a breach of contract claim from Lombarda Enterprise at 415,000. So what is the municipality's legal strategy for defending these claims? How much money have you spent in total in legality in all these things, and can you afford it? Or do you just go ahead and get lawyers and then later on think, how am I going to pay them, and then it becomes fruitless and wasteful expenditure again? Those are mine. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Municipality.
Thank you, Honourable Member. In terms of, can I please have water? In terms of recouping the amounts, as I have reported, Honourable Member, the matter is with the legal team. Can I just drink water? The matter is with the lawyers and the managers that are affected, senior managers. They are all opposing the matter, so it's still at that stage where both lawyers for the both teams are dealing with the matter. So that's where the status quo is. And then in terms of the deviation amounts, what I can maybe report on is that sometimes it's not, we've got one supplier. Let us talk about the cars for the political heads or for the municipality. For a car, it's you strip it and then you check what is wrong. So if we have to look for quotations, I think the process is not going to be feasible for the municipality. So normally we use a Toyota. When the cars are broken or they need service, we just take them directly to Toyota as the service provider. So those are some of the things that I should think they still okay, because it's you strip it off and then you tell what is the mistake. So if you have to take it to 3 quotations, every garage must open the car first and then diagnose it and then tell what is the problem. So that's one of the things that are happening. Sometimes we don't even get a response from other service providers. So we are due to the image or the agent or the agency of the matter, then we'll use the supply that is there. But the CFO will also assist in terms of maybe responding on this one. But we are trying as a municipality, and we are in a small town, so sometimes when you request for, I get there are regulations to say from 2,000 to 30,000, you need to get quotations, whatever. So sometimes you don't get a positive response. We only get one response and then we'd go for them. But that will be based on the situation that we are faced with at that point. But we are trying to advertise on time so that we get as much response as we can. And then the CFO will come in if he feels that there's something that I left out. And then in terms of the legal claims, we don't have any case that's related to any employment equity currently by the municipality. We can say that on record. And then the issue of Lubamba, it was an issue of a non-performance by the contractor. The contractor went 2 years over from the initial contract. It was supposed to be a 3-year contract, but it went to 5 years. And some of the scope that he was claiming for is work that he did not perform. And sometimes we claim something twice, and when we scrutinize the invoices, we'd see that this item was claimed for. So there was that to and fro dispute between ourselves and the service provider. So when we wrote him a letter to say there's a breach of contract, the following day we received a letter from his lawyers taking legal action against the municipality. So that's why we still have this legal battle. But it has been quiet for more than a year now, and we said we must write to the lawyers to check whether are they still continuing with the matter. But he has not finalized the project. He was supposed to have installed telephone lines for the municipality. They are not installed. He was supposed also to assist us in terms of porting numbers. He failed to do that. And some of the work that he submitted is not of scratch. So that's why we canceled the contract, because he was not performing accordingly. So I will maybe request you to talk to the issue of the interdeviations.
Thank you very much, Chair. On the issue of deviations, I would just like to confirm that it's not a standard practice to deviate on everything. We deviate where it is impractical. Let's take membership fees, for example. Our EHPs are registering with the institution of EHPs, the environmental health practitioners. So for that payment, we consider it a deviation, because you can't go out on a quotation to get 3 quotations for professional memberships. Also, the internal audit, they are registering with the Institute of Internal Audit of Southern Africa. So we deviate because you can't really get 3 quotations on that. And bursaries also, you'll find that the specific course that I want to study is only offered by a certain institution, that institution only. So that's what makes also the amount of deviations, but it's not a standard practice, Chair. Hence also in the previous audit, the only unit that received a clean audit in our municipality was the SCM unit. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Just a question on that. Are you guys utilizing the e-tender publication system? Because if you use the e-tender publication system, you'd automatically get more than one vote. One quote. And then the other thing is your bursaries and etc. Are you operating according to the set out conditions and preferred suppliers that are given through by provincial legislature or parliament as such, as within your guidelines? In other words, you've got a guideline of where you can actually study and where the preferred study courses are. So that would also take away from your deviations so that you can resolve those issues. But I think the e-publication, the e-tender publication system will resolve many of your problems because there will be no problem then to get you more than one or two quotes. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Meku.
No, Chair, let's appreciate the presentation. My question is only on the the audit outcomes of the district municipality. What has been the trend, let's say, the past 3 financial years? So that we're able to see if there's an improvement. If not, what could be the challenges? Related to that, are we attending to the, responding to the issues raised by AG? Is there a tangible existing plan in responding to that? And lastly, do you owe Auditor General? If you do, how much? Why are you not paying the Auditor General? If not, bravo. We really appreciate, Mayor. And the last issue would be on the is the district somehow helping the local municipalities as it regards to, broadly the issues of financial prudence, but you can zoom into the audit outcomes of municipality? Is there somehow a role you are playing, or are you just standing there? You concerned, and then what is it that you are doing to help, especially the majority of these municipalities in your district? I mean, the story of Kopanong is known to all of us. It's a national concern. And that's why some of the things that are happening around the demarcation, which even as a committee we've got very strong reservations and all of that. What's the role of the district there in terms of the providing support around, audit outcomes and their improvements and so on and so on? Because your municipalities are, they are located in economically depressed areas. And surely there's a struggle around them being sustainable. But lastly, your going concern as a district, where are we standing as it regards your liabilities and the assets? It's pointed out to us by our research that you are not in a good position. Is there a plan to take the municipality out of that challenge? Thanks.
Honorable Khobane.
I don't have questions, Chairperson, except to say what is it that is a key impediment on their path to a clean audit? And secondly, the long-term human resource plan. What is the long-term human resource plan that the institution is having to deal with the problem of an institution representing an institution where people just go to get salaries, or an institution whose purpose is just to pay salaries and not to provide services. So it means human resource plan in such a way it repurposes the institution to position itself to be able to fulfill its developmental role. Thanks.
Maybe on that note, can we get an indication what the cost of employment is percentage-wise versus the budget? And then I see there was 16 million unauthorized expenditure incurred, which basically means there was departments exceeded their budgets. So which departments exceeded their budgets, and was there any disciplinary action against these officials? And then I remember from last year, in our discussions we had with this municipality is struggling to get the disaster management center going. What's the latest there? Because I mean, that's an integral or important responsibility of a district municipality. So can we get the status of the district disaster management center? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. And thanks for the advice on the e-publication. We've noted that. In terms of the audit, how we've been performing, we've been receiving unqualified audit opinion, I think, for the past 7 years or so. And then for the 23-24, we had issues, about 56 issues. And then the following financial year, we had 36 issues. And then the last financial year, we had 29 issues. So meaning there's a reductions in the number of findings that we are getting. However, CFO will just go into detail with that. We had 2 matters now that were big and that affected our audit outcome, that we should remain unqualified. So CFO will talk to that one. And then also there was that issue raised by the AG to say we did not implement the audit action plan fully and correctly, so it had an impact as well. We don't owe the Auditor General. Our account with Auditor General is 0. And maybe to highlight that for this financial year, they have even written off the interest that normally we would report to say most of our interest is of fruitless and wasteful will be from the interest from AG. So this new financial year won't have that because they've written it off as the account is up to date. In terms of the district supporting the the local municipalities, when we go to the issues of the audit, would not want to mislead the committee, but what we can say, issues that are between us and the local municipalities where we need to submit information from the AG, we are doing that, especially with Kopano because we've got rental agreements and so on. So whatever that needs to be submitted to the locals or to the district, that is the relationship between the two of us, we are complying with that. And sometimes it will be advised to say, how do we handle this finding? And so, but we don't have that formal structure yet, but we decided this year to say, in our technical IGR, we would have those sessions where CFOs are presenting, and then we share best practices. So that's one thing that we are working on. And then the other issues that we are supporting there are our EHPs, and then the other forums like your energy forums, your LED forums, EPW forums. We are sitting with them, we are reporting as a collective with the local municipalities. And what has held us back also not to get a clean audit is also then there was no investigation on the UIFW because our MPEG by then was still struggling, but as reported in the presentation, there has been some years from 2022, we had a backlog. So from 2022-23 to date, it's only 24-25 that is outstanding from the current MPEG. So they dealt with other issues of UIF and W. So we are hopeful this year that they will have an impact. The issue of a long-term plan to take our institution, we have a funding plan that was submitted to council, and there's also a moratorium. We are not filling any vacant positions, so we've set also with the labor arm to say how do we utilize the bodies, the people or the staff that we are having in the municipality to perform certain functions. And we must indicate that we are receiving positive feedback from staff. Others will say we are working up to this time. I can go and sit in the archives for a period of 2 to 3 hours. So we are not filling vacant positions, but we are using the staff that we are having to perform some of the functions, and it's something that we are in agreement with. We were looking also, we are implementing the issue cost-contained measures, like when we travel, you need to travel particular kilometers before you claim, and it's working for the municipality before, because for this month only, we did not pay any traveling allowance. And we are also looking at taking traveling allowance where we feel people do not qualify for that. We take away the blanket approach of, because you're in this position, you should get a travel. But if you are office-based, we are going to take that, and it's going to save us almost 2 million in terms of that. So there are those plans that we implemented. The speaker is not your special council meetings, they are virtual, and we don't attend anymore, they don't claim, and we only cater if there are they stay more than 5 hours when it's an ordinary council meeting. So we try to cut where we can, and even the office of the mayor is doing the same. So most of the meetings will be held virtual, then we don't claim. CFO will just remind me about the others ones. In terms of the latest statistics that we're talking about, we were at 82% in terms of our salary for this financial year, but CFO will give the direct response to that. The issue of budget, us exceeding budget, in terms of treasury, we are expected to pass a balanced budget, or a budget that is a surplus. But it's difficult because we have to cut some of the items to the bone. But some of them are important items that maybe we say would address at the adjustment, when you do adjustment budget. So it's like robbing Peter to pay Paul because of our financial situation as a municipality. And I think the going concern raised by the AG to say they are worried whether we are going to sustain ourselves moving forward. So it's the issue of our financial viability as a municipality. But we don't owe third parties. We pay our third parties are up to date, and we are trying to pay officials on time when we can. So that's that. And then the issue of the Disaster Management Center, there were meetings that were held between ourselves and Cogta. So we had 2 meetings, and then we were supposed to have a follow-up meeting with them where they were liaising with DBSA to check how they can assist the municipality in terms of supporting that one.
Can I just...
Oh, sorry, Chair.
Did you finish?
I'm not sure which part did you... I lost the last part. We're saying in terms of the Disaster Management Center, we had 2 meetings with a provincial Cogta where they came to the municipality, and then we submitted business plans, and then they were going to assist us to submit them to DBSA. So that is what is outstanding. Thank you.
Did I hear correctly? 82% cost of employment?
Yes, Chairman. I request the CFO to talk to it so that you can have follow-up questions regarding that.
Okay, let's get the CFO's inputs there.
Thank you very much, Chair. On the referrals that were made by the MM, I'll start with the audit outcomes. We are addressing the audit findings of AG. If I may also give the 3-year trend until thus far. In 2022-2023 financial year, we had 110 findings. In 2023-2024, which is the following financial year, we had 56 findings. In 2024-2025 financial, which is the previous financial year, we had about 29 findings. So, Chair, what is the impediment for us to get to clean audit? All other things being the same, I think the compliance issues, we did a great job there. For this year, we ensured that we are not going to have any fruitless and wasteful expenditure. And the irregular expenditure that we had, it is only for the first 2 months of the financial year because of a delay in appointment of the laboratory that is testing the water due to SCM processes. So we felt that instead of having the entire contract irregular itself, which is going to be a huge amount, We delayed the processes for 2 more months, which amounted to 44,000 for those 2 months. Otherwise, we would have had that entire contract as irregular. Chair, our ERC, it remains a pain that we are still trying to reduce, as it has been recorded that it is north of 80% of our total budget. Even in the budget funding plan that we had to submit, we had to commit that, make some commitments, and internally I think we have some posts that are vacant that we can't really afford to fill, but there are people, warm bodies that are acting, that are capable, so we are delaying that so that we can reduce the employee-related cost. I think the post for the director, corporate services, we have someone acting there. The post for manager expenditure and payroll, we have someone acting there. It's one of the things that we have put in the budget funding plan. And also, I think last year when we were here, we were reporting that we are going to withdraw traveling allowances that were largesses that were previously provided to officials. I can confirm that that process is underway. LLF has been consulted. Consultations are continuing. However, in the funding plan that the National Treasury wanted us to submit for them to release, to also release the first tranche of the equitable share, we made that commitment that this is the year that we are going to withdraw that traveling allowance, because proper consultations have been done throughout. Labor has been consulted. We just need to put the plan into motion. So that will see fruits as going forward, because it has a direct impact on our budget being unfunded. Thank you very much, Chair.
Municipal Manager, you have to understand, sitting on this side and you hear 82% cost of employment, but at the same time, you cannot establish a disaster management center. How do you justify that? So what services are you delivering if you are 82% COE? How do you justify that? Honourable Mackay?
So, and just to add to that, so last year, we specifically asked you, do you have a functional, populated organogram? Because your staff was bloated. And you said you'd come back with an answer and give it back to us. We have not received that. What has been done about that? Because that could also be the reason why your staff is too many. And you hadn't done a skills audit for quite a while. So I don't know if you've actually done a skills audit again, which is part and parcel of making sure that you have fit-for-purpose staff and that you can manage a proper municipality. I have other questions, but I'll ask them now.
Chair, I must concede to that the amount for salaries is very high. But those are people that we found in the municipalities. The appointments had already been made. So what we are doing, we are not, like we say, we have frozen the positions. We try to fill only the critical. Even the critical ones, there's one in SCM where we had an administrator, because the accountant cannot be the player and the referee. So we appointed the person on contract so that it should not have a cost to the employer, because if we have to appoint the person full-time, there would be your pensions. So we are trying to, because it's a necessity. It's an issue, and yes, we try to work with Cogta for the prototype municipality, which informs our staff establishments. We're told that the report is out because we are assessed as the municipality. But to date, we have not received the report, and we'll make a follow-up to say, in terms of the prototype assessment that you did, what are you saying about the establishment that we are having? So it's a challenge. It's a challenge, and I hear you, Chair, when you say if we are to, because the norm is 35%, so we are way above that norm, and we are trying to freeze the post where we feel it's not needed, and we are not even appointing new people for positions because we understand that we are above. Hence, we are saying we are also taking away our travelings, which would amount to 2 million, but we need to do something that will sustain the municipality moving forward. The other things that we always complain and in every platform is the powers and functions that have been taken from the municipality, because we are not performing our constitutional mandate. Your bulk services, they go directly to the local municipalities, of which if they were to be performed by the municipality, allocation will be coming to us. But yes, it's true, we feel that it's too much, and that's what we are trying to do, because if we have to go retrench, when the retrenchment way is going to be a process as well with the labor and so on. So hence we are trying to work with the with your LLFs in ensuring that we cut the cost as much as we can.
I think Honourable Mackay is correct, because we need to see the organogram as well. So I'm requesting officially now that if we can get that organogram by Friday afternoon, 5 o'clock, so we can distribute it.
Populated organogram.
So we can distribute it amongst members as well, so we understand what's going on. Because like I say, from sitting this side, and I understand what you're saying, the functions taken away from district municipalities, we get that, but 82% is alarming. But anyway, we will get that organogram by Friday afternoon, so we can have a look at that as well. Honourable Leach, and then Honourable Mackay, and then I think we should finish.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. May we please request that together with that organogram, that it is indicated what the salary amount is linked to that specific position. And also, out of that salary, how much of that is travel allowance? So in other words, how much will you be saving from that? Thank you.
Just two simple ones. Just a follow-up from last year. Last year, you were doing a feasibility study to establish your own water testing laboratory. Has that feasibility study been complete? What was the outcome? Are you going to build it? And then what is the progress of the Khari pipeline that you guys are managing? Those are the two questions, and then, yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Maybe just clarity, the salary amounts to be attached and traveling should be for all employees, Honourable Member. Okay, thank you. Is the pipeline, and I think I missed the other one.
Your water testing
laboratory.
laboratory.
No, thank you. No, that one, like we did, there was a feasibility study conducted. However, we are doing it through Cogta. We are depending on them to assist us in terms of funding them. But the one that we did in the past, when they made the choice, they took it to Thabo Mofusanyana. So they said they also don't have funds for now to commit to say they can build one for us in the district. So we are just depending on the availability of funds from Cogta to assist us in terms of that. And then the pipeline, there's no pipeline that we are implementing as a district. Like we are saying, we are not involved. I think, and it was raised in the council yesterday by one of the honourable members, where he wrote us a letter to say we must make a follow-up of how is that pipe happening in the district, whereas it was not brought under our attention. So we got a letter, and then we're going to make a follow-up, because they were supposed to have started at the district first before going to Kopano or implementing any project. So Councillor Van Rensburg brought it into council yesterday, so we are going to deal with it. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we can close now. Honourable Mayor, you can have a shot at the closing remarks, and then we will let you go.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chair, we want to thank the committee for the time, and Chair, we want to promise that we will be supporting the administration, making sure that they send anything that was requested by the committee. And Chair, maybe just to emphasize on the issue of the powers and functions of the district municipality, it's really difficult for us, because at the end of the day, you end up asking yourself, why do we exist as district municipalities in the Free State if we do not perform all our powers and functions? So if the Honourable House is able to, can assist on that, Chair, we'll really like that. Thank you very much, Chair, for your time.
Thank you very much, Mayor. But at the same time, the Disaster Management Act is quite clear on the responsibilities of district municipalities, but I think we all agree that for that to happen, you need to have most probably funding, but if your funds are going to 82%, cost of employment, you start wondering what's going on. But be that as it may, thank you very much. Enjoy your evening and drive safely back home. Thank you very much.
No, Chairperson, the last time we had said to them, they must tell us all those powers and functions that have been taken. We are still waiting up until today.
So let's give them the opportunity to reply then. So as part of that report on the organogram, let's get the list of powers and functions as you see it, and then we can move forward on that as well. Thank you very much.
Chairperson, may we please request that the researchers in the notes that they're making put these requests under resolutions so that it forms part of our reports that go to the plenaries and that it be approved there as a resolution.
I actually thought about that now. I think it's necessary that we quickly have a committee section after every second. So we've sat with Mangoong. So let's just recap on Mangoong and Garib. On the resolutions we want to have captured, because if we wait until tomorrow or next week, it's a long.
The 31st of July, but they will finish it in August. I think were given 3 dates.
for being here. Just for your for you to note, we did receive the apology for the mayor. No, that's fine. But then thank you very much for being here. It assists us a lot because we had a long discussion whether we should continue or not. But at least we can continue now. So, Mayor, thank you very much for your indulgence, and let's start with you. Just to the municipal manager and the rest of the team, we're going to allow 15 minutes for presentation, and then the rest of the time will be used for engagement. But maybe for opening remarks, Mr. Mayor, you can continue, and then introduce us to your team, and then we can go from there.
Thank you so much, Chairperson.
Before you go any further, I just wanted to check whether the councillor understands that he's in the House of Parliament and the head.
No, thank you very much, Chair. My sincere apologies. The reason for having a hat on in the House is because of an injury. With all due respect to the Honourable House. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Honourable Chair and members of the committee. My apologies about the earlier communication. I'm sure it was a miscommunication. We are from Litzmeng Local Municipality, and I've got the Honourable Speaker, Councillor Jesse Kumalo, with me. My name is Andrew Fisachia. I am the newly appointed Mayor of Litzmeng Local Municipality. With me, we've got the new Acting Municipal Manager Secretary from Cogta, Mr. Mbulelo Jafta, as well as the Acting Chief Financial Officer, Mr. Stembile Tuwe. We really wish to appreciate and welcome the invite from the committee. Just on opening remarks, Honourable Chair, is that we, as a Litzmeng municipality, over the shortest space of time, have tried to cover some ground, especially on issues of the MIs, which were raised by the Auditor General. And I just wish to start on the institutional stability. I know it has been an issue for the past 4.5 years, but I can confirm with the House that we've advertised the positions of senior managers, and we are currently in line with the process plan that Council has adopted. Just quickly on the MIs, we are currently dealing with those MIs with the Auditor General, and we've made significant progress, especially on the pension fund MI. As the issue of ESCOM, we are currently in the process of finalizing at least an acceptable payment plan with ESCOM, and it's about to be signed. Quick one on MPEC, we've appointed a new chairperson. The current speaker used to be the former chairperson of MPEC, and since July to date, the new MPEC had 3 sittings already. We've provided the necessary administrative capacity because it used to be a problem. The MPEC report is currently, the latest one is currently ready for submission to Council. And just to say what MPEC is recommending to Council at this stage is a write-off of about 512 million, and that's basically on unauthorized and expenditure on non-cash items, depreciation and impairments. So that will actually assist us as far as that particular issue is concerned. Quick one on revenue collection, because that is an issue. I think one of the reasons why Treasury we've held our equitable shares because we were unable to honor some of our financial commitments. Currently, since June to date, our revenue collection rate rose from 40% to 58%. And we envisage to have it by about 65% before the end of the first quarter of the new financial year. Because some of the steps that we immediately took was to do some audits on, especially on our large power users, but we also did some audits on our small power users as well. And we are currently going to start conducting a full audit on all our meters, which the system has flagged within the municipality. So just as part of our opening remarks, those are some of the steps that we've taken, and we believe that it will take the municipality forward. The detail of everything is entailed in the presentation, which I wish to request that the acting municipal manager then present to the Honorable House. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Maybe let's start with the administrating of the oaths. So, Municipal Manager, you will need to stand, and then Ms. Ramoteba will do the necessary. Thank you. As well as the acting CFO.
Thank you, Chair. Over here. Thank you, sir. Please switch on your mic. Would you be taking an oath or an affirmation?
An oath.
And do you consider this oath binding on your conscience?
Yes.
Please state your full names for the record.
Mbulelo Avon Jafta.
Do you swear what you're about to tell the committee is the truth and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you, sir. Good evening, sir.
Good evening.
Will you be taking an oath or an affirmation?
An oath.
And do you consider this oath binding on your conscience?
Yes, I do.
Please state your full names for the record.
Sitembile Jeremiah Dwe.
Do you swear what you're about to tell the committee is the truth and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you, sir. Chairperson, thank you.
Thank you. So, Municipal Manager, you have 15 minutes. Please continue.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, and good evening to honorable members. It is indeed a great pleasure for us to appear before the committee today. And
while we wait, then members, can you open the document on your phone for Letsimeng? It's waiting. It's not opening. Yes. Can you just maybe in Kalimeng just check on that, because we did receive it, but we can't open the document. Can't download document. Try again. That's what it says. If you could just resend it to us, thank you, Kalimeng. Municipal Manager, please continue.
thank you very much, Chairperson. We are here as per the invitation from the Joint Committee in terms of Section 132(1)(ab) of the MFMA. As the municipality for 24-25, we obtained a qualified audit opinion. Except for the effects of the qualification matters, the financial statements were fairly present the municipality's position, and the municipality accepts the findings without reservations. And what does that mean? It means the Auditor General could not obtain sufficient evidence from several material balances and identified misstatements not corrected. We accept as the municipality that the municipality does not dispute the outcome and takes full responsibility for the underlying control weaknesses. And we will act through our costed audit action plan to ensure that there's consequence management that is implemented as set out in this particular submission. Areas of concern or areas the Auditor General could not confirm, they were ranging around the payables and leave pay, where trade payables of 398.3 million could not be confirmed, and an accrued leave pay was also overstated with the amount of 5.7 million. And then the second one was on the property, plant and equipment, which was around, the overstatement was around 10.76 million. and then receivables on VAT, exchange, non-exchange, and VAT receivables, and 426.9 million impairment allowance could not be confirmed. And then revenue and service charges overstated by around 11.4 million. This is inclusive of sale of water, which is around 17.4, electricity 35.5 million, which could not be confirmed. And the debt impairment bad debt of 74.2 million and general expenses of 35.8 million could not be confirmed. Bulk purchases and cash flow, but bulk purchases were also misstated, and the operational cash flow of 27.68 million contained multiple errors. And then number 7, grants and subsidies and unspent conditional grants overstatement was also identified on grants, subsidies, and understatement on unspent conditional grants for 6.5 million. And then interest income and on receivables adjustment of 43 million had to be done, as well as the overtime payment of 8.3 million. On number of these highlighted areas, Honorable Chairperson, the municipality has already corrected some of these issues of concern or issues that Auditor General could not confirm. We also corrected this through developing and submitting an interim AFS, which was submitted even to Treasury. And we have also corrected some of the raised issues by the Auditor General. And then there was a material uncertainty. I heard that the issue of going concern was a very significant financial sustainable challenge for the municipality, wherein 115.9 million was net deficit for the year ended 30 June 2025. And this included depreciation of 15 million and debt impairment of 110 million. As well as on trade, some of the sustainable challenges were around 391.2 million, which is total trade payables of 420 million, which includes 350 of Eskom and 30 million of Galfontein Water Board, by which current liabilities exceeded our current assets. The Auditor General has noted material uncertainty that may cast significant doubt on the municipality's ability to continue as a going concern. The financial recovery in this submission includes the revenue collection, cost containment, distribution losses, and Eskom arrangement as part of our municipality's response to these significant challenges. On unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure, in 2023-24, we're sitting at 127 unauthorized expenditure, but that number increased to 196 million. And what our corrective measures, we undertaken an adjustment budget which was approved in January 2026 in line with MBRR regulations to authorize the unauthorized expenditure. And majority of these unauthorized expenditure, like I said, they are related to non-cash items as well as a debt impairment. And on fruitless and wasteful expenditure, we were sitting at 24 million in 23-24 and 38 million in 24-25. Council approved a write-off amounting to 19.5 of fruitless and wasteful expenditure. And this write-off was mainly on the interest charged on the debt of Eskom as well as the debt of a water board. Irregular expenditure in 23-24, it was 12 million. In 24-25, it was around 7 million. The MPAC met on the 27th of July to investigate around 7.1 million irregular expenditure, which will then be processed through the processes. But what we have realized and what we must accept is that our MPEC was not functional for the better part of the 2025-2026 financial year. However, with the new regime in the municipality, we resuscitated MPEC, we filled vacancies, we investigated. Thus, we will then be, thus there was a write-off of certain irregular expenditure, and to date, we have also an item that goes to council on Friday to write off around 514 of unauthorized expenditure, which is related to depreciation as well as debt impairment. And then the unauthorized expenditure that rose was driven by budget overspending, mainly due to non-cash items such as depreciation and debt impairment, like I said. And then on matters raised by the AG, there were issues on other matters, electricity losses, material irregularities that the mayor has already spoke about. There's also water losses, as well as the criminal matters that were raised, wherein the former technical director is facing alleged fraud and corruption charges. And by the time we received the update was only in 21 April 2026. Key areas of non-compliance included financial statements wherein AFS were said to have not been prepared in terms of Section 122(1) because of the material misstatements, expenditure management, creditors that are not paid within 30 days, revenue and asset management, adequate accounting and internal control systems, consequence management, UIF expenditure that was not investigated. Like I said, even this year of 2025-2026, there was no proper functionality in terms of MPEC. Governance and internal audit. Internal audit did not deliver a risk-based plan or required reports because we did not even have the risk officer. We recently advertised the position of the risk officer so that he can start to do the risk management so that our audit can be risk-based. Grants and procurement, MIG and WSIG not spent for the intended purpose. Those were the key areas of non-compliance. Our honest diagnosis ranges from leadership instability, weak internal controls, prior recommendations that were not actioned, and no consequence management on certain non-compliance or lack of adherence to internal controls. And then on consequence management, there was an issue relating to, in fact, in our response to consequence management, we are going to institute investigations into unauthorized, like we already did, through the resuscitation of MPEC, filling vacancies. Disciplinary board is active, is awaiting referrals. MPEC will then play its oversight and ensure that all the findings of MPEC are implemented, and will always cooperate with authorities where there is a referral to the disciplinary board and the disciplinary board refers to authorities like SAPA, SAPS and whatsoever. We will then be able to cooperate as we are cooperating already with those institutions. And on financial recovery and ESCOM arrangement, we are going to strengthen our revenue collection. We are going to implement cost containment measures. We are going to reduce distribution losses. We have already entered into a payment arrangement with ESCOM. We are just taking the item to council on Friday for it to be concluded, though it is going to be difficult for us to adhere to that payment arrangement because of the sum of monthly payments that we must make. But we have made a commitment to ensure that we will adhere to that payment arrangement, and the mayor has given us a clear directive to say we must adhere to all the arrangements that we have made with ESCOM, pension funds, water boards, and any other person that we owe a substantial amount of money. Audit action plan to address the qualification. We have already started with the audit action plan, but upon our arrival, we realized that our audit action plan was on Excel, or a partial part of it was on Excel, and there was a portion which was on the web base, which is FMCMM. We have already started to use the web-based, which is FMCMM, to ensure that we comply. Our asset register will be corrected throughout the process. We will ensure revenue integrity. We will review and ensure quality assurance. We will act on findings, and we will timely support our, or will timely report to all our sector departments that we need to report on, your treasury and others.
MM, you have 3 minutes left.
Thank you. And on governance and capacity, governance capacity and oversight, we will definitely stabilize leadership. We are intending to finalize the process of filling the vacancies. They were advertised for senior managers, all senior managers. The closing date was on the 13th of July. Tomorrow we are sitting for shortlisting, and we are anticipating that by the end of October we'll be having new senior managers in the municipality. We are going to strengthen internal audit. We have already resuscitated the audit committee because it was sitting, but it was not sitting as it is supposed to. So we have adopted a risk-based internal audit plan to ensure regular reporting to the audit committee. We are going to empower oversight. Already we realized that on the MPEC, there were a number of impediments that resulted to the non-functionality. Issues of not providing proper support in terms of human resource. We have addressed that. We have given them proper support in terms of human resource. We are institutionalizing discipline. Already, there are instances where we have suspended, where we have taken disciplinary actions against any form of misconduct in the institution. And then we will then request the committee to provide assistance to us, the financial recovery support, ESCOM and credit relief, because if we can be able to pay for 12 months, which we are committing to, then we'll then be able to request for credit relief. And then on ESCOM debt, the municipality is currently owing 370 million to ESCOM. The payment plan, like I said, is already there. We already paid 3.5 million on the 23rd of July, and 1.5 million was paid in March 2026. Last payment to other ESCOM account was paid on the 17th of June to the tune of 438. Municipality made a commitment to pay 10% of equitable share to be received to ESCOM. The proposal was presented to ESCOM at first, and it was rejected, and ultimately it was then considered. Thus, we are taking an item to cancel for approval on Friday. ESCOM is requesting...
As you conclude.
As I conclude, Chairperson, on pension funds, I think we have done substantially well with MWRF. We are only left with 300,000, which we'll pay once we receive equitable share. On SALA pension fund, we paid 4 million, and on material irregularities, like the mayor has already said, there is a substantial improvement. Attached to the presentation is the annual financial statements process plan, which will outline how far we are in with different items of the preparation of the AFS. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you. Members, Honourable Mackay, Honourable Foko.
Thank you, Chair.
First round.
Thank you, Chair. In the first round, I need to know a couple of things. First of all, you said that you've spent 200,000 Rand on a car rentals for the Speaker as an emergency because the car was broken. Is this the same car that the former Speaker rolled, or his PA rolled, which he said he was driving, which he wasn't driving? How far is that case, and have you got the money back from him for the car that was damaged? Have you implemented criminal charges against it? How far is that investigation? And also paying high-end rentals, the same as your previous mayor. You've lived in Bloemfontein and used municipal money to travel to and from Bloemfontein on a daily basis. Has that money been recouped? How will Letsimeng make use of the operational, make up for not using their grants properly? And I can give various explanations of this. Number one, in Pietersburg you have boreholes. Of the 23 boreholes, you're using 3. The others are all serviceable. They've been tested for water independently. Many of them, numerous of them have water. The pumps aren't operational. You've got no security. You've got no infrastructure going there. And then the sanitation pipe running from the town to the newly established, or when I say new, 2 or 3 year old wastewater treatment work is miles too thin, also runs uphill instead of downhill, so that I don't know how the sanitation's meant to go there. In Lukhof, you have compactors, and I've got video evidence of this, dumping municipally collected waste in the first open space they can find. Are they being charged? What's happening with them? Why are the indigent registers that you have declining? You have one of the municipalities with the highest unemployment. If you cannot, there's no possible way that your indigent lists are declining. So in other words, you're not getting the equitable share, even though it's withheld. You're not getting the amount of equitable share that you should be getting to actually to help you pay for your indigent services. What is Public Services' reason for giving the post office? I'm not sure if you were involved in this, but the post office in Jacobsdal was rented out to a foreign applicant without it going to public participation as a historical building, and it wasn't open for tender for the local residents to rent. The Koffiefontein Waterworks, that has been a nightmare for as long as I've been an MPL. Koffiefontein, some of the residents haven't had water in their entire life for the entire day. So I'd like to know what's happened with that mayor's case with the 40 million of fraud. How far is that? Has it been pushed? Has it been gone further? And what consequence management measures have been implemented against the officials and the councillors who repeatedly fail to comply with the financial management legislation, and how many disciplinary cases have been concluded during this reporting period? There are several, apparently, according to your own report, that are behind on rates and taxes. Now that's not allowed. I'm almost finished, Chair. You are losing 79% of your water that you purchase. Now this is a water scarce area. We all know that. Half the time you don't have water. During the day, Koffiefontein looks like a desert. At night, it looks like Venice Beach, because there's more water coming out the pipes than are actually ending up in the people's taps. It's valued at 3.1 million per month. I mean, that's nuts. What are you doing to fix it? And Mr. Chair, I'll hold it that, except for the last one, the electricity distribution losses doubled this year to 22.34%. And to make matters worse is that the electrical stations are not secure. Within the last year, you've had 4 deaths caused by electrocution. That is not acceptable. Even 1 death is not acceptable. And that's purely because of maintenance issues that have not been followed up and corrected immediately. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Honourable Foko.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I just want to check with Letsimeng, because the last time presentation, Chair, it was talking about vacant positions that's supposed to be advertised. Is it still the vacant position, or is the new position that are going to be advertised? And the second one is the overtime, Chair. Are you having a challenge of overtime that side, or is it normal to pay overtime? I didn't hear that one, that you are saying you are having challenges in terms of paying overtimes. So thank you very much, Chair.
Also, as part of your replies, I would like to know what the COE is, or the salary bill versus versus a total budget, percentage-wise. And then I've been told that there is an issue with clearance certificates for properties. It's not easy to get clearance certificates. Well, not easy. It's not possible to get clearance certificates in Letsimeng. So what's the reason for that, and how are you going to improve that? Also, and I think Honourable Mackay touched on it, but the water loss is terrible. So what is the plan? Is there an improvement plan or something to improve the water losses in Letsimeng? Thank you. Let's get the replies.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson and honorable members, for the questions. On the issue of the vehicle of the former speaker, which was involved in an accident, we immediately took a council item to council, wherein council approved now in June, wherein council approved formal investigation. Upon our arrival with the mayor, the matter was a thorny issue sitting there without it being processed. We then took the matter, we took it to council, and then council approved that we investigate that particular. Yesterday and today I received a preliminary report from the investigators on the vehicle. And subsequent to that, there was a vehicle rented with government garage, which is VW T-Cross, which was costing a lot of money for the municipality. We took a deliberate decision to return that vehicle, because upon the arrival of the mayor then said, I will not use the municipal vehicle, I will not use a municipal rented vehicle, I will use my own car. I have my own car, I don't need to be reimbursed for that, I will use my car. So we were having the car that was of the former mayor, which was then sent to the current speaker, and then the one, the T-Cross that was used by the former speaker, we sent it back to government garage. And the investigations are there, and we have a preliminary report that we received yesterday and today. We can furnish the committee with that preliminary, though there are still a lot of questions that comes out of the investigation, because one of the reports that we received is that the insurer auctioned the vehicle, and when they auctioned the vehicle, they took the proceeds of the auction. And then we then said, there's something that is not right on that. Now, they are going deeper in terms of investigating all the entire issue. And then on, I'll take some and the CFO will take others. On all the maintenance issues, be it water, be it sanitation, electricity, we have prepared and developed maintenance plans that will then ensure that we maintain our infrastructure even before that infrastructure has challenges. So we'll be implementing that maintenance plan to ensure that we provide services to the communities of Letsimeng, because they deserve all the services they need and those that are within the constitution. On the issue of the refuse, I also received the same complaint. I also have the same video. I have also instituted investigation as to who was driving the compactor truck and why did he not use the designated landfill sites to throw the refuse. So those actions will then be taken. On the indigent registers and the decline, we saw that there is a decline because we are having around 2,300 registered indigents, and we said, no, it can't be right. Thus, the mayor introduced the Operation Patala. We already started in Koffiefontein, wherein we called all the community members who are qualifying to come and register. On top of that, we are also addressing queries that are there, because we have realized there are a lot of queries that were not attended to, so that as we move from Koffiefontein, we have a clear action plan on how do we address some of these queries. On the post office and the which is rented out in Jacobsdal to a foreigner, I'm not so sure. I don't want to mislead the committee. We'll go back, investigate this, and then come back. On the issues of Koffiefontein and the challenges of water, the project that was a subject for investigation by the Hawks has delayed some of the deliverables in terms of provision of water to the communities of Letsemeng, because there is a project already that was stalled. However, the service provider left site. We re-advertised. On Friday, the adjudication committee will be sitting. We will then be appointing a service provider to ensure that he finalizes the project so that we can give consistent, sustainable water to our residents. On 79% water losses, we already agreed that we will engage Treasury in the introduction of prepaid water meters, because in some of these water losses, you find that there are no water meters to different different community members. Now, it appears as if it's a loss, but it is water that is not accounted for in terms of water meters. And then we then said, let's not include the normal water meters, let's include the prepaid water meters. I think the CFO will take others as well as the mayor will take others, because I think we are on the same level of information. We are at the same level of information with. On overtime and vacant positions, we have adopted a strategy to reduce overtime. We don't have challenges to pay overtime. We are currently paying around 1.1 million, between 904 and 1.1 million on average on overtime. We then said this is not correct. We have started to look at each and every overtime, and we realized that there are instances of malfeasance in these overtimes, and we'll be instituting an investigation. What I said to all the directors who are using overtime, I said each and every month I want a reduction on overtime, and that strategy will then assist us. Where there are instances of malfeasance, we'll take necessary steps. On the vacant positions is the positions of all the directors, director corporate, director community, director technical services, as well as chief financial officer and the municipal manager. All those positions are vacant. In terms of our process plan is to ensure that we finalize the senior management position by October. I'll give the CFO to talk to others with your indulgence, Chairperson. Thanks.
Please continue.
Thanks, Chair. So I'll deal with the last question that the Chair asked about the COE. So we currently at 5% of the total, 35%, okay, 35% of the total expenditure budget. So I think we are well within the norm. The norm is between 25 and 40%.
Sorry, can you just repeat?
Okay, we are at 35%, 35, yeah. So we are well within the norm of 25 and 40%. And issue of clearance certificate, well, I'm not aware. They've been signed by myself. Just yesterday, I signed about 7 of them. And there will be 1 or 2 cases where there'll be a delay, but most of the time, I ensure that I do deliver them. Sometimes I deliver them myself to the attorneys. So, but then I'll check those if there are any other issues pertaining to that. And then the issue of indigent, talked about the Mineral Patala program, but then what you've done also from our side, we've also amended our policy. So initially our policy wanted elderly people to raise on a year-to-year basis. We've changed that, so when an adult person is a beneficiary of indigent, they are there until the last days of their lives on earth. And then number 2, we've also changed, included a clause in the indigent policy. Initially we used to do it using the household income. So we'll then say a household is indigent if they are earning less than 6,000 per month. We've then added another clause saying that as per the Municipal Property Rights Act and the policy of the municipality, around 70,000 of the municipal property is basically exempt from being charged property rates. So we've also included that clause within the indigent policy saying that if your household is less than 70,000, then you are going to qualify to be an indigent. So we are trying to increase the numbers, and you are correct, member, saying that the 2,300 that we have on the indigent register is actually low. We should be around 4,000 or 5,000, and we are going towards that, yes. We are going towards that. The issue of boreholes in Petersburg, we have submitted a business plan to DWS to refurbish 13 boreholes. We are waiting appraisal from them if there's any other information that they need from us, but business plan has been submitted, and we've had a number of meetings with them to discuss the contents of that business plan. I've dealt with it. Yeah. Thank you, Chair.
Acting MM, how long have you been at the municipality? You and the acting CFO. You were seconded by Cogta. How long have you been there?
Chairperson, I was seconded by Cogta first week of June 2026.
Okay, so it's quite recently.
It's
you
quite
started.
recent. It's only around two months.
Okay. Members, any other questions? Honourable Mackay.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. First of all, my condolences, because you inherited a municipality that's in financial crisis and in collapse. So I'm not sure if to say congratulations or condolences. Which brings me to the second part. Your billing system seems to be a broken billing system. There are many residents that are receiving two bills, one for the late father, who was never stopped, and then the next one is on their name, and the two aren't consolidated. They've sent many replies through to you guys, and it's not been solved. At the same time, in certain areas in Sandershoogte, you've got problems with title deeds where the title deeds are given to two different people for the same house, and there are conflicts between human settlements of provincial and municipalities division, and there seems to be hassles with those title deeds. I've got one in my possession as well as I've got a whole file of bills that are incorrectly done, and they must just be consolidated and moved into one system. It should take 5 minutes by anybody that is sharp enough to be able to do it. And then the wastewater treatment work plant in Jacobsdal, as well as the landfill site. I'm not sure whether I must call it the landfill site or the wastewater treatment plant, because you've got to drive through a pile of whatever you want to call it to get to the landfill site. But it's not fenced in and it's not official. It's got no license. It's never been actually identified, according to residents, as a landfill site, but it's been used as a landfill site, which is hazardous because just directly across the road is a settlement. And that's very dangerous for those people. And that wastewater treatment plant, I have videos of dead horses in there and cows, and that are then pulled out by the residents because that water treatment work is not working. So what happens is cattle, roaming cattle, go and drink the water, and they blow up and they die and they pass out in there. So that is a major problem, that the residents then go and pull it out to try and get something happening. So please, if we can have a look at that wastewater treatment plant, it's very dysfunctional. And the last complaint is just out in Demantwoogte. There's an area which they call the Green Nile. Now, I know exactly, you're all nodding your heads because you know exactly what I'm talking about. The Green Nile is not because it's beautiful with trees. It's because it is waist height in sewage that runs through there, and and it contaminates the groundwater, which is right next to the canal, as you very much know, which is where Koffiefontein gets its water from. So these are issues that are systemic. They've been there for a while, they've been there for a long time, and then tongue-in-cheek, maybe you should put up a board and say, come visit our TLB, because I don't know how long that thing's actually been there now.
Last response by the municipality. Please continue.
No, thank you very much, Chair. The broken billing system, like I said in our presentation, to say we already received a number of queries. Hence, we came up with this program to go where residents are, collect their queries, respond to them immediately on site. So I think if we are consistent, in fact, as we will be consistent in addressing these queries, we will see the end of this type of queries. We appreciate your condolences or whatever you call it. However, we are resolute to fix what we can fix within our limited resources. On the title deeds, we already engaged Department of Human Settlement. They have already appointed attorneys that are going to assist us to provide the title deeds. We already agreed with the mayor, and the mayor has already undertaken a process of issuing out some of these title deeds. My first week only, we distributed title deeds and PTOs in Lukov, which was part of us giving dignity to our people and ensuring that they have ownership to their houses. And then I'll give CFO to deal with others, and we appreciate those comments because majority of the second round were comments that were trying to assist us on how to deal with some of the challenges. Thank you very much, Chair.
CFO.
Thanks, Chair. So the issue of sewer in Koifontein, the one that is running, so we currently have a project ongoing, which is the refurbishment of the sewer treatment plant in Koifontein. It's about 35 million project funded directly through the DWS. However, this project will not function properly because there's another project that must be initiated through DWS as well, which is the refurbishment of the 4 pump stations that fit into the sewer network. This project is currently being implemented by MISA through Schedule 6B. Last financial year, they were given 5 million for this project. For this current financial year, there's 9 million gazetted for that project. So hopefully the two will finish at the same time, and then we'll deal with the green stuff in Koifontein. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, thank you for your responses. Thank you for your time. Mayor, it is admirable that you decided to use your own car, so that should be noted. Thank you for that, because that shows commitment in a certain way, so thank you. And then you are released.
In essence, you wasted our time.
I know.
So let it come.
Let's get
so that if it takes us long, we don't have others
Yeah. Where's Honourable
let's. I think we need to start. I know that they're trying to locate the mayor, so that if it's possible that he can lock in without wasting time. Let me take you through. Introduce yourselves and the team before Mem Puse talks to you. You are leading the team now. Tell us who you are and who is with you before we give over to Mem Puse.
Thanks, Chairperson. My name is BC Mukumela, the Acting Municipal Manager at Kopanon Local Municipality. With me is the Speaker of the municipality, Honorable Muizi. I'm also accompanied by the Acting Chief Financial Officer, Pumla Senyani. That's the team.
Mem Puse.
Thank you, Chair. Mayor Pumla, I'm going to administer an oath to you. May you please stand? Good evening. Please switch on your mic. Would you be taking an oath or an affirmation? An oath or an affirmation?
Oath.
Okay, please speak into the mic.
Oath.
And do you consider this oath binding on your conscience?
Yes.
Please state your full names for the record.
My name is Pumla Megisenyan.
Do you swear what you're about to tell the committee is the truth and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you, Mayor Pumla. Chairperson, thank you.
Thank you. Maybe the speaker can just give a small political input or input from a political desk.
Chair, thank you very much, and honorable members. Goeiemiddag allemaal. Yeah, we must just put it on record that the mayor was given a link that he was supposed to join us through the link. And if that link is available, it will then be indicated. But nonetheless, Chair, we are here before you and the committee to come and present the critical audit findings, the root causes of those findings, the remedial actions, the material irregularities, and our state of readiness on the AFS. That's the brief that we got, and we appreciate the opportunity to come and present. Kopanong was on a downslide trajectory before the arrival of the team, and we can confirm on behalf of Council that there's been significant improvement in other areas of concern. It's not better, but there is improvement. With the necessary assistance from yourselves and national, I think there's a story to be told in Kopanong. It might not be now, but in the near future, this tide can be turned around. Thank you so much, Chair.
Particularly in the mayor's office, which is the source of problems in many municipalities. Over to you, MM, for your presentation. I give you 10 minutes for your presentation. So what becomes important is you should stray to areas which you think they need our attention.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, honorable members of the committee. As mentioned by the
Honorable Speaker. Our presentation will be based on the critical audit findings of the 2024-2025. A number of issues were raised, and amongst the issues that were raised were your payables from exchange transactions, your receivable from exchange transactions, and I think all of those are on the presentation. But critical to this was basically the issue of the opening balances without supporting schedules, and the challenges with regard to your general ledger, trial balance, and the supporting schedules not agreeing. However, the opinion that the municipality obtained or achieved was a qualified opinion for 2024-2025. What happened thereafter, Honorable Chair, is that we did a reflection, and then we agreed that we must appoint as early as possible consultants to assist us in addressing issues with regard to matters that were raised. And we have to date dealt with about 9 months of our annual financial statements. We completed them around April the 21st, if my memory serves me well. Basically, we were looking into the opening balances from the previous years. I want to believe that members would be aware that Kopanong also had a system problem. The system crashed, so we had a challenge of information. However, we are on course with regard to that. And as we speak at this point in time, the 9 months that we have done in terms of the interim annual financial statements, we made sure that the general ledger and the trial balance and the supporting documents agrees, and we are confident that not only have we documented that, because your information have this funny behavior of vanishing, especially towards your audit process. So we have also done some steps to ensure that we save them such that when audit comes, those supporting documents must be there. That's why we have also beefed up our audit file, unlike last year, where we had challenges with regard to information. We still had challenges with regard to the audit findings. We have addressed on the website about 81 of those. 70 of them are still outstanding, but they would be addressed as and when we submit our final annual financial statements. And some of them, I think, because we have our daily annual financial statement work stream led by the CFO, and the report on weekly Thursdays to myself in terms of prior issues and also in terms of how far we are with our financial statements. In terms of our readiness for the 2025-2026 annual financial statements, like I said, we have appointed the consultant very early, and I also made mention that we also are dealing with these issues at the level of the steering committee. So we believe, it's our belief, that as a municipality we will surprise a lot of disbelievers coming the end of November with regard to our opinion. Fortunately, I'm confident in that one. We are also at this point in time having our program with regard to our readiness. I think I'm jumping around and speaking to the presentation, Chair. With regard to the UIFW, or maybe I must deal first with the material irregularities. We had about 2 of the material irregularities. One was the issue of the South African, the pension fund, SALA pension fund. The only thing we could do is to ensure that the payment plan that we have agreed upon with them, we stick to it. And it's not based on a monthly payment. It's as and when we received our equitable share. And I want to raise at this point in time that that's the main challenge that we have in terms of our major creditors. The issue of the second material irregularity was the issue of the pollution of the Garib Dam, which is a very important aspect. I think we did the repair and refurbishment of the wastewater treatment plant, and we promised that we'll appoint the 3 process controllers that we have done. And we are not at this point in time 100% in terms of its functionality, because here and there we'll have some challenges. But today we have sent our people to go and sort out the challenge of electricity, so that the functionality of that wastewater treatment plant can also address the challenge that we have with that MI. With regard to the UIF and W, I think the MPEC, though the MPEC is not like absolutely functional, however, they are dealing with the UIFW. In the previous financial year, the MPEC investigated only your fruitless and wasteful expenditure in terms of the interest of the Val Central. And they also dealt with the unauthorized expenditure, which was also audited. And I think there is an improvement with regard to that. With regard to the irregular expenditure, the 332 is as a result of historical irregular expenditure which we have referred to MPEC to investigate. When you look at our irregular expenditure, I think there's a significant improvement with regard to that. Most of it is creditors that we are supposed to pay as a result of previous work that was done, in particular your legal people. I think I've dealt with the readiness before I dealt with the 2 aspects. Sorry for not following the presentation. However, we will submit annual financial statements on the 31st of August. We will also have our final draft of our annual financial statement on the 21st. Very much confident in that regard. We'll send it to all stakeholders to assist in terms of their inputs. And I'm submitting to committee that we will submit better, most credible financial statement, unlike before. We are also having last Richard.
Is it you have gone beyond the time allocation? Is klaar?
Chairperson?
Is dit klaar?
Net die laaste 3.
Okay.
Die laaste 3 uitdagings.
Okay.
Is it okay? Thank you. The last 3 challenges that we have, we must submit to committee that we have a challenge with regard to human capital in terms of addressing some of the issues that are raised by community. I must submit to committee. I must submit to committee that we have a high historical debt of creditors, e.g. like Salah that I've mentioned. We need an intervention in that regard. It must be understood that we are from Kopanong in the Garib district, where we smell poverty, unemployment, and lack of economic activity. So we need a lot of injections of economic activities, employ our young people, employ our people, so that the municipality can also thrive out of it. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you. Honorable members, that's the presentation.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I've just got 2 or 3 questions. My first one is, MPEC recommended writing off approximately 1.2 billion. Now, when I hear the word billion, it frightens me, because just in size, if you had to do it in seconds, if I have to pay you R1 every second, on 11 days I would have given you R1 million. In 32 years I would have given you R1 billion. So to write off 1.2 billion rand, is none of that recoverable? That's one of my questions. There must be a way that it can be stopped. I mean, to write it off, it's unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure. Is there nothing that has been, through the investigations, that somebody can be held accountable for? Consequence management, just to write it off and say it's done, there should be somebody being held accountable for this amount of money. It's a significant write-off. So how are those officials being handled? Has it been investigated? There needs to be something done about it. You can't just say 32 years of money is thrown into the ocean. And then there was last year you had a major problem when you were here with your infrastructure or your conditional grants. You were having a major problem with your infrastructure conditional grants, and you weren't. The legislation says that you must use 25% per quarter. Have you caught up with that? I didn't see it. I might have missed it. But have you caught up? How is your conditional grants being utilized properly? Because I remember that you also had major infrastructure problems that could be addressed by those grants. So I would like to know how they're being addressed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and thank you for the presentation to the Municipal Manager. Chair, I just have a question regarding the Oranje Krag pump station, the hydro park, the small one there. That one is still leaking. I was there last week, Monday. It's still leaking profusely, and it's leaking into the Garib Dam. I'm very concerned about that one. What is it? It's been refurbished. It's been refurbished. There's a camera on there. But it's still leaking. I just want to understand what transpired there. Why is it still leaking? If I do understand there was a substantial amount of money spent there. But then similarly in Tromsburg, in Fontaine Street, there was a 3 kilometer upgrade to a sewage pipe there, and to the sewage works there. I think that was to the tune of 7 or 8 or 9 million, if I'm not mistaken. But that MIG upgrade there is also still leaking. The sewage there is still leaking there into a local Spruit. Then in terms of the splitting of Kopanong, I'm not sure perhaps if I must address this to the speaker as the political head. What is the understanding of Kopanong Council, the political leadership of Kopanong, about the splitting of Kopanong, the new municipality come 5 November? Yesterday we received some information that Cogta in the province is saying they don't want it to proceed. due to some factors, but what is the messaging that you are receiving as a council? And then the waste transfer facilities. Now, I know there's also been substantial amounts spent in I think, in 4 or 5 of the towns, waste transfer facilities. I know most recently Garib Dam also had a waste transfer facility built, 4 or 5 million rand. It's there, it's not being utilized. Edinburgh has one, all over the place. What's the plan with the waste transfer facilities? It's one thing to go and spend millions of rands on a transfer facility, but then getting it operationalized seems to be problematic. The one in Edinburgh is totally dilapidated, so I'm very concerned. The one in Garib Dam that was finished, I think, last year, 4 or 5 million. So if it's not going to be utilized, it's also just going to be carried away brick by brick. But Chair, let me welcome the optimism by the municipal manager. Let's hope. I'm really looking forward to see positive changes in the financials of Kopanong come reporting time end of August. So I'm really hoping it will be wonderful, because the hard reality is you can smell and see poverty in all 9 towns of Kopanong, and it has to change. It is a dire situation, and it's actually a beautiful place. It's a place with a lot of potential in our province. Thank you, Chair.
No, thanks very much, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable members. Allow me to start from the bottom upward. With regard to our infrastructure grant, our WASIC is with the municipality, and it was never used for any salary or any other instance other than the project in Betuli, which is the pipeline to supply water for the Vergenoeg area. And that amount includes also the upgrading of the Betuli pump station at the school, at the Lipoi area, and at the church. So we want to resolve that. And I hope that it will be resolved, given that I have an attachment to Betuli, Chairperson. On the MIG, our MIG sits with the district. I think last year we were around 60%. We arrived very late during the course of the year. We were at 60%. The report that we have received last week on the 24th, we managed to be around now 75% on MIG expenditure. If our working relationship was very good with all stakeholders, we could have been at 90%, but they were not able to read my vision and understanding. With regard to the issue of Honorable Member, the write-off, it's historical non-cash items, and that's the easiest that you can deal with. Your historical non-cash items coming from 5 years backwards. So we had to be brave and deal with it. Is the issue of the unauthorized expenditure, which results from your unfunded budget. And allow me, Honorable Chair and members, to reserve my understanding and comments on unfunded budget, especially in an area called Kopanong in the Garib district, the poorest of them all. So at this point in time, we were not able to identify any person in terms of consequence management. With regard to the irregular, what I have seen, the next time we report, we'll be able to inform the committee what steps have we taken with regard to the irregular expenditure. I think it's 334 million. We will be able to inform the committee. But amongst the challenges that we have is that some of the procurement on infrastructure project, it was the issue of the composition of your SCM committee, whereby you would not have a director or you will not have a supply chain person. But we'll come back to report on that one. The Orange Krach, as mentioned, Honorable Member, will give feedback because I know for the past 2 days there is a service provider who's dealing with that matter. And in assistance to all our sewer network in the whole area, we have purchased your hydrojetting machines out of our own funds as a municipality to ensure that all the areas we are able to deal with the sewer spillage in a very short turnaround time. And our intention is very clear. We divided our 9 towns into 3, and each of the 3 will have one hydrojet. So the first one is already there. The next 2 will be ordered, it will be there. So we'll be supplying them to the different 3 towns, and then we will deal with the sewer spillage. The Transberg, indeed, the first contractor on arrival was terminated. We are in the process of reporting that contractor to the National Treasury. We have put the second contractor on terms. And if the second contractor is not going to perform accordingly, we will terminate and request that MISA must come and assist to conclude that project. That project must be concluded, I think, by the end of August. I think, Chair, that's the response on the questions.
Municipality that in our eyes was never provided any hope in the past. I think it's we have had some positive news, I think, in the past. We are just waiting with a bated breath for the outcomes of audit, this coming audit. Hopefully that we can see improvement. I think improvement is one thing, but turning around the lives of the people in the area is another. But that would really need assistance from provincial government in a way of directing the economy of the area in a certain direction. And it needs conscious decision and bravery to ensure that the industries that have competitive advantage in the area are really established and supported. Honorable members, please allow me, I don't want us to distribute people to waste our time, that they must leave, and so that we can then have Mohokare. Thank you,
Apologies, Chair. If we could just perhaps get some clarity from the speaker about the splitting. What is the?
Okay,
I think it's very
no,
vital
I
for us
forgot
because
that,
on,
yeah.
on 4 November something was happened. Either we're having 2
Not
municipalities
got
or what. It's quite vital.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Yeah, I think that's a valid question because we all struggling with the outcome. If you go now on the IEC website, they've already restructured the wards and the boundaries. It will show you new municipality and old municipality. So the danger that we sit with is that you're going to have a Ward 1 in Garibdam and a Ward 1 in Reddersburg. And if ever the minister or whoever is responsible for the objection, whether it's Cogta or whoever, the litmus test would be who then have judicial authority to decide against an independent board to eliminate, because there was a process of what elimination, there was objections. And if the minister, there is provision in the law that gives the minister powers to can put on hold, but there is a limitation in terms of the time frames. So the time frames have lapsed for objections for a new municipality. We only hear it informally so, that there are people who are not for. But the president signed off the ward elimination processes. There are new wards in Kopanong. There is Ward 1, Ward 2, up to Ward 5 in Kopanong 1, which is 165, 164, and 162. So the dilemma that we sit with, Chair, we don't know what will happen if you are a councillor in Ward 1, there will be 2 Ward 1s in Kopanong come the 4th of November. So we would honestly love to get clarity from the leadership in the province as to what. If there is an objection to the establishment of that municipality, why then take us through all that processes of engaging, public engagements and stuff like that? I have on record placed my support for the new municipality, and I've given my reasons in the last sitting when I was here. I think I still stand by my word that there is prospects of success if you make it a bit smaller. The revenue base is an issue. I hear we all talk about clean audits, but what would you achieve in a clean audit if there is no financial base? You need to establish a solid financial base for you to can begin to spend the money correctly. If there's no money to spend, the possibility of irregularities becomes higher because now you have to take what's on the table. We can proudly say as Kopanong that we have eradicated that element of using grant money to pay for salaries. Our salaries as we speak today, they are late with 3-4 days. We're not tapping into the money that's intended for grants, and that's that. But what we need to also take note of is that the honorable members ask us whether there is any consequence management that could have been meted out for the billions that you wrote of. Historically, Kopanong has been, from 2010, there was regress where you would find that there was a decline in accountability. And writing off those billions sounds significantly high, but we need to check from which financial year are we talking about. Is it within the last 10 years? Or is it the last 15 years that we are talking about? And whether are there possibilities of reoccurrence of the same problems in terms of the audit findings? And I can safely say yes, there are systems that are being put in place to prevent reoccurrence of the same problems in the municipality. And I would like to say to the members that we will not win this war unless province step up and come to the rescue of small municipalities. Small municipalities like Kopanong, where the unemployment rate is sitting at 64%, 20% thereof works in government.
Speaker, I'm sitting here looking at you now. You are no longer closing
I'm
our
on the
session.
demarcation, Chair.
Yes, no, you are not on demarcation. You are on other politics now. I would like to cut you short and thank you for honoring this invitation on Xavier on mood.
Thank you, Chair. No problem, Chair. But thanks also for having us again.
Yes, thank you. Which one? Mogari.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening to your team from Okare. I'm going to allow you to make opening remarks and then also introduce your team so we know who we are dealing with. Just something to note, we are going to allow the municipal manager only 15 minutes to present. So keep it short and sweet, so we have enough time to engage with your team. But Mayor, rather, welcome, and the floor is yours.
No, thank you very much, Chair. Good evening. Chair, protocol observed. My name is Tebo Muchechepa, the Mayor of Mohokare Local Municipality. Chair, on my far left, I'm with the Speaker of the municipality, Menzwaki Ramate. On my far right is the Acting Municipal Manager, seconded from Cogta, and Tate Mopedi Mohale, and Tate Vincent Ditabe, the Acting CFO, seconded also from Cogta, to Mohokare Local Municipality for quite some time. Chair, let me also welcome the invite that we received as the municipality to come perhaps and account primarily on service delivery, including the issues of AGSA and the preparations therefore of AFS. Chair, I must allude that before the committee we are coming from the background of 3 disclaimers from Mohokare since 2022-2023 financial year, whereby we've been not doing fairly well in terms of obtaining a sound, audit opinion. But however, Chair, there are a number of issues that have been contributing to that regard. In the main, I can just note the issue of our financial system, which is giving us some challenges, and that contributes to that regard. Mohokare, Chair, and the committee, in terms of political stability, we've been not doing fairly well, honestly, I must say, Chair, which has led to a couple of vacant posts which are critical, the senior management post even up to date to be not yet actually filled. However, it was not long when we concluded on all the issues that have been before the courts, before the Council of Mohokare. Fast forward, Chair, we are the municipality that has been actually affected by Section 2.1 of National Treasury withholding of our equitable share. However, we got the first tranche, it was last week, the 23rd, and then we paid over the arrangements as actually agreed upon, and then we're expecting our entire equitable share anytime soon from now on. In terms of service delivery, due to these hardships, we came up with the strategies of mitigating on a number of sewer spillages that our communities have been experiencing, more especially in that area of Zastro, on the issue of illegal dumping. We are busy working, we are cleaning up currently, Chair, as we speak. We are still struggling when it comes to finances. Our budget is unfunded with the funding plan, Chair. But however, we've been pushing up numbers in terms of pushing the indigent to our people. I think we arrived there were about plus or minus 700 registered indigents, but now the numbers went up. We are dedicated and convinced that this municipality has so much potential to can turn around, despite all the challenges that are there. And we honestly refuse to be sent condolences at all costs. Thank you very much, Chair. I'll hand over to MM through you, Chair.
Municipal Manager, you can maybe stand. We will do the administrating of the oaths or affirmation. So please stand. Ms. Ramoteba will assist you.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening. Good evening, ma'am.
Will you be taking an oath or an affirmation?
An oath.
And do you consider this oath binding on your conscience?
Yes. I
Please
consider-
state your full names for the record.
My name is Mopeti Sam Mohale.
Do you swear what you're about to tell the committee is the truth and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you. Good evening, sir.
Good evening.
Dr. Mohale, please switch off your mic. Will you be taking an oath or an affirmation?
An oath.
And do you consider this oath binding on your conscience?
Yes.
Please state your full names for the record.
B. Vincent Titabe.
Do you swear what you're about to tell the committee is the truth and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you, sir. Chairperson, thank you.
Thank you very much. Municipal Manager, 15 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I'll go directly to the items that have been provided for us to deal with. I hope the presentation, all members, honorable members, are having the presentation that we have sent. The first on the table of content will be the overview, of which the honorable mayor have already dealt with that, and the root causes analysis based on our audit reports that we have received. And the preparations for the annual financial statement, that will be the activity plan and progress made towards the addressing the disclaimer paragraph. Honorable Chairperson and honorable members, as Mohokare, we have been in a disclaimer position for the past 3 financial years, and most of the critical issues that have resulted in us into being in that disclaimer are particularly issues that deals with the internal control deficiency in terms of the financial and non-financial issues, the unavailability of supporting documents affecting the prior year figures, where you will get a challenge to have an opening and a closing balance. And an alternative approach have been sought with the Auditor General of South Africa in terms of, in case that we have not been able to receive or get those documents. Like everyone will know, most of the disclaimers are caused by supporting evidence that has not been there. Most of the documents, they've vanished, they have not been found. And as a result, we couldn't supplement or indicate why some of the transactions were made in the municipality. Some of the transactions were made outside the financial system. That is what was happening in Mohokare local municipality, of which currently we are trying to deal with those issues. The non-implementation of internal and external audit recommendations, audit action plans were not developed, but we have since developed the audit action plan. It has been adopted even by council to deal with those prior year issues and the current audit action plan that we are currently implementing. We had also the issue of the financial system that has been on many occasions been switched off because of the non-payment. As Mohokare, we are one of the municipalities that we have not been able to pay our creditors in time within 30 days or perpetually for some period of time because of the challenges that Mohokare has been experiencing. And as such, some of the transactions, the billing and everything that has to do with the financial system were definitely be switched off. But I would also like to indicate the issue of the skills and the capacity gaps. The Mohokare, more especially in the finance department, it has been operating with the CFOs that have been acting either for a year or for 6 months. There's not been consistency in terms of stability in the finance department, including the senior management position in the finance. It's only now that we're able to appoint your revenue managers so that they can assist the municipality in terms of revenue enhancement and other issues. Remedial actions in terms of those issues, we have developed the audit action plan and is being implemented and monitored. It has been uploaded on the system. We are monitoring it on a weekly basis. The finance policies were reviewed by a council and approved with standard operating procedures that are on a draft stage. Payment arrangement for those that we are owing as the municipality. We have entered into payment arrangement, including with the financial system service provider. the Auditor General South Africa, the SALA, we are into those payment arrangements, and we are paying as per the payment arrangements. We are currently in the process of appointing qualified senior managers, and also, like the mayor have indicated, the issue of institutional stability in the senior management, that the position of the senior managers like the MM, the CFO, the directors of community services are in the process to be finalized, so that there is an implementation and there is leadership in the administration of the municipality. In terms of our preparations for the submission of the AFS, by the 22nd of August, we'll have submitted a draft AFS that will be submitted to the MM from the Office of the CFO and the Finance Department. And this will, by the 22nd, also that documents, that draft will be submitted to Provincial Treasury and Cogta for their review. Then we'll then submit it to the audit, internal audit and the audit committee, also to make their review on the draft. We are anticipating and committed that by the 31st of August, we'll be submitting the AFS, but it won't be just the AFS, it will be the AFS that seeks to improve or take more out of the disclaimer or audit opinion. The CFO will indicate we have been audited for the 2 financial years at a go by the AGSA, because some of the information it was then coming in on 4th. That was not being provided in the previous financial year. It only now that some of the information we are able to get through it, through issues of warning officials, trying to come with consequence management for those who have been in the municipality but who didn't want to produce that information. We've got about 34 paragraphs that has resulted into us to be in a disclaimer audit position. Honorable Chair, with your indulgence, if possible, can the CFO just to take us to those paragraphs?
Please continue, CFO.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson.
But CFO, 5 minutes, please.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll summarize. Thank you, Chair. Yes, as MM has indicated, we sitting with about 34 paragraphs, for which I'll just take you through the progress that we've made to reduce those paragraphs. Because the intention, as stated, we're saying we want to get out of a disclaimer, but to do that, we need to go into the paragraphs and reduce gradually these paragraphs that we have received. On property, plant and equipment, we had issues there, but I can indicate that we've made significant progress where our asset register was reviewed, as well as the infrastructure asset register, our work in progress register. It's also in a progress of review, because we want to have an accurate and complete register at the end of the day. On payables and payables from exchange transactions, it's one of the paragraphs that we foresee problems going forward because we are struggling to receive or to get the supply statements dating back from your 2023. But as MMS indicated, that some of the information is starting to come through to the municipality. On service charges, the issue there is on billing, because immediately when the financial system is suspended, it means that we're sitting with a backlog of billing, we're sitting with a backlog of capturing the necessary transactions during the specific month. So it's a matter that we are alive to, and as it stands, the team from finance section are busy with capturing the transactions from the month of April. The report that I received this morning is that we will be closing the month of June during this weekend. So those are the issues that we are dealing with. On service charges, the same issue, affected by the closure of the financial system.
On unauthorized expenditure, in the previous financial year, we have done a full disclosure. We went back to 2011 and cumulatively reviewed the full extent of our unauthorized expenditure, and we are yet to submit it to MPEC for further investigation. On other financial liabilities, I can indicate that the matters that affected this paragraph, they have been cleared. However, we are busy with the new crop standards. We're trying to understand the impact of the necessary disclosures that we need to do. But I'm comfortable with that section. On receivables from exchange, again, it's affected by our billing, which is really underway at this stage with an anticipated timeline of the 31st of July. On irregular expenditure, the full extent, again, was done. We will submit the irregular expenditure register that is complete and necessary for the disclosure in the financial statement. On commitments, we are sitting with an issue here where the historical projects, infrastructure projects, were not properly accounted for, but we have sought the assistance of PMU unit to ensure that they submit the necessary supporting documentation, and we will then ensure that we disclose the accurate figures in our financial statements. On provisions, we are not worried. It's a section that it's easy to deal with. That's where we disclose the leave provision and bonus provisions, as well as the landfill site provisions. So that will filter into the set of financial statements. On investment property, it's another section that is difficult to deal with, specifically where we have to value each and every investment property, but we have sought an advice from the provincial treasury on how best can we deal with this. We had a meeting with our municipal valuer, who then committed to finalize the investment property register by the 15th of next month.
As you conclude, CFO, please.
Okay, yes. Let me go to the critical ones. On employee-related costs, we do not have issues there. On government grants and subsidies, you would recall that Mohokari was one of the municipalities that was found wanting in terms of spending their grants, to a point that each time we receive equitable share, the National Treasury would withhold a significant portion of our equitable share. However, for the previous financial year, that was the last time that we had to pay off or to pay back the unspent portion of our grants monies. I think other sections relates to will then be updated when we finalize our financial statements, Chairperson. I think I will not go through. Oh, the going concern paragraph, it's one paragraph that has always been there, but it's a matter that we'll be discussing with the AG to say we give a full assessment of our total assets, total liabilities, and our creditors aging, so that we arrive at a proper analysis of where we are in terms of going concern. Because for the past 3 years, the AG would not even look at what we have disclosed and rather write a paragraph on it. But other than that, we are on course, Chairperson. We are committed to reducing these 34 paragraphs. The next time we come here, we will be reporting a different position. Thank you, Chair.
MME, is there something you would like to add in conclusion?
No.
Good. Members, there's the presentation by Mohokare. Question time. Honourable Pretorius, Honourable Mackay, Honourable Forgo, in that order.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and thank you for the presentation by the municipality. Chairperson, when Provincial Treasury did their presentation, they noted that Muakari indicated that national government is owing them over 650 million. In total, their debtors are 722 million. So just want to get clarity. The Treasury indicated that it's wrong. That journal entry of theirs saying that the national government are owing them 650 million rand. So I just want to get some clarity from the CFO, from the MM. What are they doing to ensure that these journal entries are actually now cleared from the books? Then in terms of the conditional grant funding expenditure as well as MIG, I know there were several projects in Muakari, especially in Zastron, regarding sewage connections, water connections. What has transpired since the last time we spoke to the leadership of Muakari on grant funding expenditure, the MIGs, especially if we look to water provision in that municipality? Then I note there is the certificate of debt that is potentially being issued regarding the Parsley Dam or Paisley Dam, I'm not sure how to pronounce, Paisley Dam. What is transpiring there in terms of that project, but as well as the certificate of debt? Yes, Chairperson, at the end of the day, Muakari is a very small municipality. It's got 3 towns. So to my mind, it's Zastron, Smithfield and Ruvel. It should not be that difficult to govern. And it's really one of those municipalities, if you look at the financial distress it's in, yeah, to my mind, it's a manageable size. More must be done. Chairperson, and then lastly to the municipal manager, there was a court case wherein the current mayor was involved regarding legal fees. A cost order was granted. Now this council is coming to an end in 3 months' time. As the accounting officer, have you retrieved the outstanding legal fees from the mayor? If not, is there something, perhaps it's been settled, I don't know, but I'd just like to be taken into confidence before the 3 months term comes to a conclusion. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I'll start with the fact that I'd love to know how you actually work out your budgets. Because when was the last time your indigent register was upgraded? This is I sound like a stuck CD because I've asked every municipality the same question. Your indigent register determines what equitable share you get. And if your indigent register is not updated, you're also one of the poorest constituencies or areas. So your indigent register is way out of whack to what it should be. So you're not still receiving even a small percentage of what you should be receiving. What are you doing to correct that? As well as your billing system. Your billing system is dubious. There's many people in your area that have got 2 bills for the one, and you know about it, CFO. You've obviously been contacted quite a bit with it. So what have you done to correct that? And that goes to, and this is why I'm asking how you're working out your budgets, which is no ways that they can possibly be funded, because just on your debt, your interest on your debtors, the municipality billed 41.3 million in interest and outstanding exchange debtors. What are you doing to service that? How are you servicing it? What percentage of your equitable share at this current stage, given that your liabilities exceed your assets by 300 million rand odd, how are you servicing? What percentage of your equitable share is actually being used for infrastructure, or is it just going straight to salary? So how much of it is, what is your percentage of salaries now for your income? And then the last question, which I'm not sure about what the CFO mentioned now, he said that his billing system will be corrected as of the 1st of July. It is the 29th of July, so I'm a bit concerned there. We're 28 days after the date that you said would be corrected, but it will be corrected. So has it been corrected? Will it be corrected? Is this the 1st of July 2027? I'm not quite sure there. And then how many of your landfill sites in all your towns are actually licensed? Forget about the one that you might get a 10 million rand fine for, but all the others are in the same situation. So how many of your landfill sites are licensed and can be operated properly? Thank you.
Honorable Foko.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, I just want to check with Muhokari whether they are depending on grants, Chair, or there is still a budget for to pay for the employers, because there are serious challenges there, and some they are not being part of the presentation, Chair. So that is my question, Chair.
Municipality.
Thanks, Chairperson. Let me first deal with the one of service delivery, the MIG projects that are grant related. We had a problem of sewer spillage in Sastron, particularly, and as such, we requested funding from Cogta, of which they did allocate a funding of close to about 4 million to refurbish our wastewater treatment plant in Sastron. The contractor is currently on site. He will be done by September. He must be out of sight. He have been refurbished those water treatment plant. And also there is a project under Schedule 6B that has been approved by Cogta, is implemented by Cogta through MISA. That project is we have dealt with the issues of the specs of the projects with Cogta. We are anticipating the appointment will be done as a matter of agency by Cogta. That project will be implemented in Zastron. It's also on the upgrade. You'll remember, honorable members, there are sites that have been allocated in Zastron for extension 10, 11, 12, 14. Those extensions, they need a more proper, a bigger wastewater treatment plant. Those are the interventions that Cogta have assisted. They've already put the money aside for that under Schedule 6B. The money won't be coming to the municipality, but they will implement that project as part of the project of the municipality. The issues of the MIs, honorable member was talking about the certificate of debt. It has not yet been issued. There were 2 MIs that the Auditor General have raised, coming from the projects that come from around 2017, the Pixley Dam, and also the 27-kilometer pipeline in Ruvel. We have since responded to Auditor General about those MIs. We have the issue that we have raised with them is that we want to recoup or recover the money. We have taken our lawyers on the matter. We have written to the companies that were implementing those projects to return the money that has been, that we believe, and the Auditor General, that there were overpayments or payments that were not done accordingly. We are in the stage of issuing summons through our lawyers. We are on monthly basis giving Auditor General the report about those 2 projects. Those are the projects that will have emanated to the issue of issuing the certificate of debt. And also the MIs that we are currently dealing with them is the one of the bank recons and also the SALA Provident Fund. The SALA Provident Fund, we have indicated even to the AGSA that we've got a payment arrangement of which we are honoring that payment arrangement. Even last week we have paid close to about 2 million to SALA, and we are paying them on monthly basis as per our revenue does increase a little bit. Those are the MIs that we are dealing with them. The one of the bank recons is an internal matter that on monthly basis there should be bank recons. It doesn't need a scientific way to do it. It doesn't need any money coming from somewhere. We are dealing with it with the CFO to say those bank recons must happen as a matter of agency so that we clear this one. But the one of SALA is more than 100 million debt. It can only be cleared according to AGSA immediately after we have paid the entire amount. But we have said we'll on progress, give them progress on monthly basis about how far are we in terms of paying. But we are not only focusing on the area account, we are also focusing on the current, of which that one we are still paying it. The issue of the mayor, the court case of the mayor as one of the respondents, as the accounting officer, we did communicate with our lawyers who are handling the matter. The only issue is the issue of taxing of the whatever amount that the mayor and other respondents needs to pay. It's not a matter that the mayor will go and after the 4th, the debt will remain and then will go back with the team so that we recover the money if the mayor has to pay. It has to be determined how much is it so that the mayor must pay that money. The grant usage, we are not using the money of the grant for paying of salaries. We know it has been a challenge in Mokar and it has impacted negatively to service delivery and also for the municipality not honoring some of the creditors. That matter, when we arrived there, we're owing the money of the projects. It was more than even 40 million that needs to be paid back to National Treasury. We have managed to make arrangements and we have paid those money. And currently, if we are not able to pay salaries, we talk with the workers and councillors. We indicate the challenge that we have. We don't use the grants money to pay salaries. I think the issue of the CFO, can the CFO handle other issues?
Please continue, CFO.
No, thank you, Chair. The salary bill as a percentage of the budget is 32.9%. And there was another question that spoke to the capital expenditure. I think it's from the honorable member. On our capital expenditure, we have 36.4 million that is allocated in the current financial year, of which 4.1 million of it, it's internally generated funds, and 32.3 it's grant funded. So meaning that for capital expenditure, we can only spend 4.1 million. We know that it's a drop in the ocean, but as and when our revenue improves, we will then be able to increase it. On indigents, yes, we acknowledged, as the mayor has indicated, that when last year around this time, the indigent register was sitting below 1,000. It was around 720. And the mayor went out on his outreach program to register as much as possible indigents. Today it's sitting at 1,820, but it's still less because we've received the forms, but these forms they undergo a series of verifications, and the majority of the forms, they get, what do you call it, repudiated, if I were to put it that way. Some of them, they are not filled correctly, but the ones that we were able to approve, they are 1,820, I mean. On the municipal accounts, yes, we are alive to the fact that our municipal accounts, most of the times, they would have problems, as I've indicated, that we have a billing system problem. We have engaged the accounting, the financial services service provider to ensure that this current financial year, when we start the new budget, we should be able to load the correct tariffs in our system, because the majority of the complaints are on the tariffs as well as the meter readings. So on meter readings, we address those on a case-by-case basis. On government debt, no, the total debt is 657, but on government it's 80 million. But we also acknowledge there that the 80 million includes interest, for which we are going to take an item to council to seek a remedy, whether we write off that interest or not, because we'll put forward the reasons why we are requesting a write-off of that debt. In terms of accuracy of the government accounts, we I think the provincial treasury or national treasury has set up a forum where municipalities and government departments meet and discuss these issues. I can indicate that the whole of last week we had a visit from National Public Works where the team spent a week going through the Public Works accounts to ensure that when they leave, those accounts should then be accurate. The same practice with the Public Works. We are on a daily basis. In the past 2 weeks, we engaging with them to ensure that their accounts are up to date. What we noted there is that at times either national, but most of the time the National Public Works, they would transfer some of the properties, either buy or transfer out to beneficiaries without informing us. So we would then realize later that there was that movement in our books. But those are the issues that we are then able to correct internally, Chairperson. I think that's that, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, members. Any questions? Does it look like it? Mayor, I'm going to give you the opportunity to close, and then Honourable Khwabane will also make closing statements.
No, thank you very much, Chair. Chair, perhaps maybe in closing, Honourable Pretorius must not insinuate that I'm not coming back. I'm going out. I'm coming back, Chair, after November. On a lighter note. Chair, no, Chair, we would love to really make a plea, maybe before the committee, as I close, Chair, that seated here, I think the provincial government, including national, the CFO has just indicated, they owe us 80 million. It's a lot of money. That which we understand that they might not have it, at once, but if there can be some arrangements that are done so that this money can be paid. We're actually embarking on pay or we switch campaign. We are on it, we are not turning back. We are also aware that business communities, they are owing us something about 60 million, isn't it, CFO? So this matter of revenue enhancement now, it's sitting at the top of our agenda as the Council of Mohokare. But we would love to really appreciate the moment for us to be invited and present our side of the story here, Chair. And we remain very resolute on the issues that we committed that will go back and correct. I'm happy that today we are here with the different shape as we were here before, as you can see, Chair and Honourable Khwabane. So not all is lost, but there's a lot that can be honestly done, honourable members. With those few words, thank you very much, Chair.
Thanks, Majoro. If you sit in a boardroom and in a meeting like this, and you listen to presentations and responses, you can remain hopeful that you see light at the end of the tunnel. But when you look at other things, you then realize that the interaction in a sitting like this does not help, because the Free State is in a, when people view nationally, when they view Free State, they view a province where there is really bad governance. And at local government, that bad governance is contributed by Mohokare. And when you look at your performance, is that you are still going to see that disclaimer. That's my prediction, because you only have completed only 3 things, and 253 have not been started in terms of what appeared
on your audit action plan. So it clearly says also that what is really the philosophy that guides your management of the institution, so that you don't when you look at them, Majoro, you see people who are assisting you. To me, they are not really assisting you. As they move from here, they must tomorrow go back and explain to you why are they not really pulling up their socks to uplift performance of the municipality. Really, I mean, if you look at audit outcomes, Mohokari has become a common denominator in disclaimers throughout the country. Now, what must be informing your management is to say, how do we ensure that even if we can have challenges, but we don't belong to the league of those who are delinquents? And the responses and presentations that have been given by your management really have not impressed me, to say they are really in a mood to change the situation. And the picture is there. I mean, even that, you see, implementing corrective actions or findings raised by the AG remains unsatisfactory. This is what comes from the Treasury. Treasury is saying that also. So part of the backbone of ensuring good performance of an institution comes from the technical staff or administrative staff. And if you have a picture like this, the first thing that comes to your mind, who do you have leading the institution administratively? So that you as politicians, it should be that you are interfering, that's why they don't perform, but this is not the case. So now, the only thing I can say to you, Major, is that tomorrow, sit down with your senior management and they must tell you why are they not prepared to change the complexion of that institution. That's the only thing I can say, but don't be surprised that in the coming months, when you still appear in the league of the disclaimers in the country. And if it happens like that, it means Free State will be in the bad books because of you. That's exactly what it says. Thank you, Majoro. We will see you next time when you call you again. Thank you.
Okay, members, we did resolutions for Mangaung and who was the other one? Garib. So the last three municipalities, let's start with Alba Pretorius and then move all the way here for possible resolutions. Let's start with Hetsimeng. None. Just put it on record, just put on your mic.
Letsimeng, we asked for a report on the dual billing system that they currently have. We asked for a breakdown of which he said he has got, a list of the priorities of infrastructure problems that they will prioritize. We asked for a report, which he says he has got as well, on the car of the Speaker,